the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
6 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the Rick and Bubba Show. It's the kickoff hour. We start a brand new day, brand new week with you, depending on when you're listening and all that, and watching. If you're live, it is a brand new week. We started together, and we thank you so much for being with us. We have a lot to break down and look at and look ahead to, so let's get started. Over to my left is one Mr. Greg Burgess.
What's
How you
up,
doing, sir?
Glad to be here.
Glad you are here, and glad that we got to spend some time this past weekend together. We'll talk about that. We did. We have a lot to update. Everything from college football upsets to a storm that that pushed back the Steelers and the Cowboys till late last night in a great classic. I was trying to tell my boys about the rivalry of the Cowboys and the Steelers and growing up and what that meant, and they were trying to get it, but I'm like, I don't think y'all do.
When I was a kid, it was during that major rivalry.
Yeah.
You were either a Steelers or you were a Cowboys.
That's right.
No matter where you live.
That's it.
And I was Steelers.
Yeah.
I loved the Steelers.
I told them, I said, if I started talking about rosters, it would all be Hall of Famers.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, that's just kind of what you dealt with back then. Talladega weekend, gracious alive. Great weather for everybody. Yesterday's Yellowwood 500 did not disappoint.
No.
I was able to see a little bit of that and made sure hey, look, so we'll just go 4 wide and just hang out like it's normal.
And did fine till 5 laps to go. Then we piled it, and they weren't 4 wide when they piled it up then. But they would run 4 wide just like you. You might see it every now and then for a lap.
Yeah.
Well, they just stayed 4 wide.
That's right. Butler, Pennsylvania, Trump returns with Elon. We'll have lots of sound bites and video of that. I saw some drone footage of the crowd. Oh, my goodness.
Big crowd.
As far as you could see.
Wow.
I did see that he was behind bulletproof glass.
That had to be weird for them to be back there. And I saw where they honored the man who was killed.
Yeah. It was pretty emotional at times from some of the audience from that area went, and they've contacted us as well. So we have that. And today, it's hard to believe it's been 1 year since the attack on Israel, October 7th.
Boy, time flies, doesn't it?
It sure does. Still hostages.
Still hostages over there. Wow. That's quite a deal.
How quickly we forget. And so, as I said, we have a lot to discuss. Saturday night was the much-anticipated crap run in Piedmont, Alabama.
Yes, we were there.
I was blessed to be with you and meet you.
Good turnout.
Oh, you kidding me?
Met so many nice people that listened to the show. A lot of people I already knew, and I met people I'd never met.
Yeah.
A lot of them say they watched the video, so I guess I need to quit picking my nose and stuff.
Right. Now, some did say that they were entertained by how you try to eat on the air and sneak bites when the camera's not on you. Few people said they own, and when Adler goes to you and you're trying to eat, you kind of freeze.
Yeah,
that's good.
You don't want a cold omelet.
No, you don't. But you're right. Met so many great people. First time at the crap run, and it was the one thing Terry said about the video is, "Wow, there's a lot of people."
Yeah, especially when they started and they all come through that big arc.
Yeah,
this thing has grown.
It has.
It really has, and wow, we had a great time. Great people. Everybody that showed up to help this great cause, it was a good night.
It was, and so we'll have to talk about that and break all of that down. As you were given the honors to start the race,
I was,
and we'll talk about the controversy with that one, which is great.
I still hate we didn't run. I feel like a loser.
I know. We got we get there and everybody's running, and then everybody comes in finished, and we're like, so they could run, but we couldn't.
And you have a variety. You have the people that they're checking their pulse and all this stuff, and they're not even breathing hard.
No,
then you got some that would be like me that barely crawl across the line.
Yeah.
And then when they get there, they have to go lay down.
Well, to your point, Greg, where the finish line was it's an intersection in downtown Piedmont. They have a pavilion, and that's kind of where we were set up. And so as people came through, they could also check their time. They had it set up to where there was a live stream of like a monitor where you could walk and see how you finished, what your official time was, and all that. So they would walk right past us. And to what you were saying, to add to that, they would finish and just walk over and go, "Hey, man, can I have a picture?" And I would have been laid up in the corner somewhere.
I couldn't even speak.
No. I'd be like, "Can I have a?"
I mean, there was some. They looked like they didn't even done anything.
Yeah,
there was that one. The guy, the fastest runner, ran it in 15 minutes.
15 minutes. So Greg and I started the race about a block down the road, and then they loop around. We no more walk back to where we were supposed to be because they wanted us to keep making announcements. Yeah. We're just small talk. Hanging out, all of a sudden we hear people clapping.
Yeah, here he comes.
And the winner is coming through. It's
crazy.
That fast. Yeah. He ran a 5K that fast. Yeah.
And again, was hardly breathing.
It was hardly breathing, but a great night. Did meet some of you right now that are working out, and we know that because you say we work out on the kickoff aisle.
Yeah, that's early.
We get going early. The dedication is impressive, to say the least. But it was a lot of fun. About, I guess, noon on Saturday, you and I were texting, and you said, "Hey, do you just want to meet at Jack State, Pete Matthews Coliseum, where Jim Case baseball field and all that? Yeah. Do you just want to meet there, park, and ride in with me?" Because you said parking is kind of a bit downtown.
I know my way around, Pete. I'm a little better than you. I didn't want you to get up and end up in Spring Garden.
Plus, we had to make a stop and all that, and so I'm like, well, yeah, that sounds great. So we met and jumped in together and had a good old time. So we pull up and walk in and see Randa. And so it's for the crap run is for Venice's Foundation.
Yes. And
everybody asks, why crap run? Why is it called crap? And it's because cancer is crap.
There you go.
And Randa was Venice's sister.
Yeah.
And we met Chelsea and Nathan, Venice's kids who were helping run everything, and they did a great job. But anyway, we go and meet, and we kind of start getting instructions and all this, and I was just impressed how the downtown and the city just shuts down and says, "Y'all have it."
That's right. And like I say, the route, which we didn't go on, it goes way out of town. They block all them roads that come into it to make sure you don't have some good and get come driving down through there.
Yeah. And
they do it great. They got it down pat. They've done it so many times now. It's really
the city, the mayor, the police department, fire department, volunteers, everybody was entertained by the police officers that were on bikes because they would ride the course on bikes to kind of help make sure everything was good. And when they started, they had to get on them bikes because people came out the gate quick. I mean, quick. And when he came across the finish line, he was literally, flying on his bicycle just so he could stay ahead of the guy that won.
Crowd.
So we'll break all that down. The food was amazing.
Oh, it was.
How about when Randa says, "Are y'all hungry?" Because we were there early.
Yeah, we're always hungry.
Yeah, we were there early, so we had time to hang out. And as Rick would say, we wanted to get settled. So we got settled, and Randa said, "Are y'all hungry?" And I didn't really think I was.
Boy.
Until Shell's Downtown, which is a restaurant in downtown Piedmont, that if you're anywhere near Piedmont, Alabama, and I don't know if you would, but one day you might be, and you're going to go, "Hey, we need to eat there."
Yeah.
And you do, because she provided wings and what were those slides and what were those Southwestern
little rolls.
Yeah.
Just good stuff.
God, it was so good. It was delicious.
Once we started eating, we couldn't stop.
We got in trouble because we got to eating and we didn't know we were hungry. And Randa comes in going, "Hey, y'all ready? We got to get out here and get going." We had buffalo sauce all over our mouth from the wings.
Once we started eating, we realized we were hungry.
Right. So we'll break that down and talk about Greg starting the race. We actually have a little bit of audio of that, of you starting the race, and a little bit of controversy with that.
Well, I faked them off a little bit.
Right.
I didn't mean to, but I did.
Now, the official scorers of the race said, "Hey, we've got some times here that we need to talk about."
They ran it in 2 seconds.
Yeah, we'll take a break. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
A medical test can reveal your body's biological age, which can show if you're aging prematurely. Better nutrition has been shown to reverse one's bio-age. Now, my hope of living better and healthier is why I take Field of Greens. Field of Greens is an organic superfood fruit and vegetable drink backed by the Better Health Promise. At your next checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Join me in better health with 15% off and free shipping. Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BIGVOX or rickandbubba.com for a link. You asked, and the folks at MyPillow have listened. They're finally bringing you their most requested offer. Get the queen-size premium MyPillow for only $19.98. MyPillows are made with a patented adjustable feel that will work for your needs regardless of sleep position. They help keep your neck aligned. That's not all. Get their 6-piece kitchen towel set and famous MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $25. Go to mypillow.com/bigbox. That's BIGV as in voice OX. Use the code BIGBOX at rickandbubba.com. You've heard me talking about Raycon before, but there's no better time to check them out because they just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds. You get the features you know and love, like optimized gel tips for custom fit, 3 customizable sound styles, and active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once. Get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/bigbox. That's buyraycon.com/bigbox or rickandbubba.com. In just a few short weeks, Americans will head to the polls with critical issues at stake. It can feel overwhelming, so why not align with a company that stands for the values of its members? That's why we stand with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. For just $1 at amac.us/bigbox, you can get all kinds of benefits, retirement planning, and discounts, and AMAC card-carrying members get savings on travel, roadside service, and an array of other cost savings. All you got to do is go to amac.us/bigbox. If your approach to everyday aches and pains is to mask them, then repeat that cycle all over again. It's time to try Relief Factor. Instead of masking pain, Relief Factor helps eliminate it with a unique formula of ingredients that helps support your body's response to inflammation. Give it a try and get the 3-week quick start pack for just $19.95 at relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF to get that deal. You can also find that information at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Don't mask pain. Fight it naturally with Relief Factor. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
If your spine needs some extra TLC, then you need a Helix Sleep mattress from helixsleep.com/bigbox. Each Helix mattress is designed for specific sleep positions and comfort. With 20 unique mattresses made from your personal preferences, you'll find one that's right for you, and Helix lets you try it out for 100 nights risk-free. Take the 2-minute Helix Sleep quiz to get matched with the perfect mattress. Head to helixsleep.com/bigbox to save 20% off your mattress order, or go to rickandbubba.com. With Helix, better sleep starts now. Do you owe back taxes? Still haven't filed your tax returns? Did you forget to file an extension? The October 15th deadline is coming. Once it hits, the IRS can garnish your wages, freeze your bank accounts, or even seize your property. You need Tax Network USA to handle your IRS tax problems fast. They've already helped taxpayers save over $1 billion in tax debt. October the 15th is days away. Schedule your free consultation. Call 1-800-780-8888 or go to tnusa.com/bigbox or rickandbubba.com. Feeling secure in your own home shouldn't be a luxury, it should be a given. That's why Simply Safe Home Security is dedicated to providing protection and peace of mind to all families. With LiveGuard technology, Simply Safe's 24/7 monitoring agents can act within 5 seconds of receiving your alarm. Visit simplysafe.com/bigbox to save 50% on a new system with a free indoor security camera. Find the link also at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please.
20 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour. We appreciate you, as always, for hanging out with us. Met so many of you this past weekend. We're recapping a little bit of the crap run in downtown Piedmont, Alabama. What a beautiful town, beautiful area. You know, it's been a minute since I had been there, and when we got there and got settled, it was Saturday evening. Started bumping into people on the road because they shut down everything, traffic. So people are just walking up and down. There's shops, there's restaurants. Shell's downtown was great. And we bump into somebody, and they're like, Speedy, you were at a remote at Factory Connection back in the day. And I'm like, I remember that. I've done so many remotes in Piedmont back when we drove in.
And you were like, hey, I've been here many times.
Yes, but it's been a long time. And, man, it's beautiful up in that area.
Of course, I also took you by Main Street South where Forest Hills Homes is located.
That is one of my biggest regrets.
We started to go and get us a picture in front of it.
That's a regret of mine, Greg, because we were kind of in a hurry, but not really. But we wanted to kind of get there and get settled, not be late. And but one of my regrets is we didn't make time to stop and get a picture in front of that.
I know we should have.
We really should have for Lisa.
I think the green dot sale may still be on. Everything with the green dot on is 50% off. I may be stepping out and then the sale's over.
Right.
But right there, but like I say, all the downtown area, they've really made it nice, and Main Street South's part of it, and it's basically a vendor mall.
Yeah, you stop, go in, and that's kind of neat, man. It's a pretty little area, nice, well kept, and it wasn't what I thought. I mean, I don't know really what I did think, but just there it is. You know, I was looked over and I'm like, why didn't we stop? But we just got caught up in wanting to get there, I guess. And then we leave and it's late. We just wanted to get home. Yeah, and it's dark.
You had to drive ahead. I was good. I didn't have far to go, which is usually the opposite on everything we do.
It is, yeah. So we stop, we meet, and we go. And it was so much fun seeing a lot of folks. And one of the first people that we bumped into, Venice's Foundation actually has a storefront and a building they work out of in downtown, and that was kind of the hub of where all the volunteers go in, where you check in and get your shirt and everything, and so you have people that were actually running in it, and then you had volunteers. It was kind of like the place everybody was in and out of. And Jim Tompkins comes walking up, and he with an armful of wooden crosses that he made for us, and he had made one a while back for Rick and given him one, but he wanted the rest of the staff to have one. He's from Athens, Alabama, and came and ran in the crap run. Nice and guy. Met him, and I just wanted to say thank you. And the crosses have successfully gotten back to the studio.
Okay,
just wanted him to know that.
Yes.
I didn't want him to think, because I'm sure looking at the two of us, he probably thought they'll never make it back.
They ain't gonna get them.
But they have, and just wanted to thank him again, because that takes a lot of time.
Awesome. Yeah, it does. A lot of time. They're really nice, and Lisa picked hers out.
Yeah.
And it's really pretty, and we appreciate it.
Terry woke up Sunday morning and was like, wow, this is nice, because I had sent her a picture of them and said, hey, this nice man made us each one of us a wooden cross, and she picked hers out too, and she was very impressed. Anyway, thank you, Jim. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
So then we get in trouble, and we're eating Shell's Downtown Wings.
And good.
We get in trouble because we're supposed to be on the pavilion hosting everybody, and we're in there eating.
Yeah.
And then they say, hey, we have an idea. Why don't y'all go start the race? And we're like, what?
Which is count down and blow an air horn.
Yeah.
Well, they're loud.
So they're like, but it starts a block up and then it'll finish right here, but let's walk down a little bit. So we walk down, and then all of a sudden, as people are going down to kind of get ready and line up, the streets is full. We get word that, hey, have you heard the Alabama score?
I know, because we had been following the game on the way there.
Yeah.
We pull up. We say, right, first series in the second half, Bama takes it right down.
Oh,
the
yeah,
field.
We knew it.
We said, oh, yeah, we get out of the truck and never think nothing else about it. I said, oh, they'll blow them out.
Yeah, yeah. And then all of a sudden we started hearing, hey, man, did you hear Bama? It's 2 minutes left.
I mean, we're fixing to fire the gun to start the race, and we're all looking on phones and trying to figure out what.
So I'm like, well, I've got to get to the ESPN app. And so I do, and we're trying to walk and watch, and we got down to the start of the race, and they said we got about 10 minutes, but they just wanted us to get settled, and they gave you the little horn to start it and all that. And then so we get dialed in. We're like, my gracious, Vandy's got the ball, and and so if they get a first down, it's over. Is this real? Yeah. And you and I were
led the whole game.
We were in disbelief.
No, yeah, because we assumed, just like we'd been saying the whole time, Bama's going to wake up in a minute and blow this thing open. Mm-hmm. And we heard the first drive. I said, okay, they're within striking distance. They'll walk off with it.
Right.
And so then all of a sudden people had their phone going, hey, guys, y'all might want to look at this.
So about maybe 4 minutes before the start of the race, Vanderbilt gets the first down to seal it.
Yeah, that's it.
And we can't believe it. And so now it starts. The talk
crowd.
you can tell starts going back through the streets.
The happy people, the sad people, the mad people.
Oh my gracious! And we're just in disbelief. We can't believe it.
Yeah, I think anybody could.
And
especially 13 for Alabama, he really couldn't believe it.
What's his problem?
I don't know.
Man, good night. He gets to throwing mouthpieces and kicking footballs and
all kinds of
showing
stuff.
himself for sure. So, hey, congratulations to Vandy. And I know I have a lot of friends that are Alabama fans that are like, y'all should have seen the game. Vandy's offense, we couldn't get off the field. The defense couldn't. They just really, that scheme of, and it's just, in that running quarterback.
That guy.
Golly, that guy is something else.
How about the 4th and 1 call?
Yeah.
And they throw it.
Yeah.
For a 6.
So he has, with New Mexico, is it state or just New Mexico?
I think he was with New Mexico State.
Okay, so he goes down and beats Auburn last year, then transfers to Vandy and beats Alabama at Vandy.
Yeah.
Wow.
How about that?
A little resume for you. So we're getting that word and ready to start the race, too. It's just it's kind of crazy how it all happens.
I know a lot of the runners were probably affected by it if you're a big Alabama fan.
They were.
There.
There were a couple we were worried about, too.
Oh, yeah.
And one in particular.
I checked on Mike Langston, who was voted the biggest Alabama fan in Calhoun County many years ago. But you know what? He was handling it well, wasn't he?
An entire county voted him number one Bama fan.
And he's been to the show before with his elephant hat. But we talked to him, and I figured he would be, but he was handling it well.
Yeah.
He really was.
Are we going to discuss what I saw? Is he okay with that? Let's say. I've never heard that in a conversation.
Yeah, it was quite. You don't hear that.
Can we do that? Will he be upset? Because I think it's impressive.
I think.
I mean, he seems to be proud of it.
Well, sure, yeah.
So we're sitting there talking to him. We find him because we're concerned. We start the race, which we do need to play. You starting the race, and we're talking to him, and they are surprised. Because we've started the race and walked back down to where we need to be, and so we start seeing all the volunteers and vendors, and they're like, "Why aren't y'all running?"
Yeah.
And then we start talking about how we're all
falling apart.
We're falling apart, and I got a hurt calf, and your knees hurt, and we're getting old. And he says, "Well, yeah, ever since they took my big toe and put it on my thumb, I just haven't been able to run." And I thought I'd heard that right, but it was just in conversation.
You don't hear that a lot.
No, because and I look down, I'll be damned if his big toe ain't on his thumb.
Yeah.
I'm sitting here seeing a big toe as a thumb.
Years ago, and he brought it up because he said when they took it off, it was, over the years, a lot of pressure at that point. And, so that's surprising.
I just haven't heard
that a lot.
I haven't heard that in just casual conversation.
Looks like they've done a good job.
It looks like, it's a nice big toe.
Yeah.
Looks like just a big fat thumb is all.
Yeah.
I bet you he could do amazing things with that thumb right now.
Oh, yeah. You better not thumb wrestling.
You don't think he can text?
Oh, yeah.
I say.
But it was funny, yeah, because that's what
I walked away going, I've never heard that just so casual in a conversation. But you've known him forever, so you knew it. So when he was talking about it, he was just like, ever since they took my big toe, put it on my thumb, I just never have really been able to run.
But
and I thought, did I hear that right? And then I looked down at his thumb, and I'm like, my gosh, there's a big toe.
Yeah, worked out good. Somebody did a heck of a job.
That was creative, whoever did that.
Yeah, because you need that more than you do your toe.
You do.
Worked out excellent. It's done well for him.
And it doesn't stand out as like a
a
hammer thumb or something. It's just a big toe on his thumb.
Yeah, pretty awesome.
Rick and Bubba.
We all have two ages, our true age and our biological age. Our bio age suggests how healthy or unhealthy we are inside. You want your bio age years younger than your true age. Let me tell you how Field of Greens is helping me do that. I love this stuff. I definitely feel better taking it. Field of Greens is an organic superfood, fruit and vegetable drink. And listen to this. Field of Greens was approved for a university study that doctors believe may lower your body's biological age. That generally means better health. Each fruit and veggie TLC in Field of Greens was selected by doctors to support vital body functions like heart, liver, kidneys, metabolism, your immune system. Only Field of Greens is backed by the Better Health Promise. At your next physical or checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. So why don't you join me in Better Health with 15% off and free shipping? Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BIGVOX, or go to rickandbubba.com, rickandbubba.com, find the link under the sponsors button. If your spine needs a little extra TLC, then you need a Helix Sleep mattress from helixsleep.com/bigbox. Everybody's unique and everyone sleeps differently. Helix has several different mattress models for you to choose from, and each mattress is designed for specific sleep positions and comfort preferences. In fact, the Helix lineup has 20 unique mattresses, including the award-winning Luxe collection and then Helix Elite collection, a mattress designed for big and tall sleepers, even a mattress made just for kids. Nervous about buying a mattress online? Don't be. The Helix Sleep Quiz takes into account your individual sleep preferences to match you with the perfect mattress. It only takes a few minutes to answer a couple of questions, and once you pick your mattress, Helix knows there's no better way to test a new mattress than by sleeping on it. So you get a 100-night trial, so see how you like it. With more than 12,000 five-star reviews, it's time to head to helixsleep.com/bigbox. Save 20% off your mattress order, or visit rickandbubba.com for the link. You've heard me talk about Raycon's everyday earbuds before, and you may have thought, wait a minute, the same audio quality I expect from the big guys, but about half the price? Sounds pretty good, but if you haven't pulled the trigger on a pair of Raycons, now is the time to check them out, because they've just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds. Now, this means you get the features that you know and love. Optimized gel tips for a cozy custom fit and 3 customizable sound styles, but now you also get active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair 2 devices at once. Raycon's new everyday earbuds are available in a variety of vibrant new colors. My favorite, I love the one that I like in those neon colors. That's my favorite because, look, I like a little flash. Seriously, if you've been waiting to check out Raycons, there truly is no better time. With a 30-day happiness guarantee, what are you waiting for? Get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/bigbox. buyraycon.com/bigbox, or find the link at rickandbubba.com. You asked, and the folks at MyPillow have listened. They're finally bringing you their most requested offer. Get the queen-size premium MyPillow for only $19.98. MyPillows are made with a patented adjustable feel that will work for your needs regardless of sleep position. They help keep your neck aligned. That's not all. Get their 6-piece kitchen towel set and famous MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $25. Go to mypillow.com/bigbox. That's BIGV as in voice OX. Use the code BIGBOX at rickandbubba.com. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Do you owe back taxes? Still haven't filed your tax return? Did you forget to file an extension? The October 15th deadline is coming. Once it hits, the IRS can garnish your wages, freeze your bank accounts, or even seize your property. You need Tax Network USA now to handle your tax IRS problems. I mean fast. Their attorneys, strategists, and expert negotiators employ brilliant strategies designed to solve your IRS problem quickly and in your favor. They have a preferred direct line to the IRS. They know which agents to talk to, which ones to avoid. Tax Network USA already helped taxpayers save over $1 billion in tax debt. Now, they also need you to move fast because October 15th is days away. Tax Network USA is the team we recommend to solve your IRS issues so you can get your life back. Don't wait. Schedule your free confidential consultation now. Call 1-800-780-8888, 800-780-8888, or go to tnusa.com/bigbox or rickandbubba.com for the link.
The gravy, please.
All right, it is 25 minutes past the top of the hour, and we thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us right after top of the hour. This portion of the show is brought to you by 24/7 burglar busting protection for your home or small business. SimpliSafe.com/BigVox, BIGVOX. And big news here, if look, feeling secure wherever you live or your business or whatever, it shouldn't be a luxury. It should be a given. That's why Simply Safe is dedicated to providing advanced protection and peace of mind to all the families. And anywhere you have a system, you need to know that, hey, they got your back. And right now, you can save big on this award-winning security system. I'm talking about 50% off, Greg.
50.
Plus, get a free indoor security camera, too, when you order today. With the exclusive Live Guard technology, Simply Safe's 24/7 monitoring agents can act within 5 seconds of receiving your alarm and even speak to intruders, warning them that the police are on the way. With no long-term contracts or hidden fees, this level of security will earn your trust every single day, keeping you safe. So check them out right now. Go, as countless listeners and viewers of the show have already done, but go there today and get this savings. SimplySafe.com/BigVox and save 50% on a new system, plus get a free indoor security camera.
Free.
But you got to get it now. SimplySafe.com/BigVox, BIGVOX, or you can find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So we're looking back and just kind of hanging out, and while looking back, kind of hitting a couple of different things because, we were in Piedmont, Alabama for the Crap Run for benefiting Venice's Foundation, which was the beneficiary of last month's charity charge. So Randa with the foundation will actually be in studio on October the 16th at 7 a.m. Central, if you're listening live, and receive the charity charge check from Tim Spencer and Buffalo Wild Wings. And so that'll be great, and we can recap a little bit there too. But we were just talking about how we were trying to start the race, and then that's about the time the Vandy and Alabama game were wrapping up. And we were all in shock, and so was everybody else there. Because everybody, if you were running in it, you were trying to get ready to run.
And you assumed the game was in hand.
And then we're kind of helping MC and everything. And so we were kind of checked out of exactly what was going on. And so we were trying to make sense of it all. And we're watching it, and we see the final, and we can't believe it.
Yeah.
And then it's, hey, guys, go get over here. It's time for y'all to start the race. So I was like, well, Greg, look, I'm just here to help. Your family's been involved with the foundation for a long time. So you start the race. You actually blow the horn. So they have one of these horns you blow.
Yeah, it's loud.
And so they go, like, how are you going to start it? Because the runners, we need to know. And there was this organization that was getting the times and all that. They were the official scorers. And I was like, well, let's just go 3, 2, 1. And then, so that's all right. That's what we do. So we're standing there kind of off to the side. There's cheerleaders there. There's mascots. We got bulldogs everywhere.
Yeah.
We're just having a good old time. And we got to also talk about the towel that was brought for you. But this is kind of what it sounded like if you want to take a listen to this.
Ready? I'm ready. All right, here we go.
All right, everybody, are you ready? 3, 2, 1.
Okay, that's where we have to discuss.
Okay, I hit the button. It didn't blow.
No.
The button was little. It was hard to get my finger on. Anyway, so everybody double clutched, lunged forward, waiting on the horn.
and then they got bumped from the people behind them, and it kind of sends them going a little bit. But there was a little bit of, hey, are you going to blow this thing or what?
3, 2, 1.
And then they go, and then there they go. And, man, there is a slew of people. If you can't see now. And so now you've got that in your hand, and you can't stop
I can't quit doing it.
And you're blowing that in people's ears. They run by, Greg.
Well, it makes them run faster.
Yeah. So it was a lot of fun.
And then I jumped in line like I was
running.
You
did.
I went about 10 feet, and I was already hurting.
And you wanted to kind of start running.
I did.
Yeah.
I did.
And then we realized that once you got past that and off into the darkness of Piedmont, then you would have regretted running.
And I believe that just for what I can remember being there the last, 6 to 8 years. I don't know how many years I've been doing it. That was the biggest crowd ever to start. Because I remember starting, I don't remember it being that crowded because there were a bunch of people running.
Well, we were talking to some of the folks, volunteers that were signing everybody up, and she said, and she was in charge of like making sure everybody the number and everybody's got what they need. And she said we were well over 400.
That's good.
And she didn't have the final count, but she just knew they were somewhere between 400 and 500, which is a record for them. It's a PR for them.
Well, that was great.
It was a lot of fun. And then so we go back and we hang out, and then it's finally I say finally, but it's finally time for us to leave, and so we were like, okay, we'll see y'all later. We gave away some door prizes where people had signed up, and they're giving all kinds of great things that people have come alongside them to help and donate and stuff. And so we jump back in the truck, and now it's time to leave, and we start checking our phones, and I just see people like, have you seen Vandy carrying goalposts down to the river? And I'm like, what? So we tried to start investigating, because you got to realize we've been checked out, y'all. We don't know what's going on.
We have no idea. And yes, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's like 3 miles from the stadium to the river.
Yes.
And they had to go down Broadway and all that. Where the entertainment district and different, and they're carrying parts of the goalpost.
Yes.
And for some reason we're throwing them in the river.
Yeah, and I know that probably agitated a lot of Bama fans. But you got to realize what you're dealing with here. I mean, Vanderbilt
beating Alabama is a big deal, but if you're Vanderbilt beating Alabama, it's a real big deal.
And it's not just Vandy beat Alabama. Vandy beat Alabama while they were number 1.
That's right.
And so you just got to understand that they're gonna celebrate, and man, let me tell you. So I'm like, Greg, you're not gonna believe this. Greg, you're not gonna believe this. And I just start seeing them trying to take the goalpost down. Then they decide, to your point, to walk miles from the stadium to the river and throw it into the river. And I saw where I think Nashville Fire Department had to retrieve it. And I saw a flatbed.
We don't need a goalpost floating around.
I saw a flatbed trailer, and they were trying to put it back to get it back to where it needed to be. And we're just sitting there talking and can't believe it. So finally get back to Jack State, and then I've got the long ride, and our roles are reversed. You're 2 minutes from the house. So I'm like, man, I need to kind of stay awake. It's kind of late now. And I'm like, oh, wait a minute. Arkansas and Tennessee's playing.
Yeah.
So I go to that game, and that got me home. When it finished, Arkansas upset Tennessee. When it finished, I was probably maybe 6-7 miles from the house.
Oh, okay.
It almost got me all the way home.
And it was one thing I need to ask about that, unless I heard it wrong. All right, Vandy has been fined $100,000.
Is that it?
Their fans, okay.
Okay.
But now Arkansas, they rushed the field too, and they've been charged $250. I wonder how they determine that.
Say that again.
Unless I'm wrong, that's out there. Vandy has been fined. They said they're gonna fine you if you do it. Yeah. $100,000
for the goalpost.
For just everybody rushing the field.
Okay. Oh, okay. Just 100?
Yeah, but it said Arkansas was charged $250.
I thought it was the standard $250.
I did too, but I swear I heard, unless I'm making it up, that Vandy's was only $100,000.
I got a joke here, but I don't know if I should say it.
Okay.
Does it go? They go off how many people are there to rush?
You know what? That may be it. How dangerous it actually is. There's not that many people there.
Yeah.
The majority of people there were Alabama fans. Did you see where they used Saban's quote?
I did.
But you know what he says is true.
And Saban's quote, he was with Pat McAfee, and he said that the only place you go in the SEC that there's probably more Bama fans than the opponent. That's
the host
team is Vanderbilt.
Yeah,
and as they're rushing the field, they're playing that on the jumbotron.
Which good for them, but what he said was true. I mean that's a true statement. They're normally they were. I guarantee you there were more Alabama fans there than there were. Vanderbilt.
Yeah, because they did when they pulled back. It was a ton of Bama fans, but and these are great questions. How do you even get a goalpost out of the stadium? Carefully. I'm sure there's loading docks and stuff that are wide enough to get it out, and they walk it about. And Adler will have both audio, video of someone. It was kind of funny, like a map quest, or they show how the route and where they are, and it was quite a long walk.
Yeah, it's a journey
of holding a goalpost up over your head as they go down there.
The answer is, they say it's how many offenses. So it starts at 100 and then goes up as you. I guess Arkansas' second offense. Okay, Vandy's first, because Vandy ain't had very many reasons to tear it down or rush the field.
Mm-hmm. So, okay, understood.
I get it.
I did get notification that Dickie Nadmeyer might check in.
Boy, are you sure?
He is beside himself.
I bet he's been drinking. So.
But congratulations to them. I mean, it is what it is, and I understand that they controlled a lot of the most of the game. And Greg, you talked about it when we got out of the car to go do what we did. We thought, well, they won't hold that lead, and I apologize to Vandy fans, but I thought they're not going to hold that lead. Alabama's second half is going to get on them.
We heard the first drive. I said, well, it's over.
Yeah.
And then
we get the update, and we can't believe it.
Of course, Vandy's quarterback. If you're going to bring up God and what you said, and then you end with an F-bomb, it just kind of
same sentence.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
We were like, did he say what I think he just said?
Oh really?
Yeah. So I'm just saying, when you're putting two speeches together, they need to kind of at least have a common thread, maybe. I mean, I ain't judging the guy, but I'm just saying anybody would say that. Well, that was kind of odd.
So, what did he say on the front end? Like,
he said it was. He was saying it was kind of weird. He's talking about some vision God gave him when he was a kid, and this was in the making or something. I don't know. And then he kind of gave a big He dropped a big F-bomb on the way out.
That's nice. Good night. First of all, I want to thank God, and then
yeah.
Oh wow,
he was excited.
Yeah,
let's put it that way.
Well, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. Thank you so much for hanging out with us here. 14 minutes until top of the hour. Always enjoy our time with you, so don't go anywhere. The main show starts right after top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Philo's got a world of entertainment for you to explore with just one subscription. Sign up today and start watching all the networks you love, like A&E, MTV, Discovery, Lifetime, Hallmark Channel, and so much more. Featuring current seasons of all the best drama, true crime, reality, and family-friendly shows you can't afford to miss. And with up to 3 streams at once, you'll never have to fight about what to watch. Get started today and unlock our library of over 75,000 movies and shows, and save all your favorites with the unlimited DVR so you can rewatch them anytime, anywhere for up to a year. Philo now includes access to AMC Plus. You can discover your next obsession from its collection of hit originals like Mad Men, The Walking Dead, Killing Eve, Orphan Black, and tons of blockbuster movies. There are no contracts, no commitments, and no hassles. For just $28 a month, Philo's a better way to watch TV. So what are you waiting for? Visit philo.tv and sign up today to start your 7-day free trial. That's philo.tv.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens, and it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
It's common knowledge that after age 30, our metabolism changes. We have less energy and gain weight easier. There's a way to feel better, not in years or months, but sometimes in just days.
I'm Chuck Norris. I tried everything. Working with a team of health experts, we came up with Morning Kick. Morning Kick is a revolutionary new formula that combines all my favorite supplements into one daily drink.
Morning Kick has probiotics to help you lose weight, prebiotics for digestion, superfoods for muscles and joints, and powerful anti-aging supplements. It'll help you feel youthful, energized, and helps manage stress.
I look and feel better than I have in years.
Go to roundhouseprovisions.com, use code EXTRA or text EXTRA to 511-511 and claim 40% off. Roundhouseprovisions.com, code EXTRA.
Every purchase comes with our 90-day money-back guarantee. You could be feeling these changes within just a couple of days.
Text EXTRA to 511-511.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Message and data rates may apply. Paid for by Roundhouse Provisions.
Autumn is in the air, and like the leaves, prices are falling at Harbor Freight's parking lot sale this weekend. We've got tons of products on sale, like 3-ton jacks for under $100, 5,000-watt generators, $250 off, plus dual bevel miter saws at nearly half the price of the competition. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight. Valid until 10/13/24 while supplies last, so hurry in. Limitations apply.
All right, if your approach to everyday aches and pains is to mask them, feel better for a few hours only to have the pain return, then repeat that cycle all over again, it's time to try Relief Factor. And the good news is Relief Factor makes that easy. Their 3-week quick start is only $19.95, less than $1 a day. Instead of masking pain, Relief Factor helps eliminate it. How? Well, it's a unique formula of ingredients that helps support your body's response to inflammation. Relief Factor was developed by doctors and is 100% drug-free. And for so many people, including some of us here on the show, Relief Factor has been a game changer because you just feel better when you're not in constant pain. You'll feel the difference. Give it a try and get the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 at ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF to get that deal. You can find that info at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors as well. Don't mask pain. Fight it naturally with Relief Factor. Go right now to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button or go directly to relieffactor.com. You've heard me talk about Raycon's everyday earbuds before, and you may have thought, wait a minute, the same audio quality I expect from the big guys, but about half the price? Sounds pretty good, but if you haven't pulled the trigger on a pair of Raycons, now is the time to check them out because they've just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds. Now, this means you get the features that you know and love. Optimized gel tips for a cozy custom fit and 3 customizable sound styles, but now you also get active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair 2 devices at once. Raycon's new everyday earbuds are available in a variety of vibrant new colors. My favorite, I love the one that I like in those neon colors. That's my favorite because, look, I like a little flash. Seriously, if you've been waiting to check out Raycons, there truly is no better time. With a 30-day happiness guarantee, what are you waiting for? Get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/bigbox, buyraycon.com/bigbox, or find the link at rickandbubba.com.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba.
Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. You can text that same number. It's 866-932-3244. And most of you are already doing that. I say most of you. A lot of you are. I'll say that. Some of you just enjoying hanging out, watching, or listening. But we love when y'all correspond with us. And some of you are doing it through text messages, which we can see instantly here in the studio. So we've talked about a number of things. The crap run, the Bama-Tennessee game, the Bama Vanderbilt game, the Arkansas-Tennessee game, and others. The shakeup has hit the AP Top 25. Texas is now number 1, Ohio State 2, Oregon 3, Penn State 4, Georgia is 5. Miami escaped a scare.
Oh, yeah, they had to come back. They were down by 20-something points at one time.
And they beat California 39-38.
California might not be that bad.
I guess not. Alabama's dropped 6 to 7th. Tennessee has dropped 4 to 8th. Ole Miss is up 3 now for going to South Carolina and winning. They did that pretty convincingly, too. They're at 9, and Clemson wraps up the top 10. They moved up 5 slots after beating Florida State 29-13. And some other notables, LSU stayed where they are, 13. Texas A&M jumped 10 spots. They destroyed Missouri. I mean, beat them like good. Bad. That was an 11 a.m. game Saturday, so I got to see some of that before we met. 41-10 was the final there, so now they're 15th. And there's a number of other games here. It looks like Missouri dropped 12 spots. They are now at number 21. And let's see. Michigan loses to Washington 27-17. They dropped 14 spots to now number 24.
Wow.
That was a surprise.
Yeah, they haven't been that impressive this year.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, considering they just came off a national championship year.
Yeah. So last night, Reese, he used to work at Helena Hardware when he was in high school. He just had that as a part-time job that he would go and work. And Mr. Daniel, who owns it, is just a great guy. And everybody there, well, they started a couple of years ago. They started doing a fundraiser, a charity softball game locally there in Helena. that had Helena Hardware going up against another company or another business there in Helena, and it's fun. And if you're associated, if you work there or affiliated with each one of the stores, then you get to play. And so last night was the game, second annual game, and so JC was in town.
The second annual.
Yeah, JC had come into town. And so he stayed in town to go, and then Tyler stopped by, and so Terry and I were there, and so we go and we watch, and it was a lot of fun. Both sides were just hilarious. They all had funny walk up music and stuff. It was just a great night, and so we wrap up, and Reese is a lot more tired than he thought, and said, working in the trenches is one thing, but cardio is different.
Oh, yeah.
As he rounded.
It's a different kind of time.
It is. But great event, and both teams did awesome, and families were there, and everybody was it was just a lot of fun. It's hanging out in the lawn chair, so we go home, and I'm like, hey, Dallas and Pittsburgh's coming on. I might look over at that a little bit.
Classic match.
And JC was getting ready to head back to Huntsville, and so he's doing that, and I turn the game on, I see weather delay. I'm like, And then they showed a live shot in Pittsburgh. And, dude, it was pouring. Oh, no. It was the kind of pouring where, like, water is just flowing down the steps to go up to the stadium. And I said, well, that's going to be a minute. And then they showed, like, an aerial, and then lightning hit. And we're like, well, there's 30 more minutes right there.
Forget it.
And I'm thinking, hey, this is leaning up against bedtime now. I mean, it's getting late.
You at least want to see the kickoff. You ain't going to get that.
But finally they come out, and I go into the rivalry and the history between the Cowboys and the Steelers, and growing up how epic that was, and like you said earlier this hour, you picked one of them. You couldn't be for both. You were either all Cowboys, or all Steelers.
Yeah, I was a Steeler guy,
and
they would be in the Super Bowl against each other. And we'd all bet a quarter.
Right, and so I was wanting to see a little bit of it. And I knew Dallas was beat up. They had some of their main defensive guys out, and so I'm like, I wonder if this will happen or not. If Dallas will go in and beat them. And sure enough, I went to sleep. I couldn't. I saw 9:30, and I'm like, okay, I'm out.
No.
But I woke up and I see where Dak threw a touchdown with like maybe 20 seconds left.
It was about 2 a.m.
Yeah, really. I don't know the time. It was funny because I think Mike Tirica was on the call, and he said something about that. He was like, Sunday night or Monday morning, depending on when you're.
Right, you look at it.
But it was a late kick. I don't know when it ended, but I do see where the Cowboys won.
Oh, the Cowboys!
That was a tough win, but they won 20-17. And Sunday morning, they had that London game, and
I forgot about the London game.
Bubba's Vikings stay undefeated.
Wow!
They beat Aaron Rodgers and the Jets 23-17, and now they're 5-0.
Dang!
And I hate to even mention it to him, but
he don't want to talk about it. He don't want to put the mojo on.
No, I mean, golly. And I think the Jaguars and the Bears, they play in London. They're this coming Sunday's game. It's like 8:30 a.m. kickoff on the NFL Network. But anyway, I just kind of tuned it over because it was early, 8:30 a.m. on Sunday morning. I didn't get to watch all of it, but I just wanted to see how Bubba's Vikings were doing. And he was playing Aaron Rodgers and the Jets.
Vikings on fire.
5-0.
5-0. Bubba, he does not want to mojo it. He's going to ignore it. I don't blame him. I do not blame him.
Wow. And the other thing too is, and we've got to mention it, Talladega Super Speedway. The crowd was awesome. Did you see how many folks were there?
Did you see how close the finish was?
Yeah. Okay, we won't even say by a tire. Do we say by a fender?
Oh,
Stenhouse Jr. won.
That. I mean, it was. The overhead shot, you can see it playing today.
He held off Keselowski, right? Isn't that who he held off, or who was it? I thought it was, but it was literally by. His fender was between the wheel and the front of the car. Yeah. That's how close it was.
Yeah, it was real close.
So a great crowd too. I understand all weekend it was a good crowd.
Yeah, good weather too.
But the Yellowwood 500 was awesome, man. We'll take a break. The guys join us next. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. A brand new day on a brand new week, and here's a brand new show. This baby starts with the national anthem. Here we go. Seven and a half minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Speedy and Greg Burgess have already knocked out the kickoff hour, fresh from their appearance in Piedmont, Alabama over the weekend. You've heard an update on that from the kickoff hour. We'll revisit that going forward. Weekend stories today, your phone calls, and Eddie Van Adler now joining us. The YouTube experience takes another step now as he guides the way for the tubers catching us live or on the archive today. America's boldest radio stations, another live option. If you have an affiliate, say thank you. If you don't, the TuneIn app is another option for you. And then you also have audio archives every day on the Rick and Bubba podcast channel. Everybody's here but one, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome into another edition of Rick and Bubba. 30-plus years in the making, and we have you to thank for it.
And for Townsend Band, Smoke from a Distant Fire. Bubba, welcome back to another day. I believe, if everybody's keeping the count right, 48 Rick and Bubba shows left.
Thereabouts.
If I looked and tell you take.
We have a rocket scientist keeping up with that. I'm going to trust him.
Yeah, somewhere, because I think if you got to go to November, and there's only 3 days there. And I believe if you hit December 13th, that'd be 48 shows.
Yeah, I think that is correct.
So anyway.
So anything going over the weekend?
No, anything at all. We'll unpack that.
And you got to. I know this goes under the. You got to be kidding me.
Right.
Hurricane Milton now.
Mm-hmm.
Hurricane Milton.
Yeah.
Milton.
And it is going to hit Florida here in a day or two.
Yeah, Milton.
They've already declared it a state of emergency in Florida.
So they're predicting at least a 3.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe a 4.
What part? Tampa over there?
It's going to cut across the state, going west to east, almost make kind of a cross where the other one went north and south. So a little kind of Tampa down. Isn't that what they're predicting now?
Yeah.
So the Big Bend area looks safe right now, at least from a direct hit, but you'll have to deal with some other things, and so we'll be watching that. Wow, what a mess! And
that's crazy.
The cleanup in North Carolina and Tennessee and Georgia still going on. We get more and more footage now over the weekend as people have been able to get out and get footage. It is just incredible amount of devastation.
Yeah, it has been, and we got an update on that like y'all did yesterday at church and all. But once again, the thing that felt so great is we got an update and they showed all the various equipment. I didn't realize. I mean, I knew that the local church is always ready, but man, you look at some of the associations out there, some of the equipment that they have been able to. We all give to that fund.
Yeah,
man, they've got mobile showers, mobile kitchens. Yeah. They've got. Mobile washer and dryers. That's impressive. I mean, when they hit the community, baby, they get it done. Of course, the government's still standing around.
I got an email from someone who we've had on the show before, Darren Jarvis. You remember we did a charity charge with him, Refuel Ministries, and he goes to these disasters and cooks. He's got the big pot on all of the trailer. Yeah. And I got an email from him this weekend. He said they'd been in Valdosta cooking, and they're relocating to Asheville this week. He's got several other hams with him, and he said they think they're going to be out on the road deployed, if you would, for a month, 6 weeks at best right now.
Yeah, I saw one update. It was the Alabama Baptist Association, and they had these things I was talking about.
He's saying months now. I'm sorry.
And the person there that's kind of from our church that is head of the cooking in that area said they're talking about they've been doing 10,000 meals a day, and they're increasing to 14,000 and going to be at 18,000 by next week, or by this end of this week. So, I mean, but the beautiful thing is that's what the church is supposed to do, honestly, and it's okay to complain, but what we were never supposed to do as the church is to give our job to the government.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and see, when it's not working, one of the reasons I can just see God going, well, why? I didn't tell y'all to give that to them. That's your job. You're supposed to be out there taking care of people. That's not that's not the government's job. Benevolence was never the government's job.
Government has a role in this, but it's very clear that the local churches can do so much more. And I carry you back to one of the terrible tornadoes we had come through close to where our studio is in Oak Grove.
Yeah.
And we went out there, and FEMA was set up with a card table and forms to hand out.
Right.
And Church of the Highlands. And I'll give them all the props on this. They had literally built a store out of supplies.
Right.
They had used cases of water to build a store.
Yep.
And they had everything you needed, diapers, showering, water, everything, and it was free.
Yep.
You just come and get what you needed. They had volunteers. They had 18-wheelers restocking that literally around the clock. So I was very, very impressed.
Yeah.
That I saw that firsthand. That's not some report.
Yeah.
It's not Fox News. It's not whatever. I mean, we saw that firsthand.
Yeah. Yeah, and like I said, I saw that yesterday. They were sending all the footage of what they were doing, and you're right. The local church and all the association of local churches, they always do a better job. But frankly, that was our job. It was never the job of the government. So when you see the government messing it up, you think it was really intended the government should be taking our tax dollars and they should be doing other things. Mm-hmm. We're supposed to be giving and taking care of these kind of things, and the church does a better job anyway. So. Bubba and I have brought up this historic moment many times. James Madison was petitioned about the refugees from the overtaking of the kings and all this in France, the French Revolution. And people were coming to our shores, and they went to James Madison and said, "What are we going to do for them?" He said, "Not the government's job. Y'all take care of them. The government's not supposed to be in benevolence." And boy, once we let them take over benevolence, we knocked it out of gear and just said they'll handle it. And I've been to countries that have fully embraced that. And when you go to people saying, "Hey, I'm in a bind," you say, "Well, the government will take care of that." Matter of fact, if you're taking care of somebody in like France. And I just talked to a mission team from London over the weekend. They said the same thing there. It's such a government-run everything. When some private citizen comes over and says, "Let me fix that for you," they would think, "What's your angle? What do you want from me?" The government's supposed to do that. You're not supposed to be over doing that. And they think the government's the answer to everything.
Wow. Yeah, I was talking to a buddy of mine that lives outside of Asheville, and I did not elicit this response at all. I'm like, what's the response like? What have you seen? And I was like, "Have you seen FEMA?" He's like, "I honestly have not seen much of FEMA, but do you know who's doing a great job? Is the churches, man."
Of course.
And this is not a church guy. He's not necessarily a fan of churches.
Right.
And that was
this
what
might
he
make
said.
him one.
Right.
Yeah. And that's why we're supposed to be doing it.
He's like, "Dude, I've gone there the last 3 nights to get food as I'm cutting trees out of roads." That's his job.
Yeah,
so.
as FEMA standing around, like Bubba said, filling out forms, like I say, what I saw was you need to wash your clothes, here's this truck. Yep. You need a shower, here's this truck. You need food, go get in that line. And meanwhile, the government's standing around handing out forms. It's 16 minutes past the hour. More Rick and Bubba and a lot to cover coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
One of the things that we haven't talked about, and you and I have been on record from a professional standpoint, and that's strictly professional because we don't know him personally, but a guy who single-handedly saved AM radio and introduced us to a new era of a new kind of talk radio, which has become huge, and that pioneer is Rush Limbaugh. Agree with him or not? I know a lot of you can't stand him, and I get that. That's why we're all allowed to have our own opinions, and some of you don't like him for that, and I get that. But as far as his impact on the business of radio, you cannot ignore it, regardless of whether you agree with him or not.
I think he does a pretty good job.
But one of the things that's been kind of odd for him, for me, from a personal standpoint, is his inability to stay married, and he just got married again
for the 4th time,
which I wasn't. That kind of threw me a little bit because I didn't see that coming. And
especially like to an event coordinator he met at a golf tournament.
Well, now we'll tell you this. Now Rush has been the very best I've ever seen at divorcing quietly.
Yes,
boy, and I didn't know he was.
Yeah, right, and to keep that he hadn't had
keep
an
it all
ex-wife.
down home.
He's yet to have an ex-wife turn on him. Which means when the marriage ends, and you don't know what the reasons are. They may not. I mean, it may be. We don't know. So I don't know what the situation is. But obviously, and that's one thing that frustrates me too, because I can't seem to figure out what does Rush keep doing wrong. Because once you get to 4, you have to realize, hey, I'm in play here at some point.
I'm the common denominator. Am I that unlucky 4 times?
Either I make choices.
The Larry King rule.
Either I make poor choices, or I just don't do very well at this.
Yeah, the same for me.
And so
I love that. At some point, is it me?
Maybe I don't need to marry.
But so I started looking at this, and I, we all hope that everybody, not just Rush, can experience the type of marriages that we have, and I hope that for him very much. But when I started listening to it, just things about this marriage just kind of made me. Do a double take, and one of them is the fact that the music was provided by Elton John. Did that?
Are you serious?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't mean that bad. I'm saying I could not see Elton being a Rush fan.
I didn't either.
I'm sorry.
And Rush was talking about that. He said, "Now, if you think people are questioning me, you ought to be him." He said, He said his friends can't stand him for doing this.
Yeah.
What are you thinking?
So I found that to be. That just look. I'm not saying I don't like it. It's just
weird. The two don't. I agree. The two doesn't seem to go together.
It threw me a little bit.
There was all kind of contrast in this. And I heard Rush mention a little something about it the other day, but he, first off, you remember last time he was married.
That wasn't that long ago.
Well, Clarence Thomas performed the ceremony.
Right.
Supreme
Which
Court.
marriage made him go
Supreme
deaf?
Court Justice.
That was something.
Now, this time, it appears Reverend Ken Hutchison, who's the pastor of a megachurch in the Seattle area, and owns the distinction of being one of the nation's most ferocious condemners of gay marriage.
I know.
And
Elton's performing.
And then right after that, you have Elton John sing.
I would love
he brought his spouse with him.
I'd love to be backstage in the green room for that.
How about this?
Well, I think
how you doing?
I think I can explain it. I think I have a clear explanation on this. Now, Rush loves Elton because he was a DJ. And Elton John songs, and if you came along in the 70s, you know, he was, dare I say, the man. But
I think I would say the artist.
Yeah,
I would say the artist.
He has
the artist formerly known as the man.
He has a love for the
Bernie Taupin. No.
For the product that Elton John
Absolutely.
produced.
As do I. To a certain extent.
And so he wanted him to sing at the wedding. Now, you might ask, why would Elton John come to such an event like this?
I think we got the answer.
I think it's very simple. He was reportedly paid $1 million to come sing at the reception.
You know what?
And for that amount of money, Rush looked over obvious disagreements he had with Elton because he liked his music, and Elton looked over obvious disagreements that he had with Rush because of the payment. Right. And he went and sang, and there you go.
What did he sing? Does anybody know?
I got to tell you something. For $1 million, I may sing Bryan Adams' "Everything I Do for You" at Al Gore's next wedding.
Yes.
Rick, for what? Rick, I would sing at Hugo Chavez's wedding. I promise I would.
Everything I do. Are you Danny Glover?
I would consider singing those songs.
Yeah, I would.
Thank you for being with us. Here we go. 22 minutes past the hour. Active week. When you start a brand new week, you go, all right, everybody get on the field. Here's what's happening this week. So let me run down a pretty active week coming up this Thursday. Crestview, Florida. Bubba mentioned Florida, but that's over on the Panhandle. Crestview, Florida, First Baptist Church. Tony Cooper. We've had Tony on the show many times. So good to have him in semi-retirement as part of our speakers crew that goes out for man churches. First Baptist Church, Crestview, they do the whole strategy. Been doing it for years. Your chance to plug into one of our curriculum. Tony Cooper will be bringing the message for their latest man church. That's Thursday night. Find those details at themanchurch.com. Bubba, here's one that I'm wondering about. Also coming up on Thursday in Birmingham, Alabama, Lakeside Baptist Church. Now, when I think about the guys out there and who's speaking there, guys, remember this is about going in, getting into the curriculum, hearing a great message. But guess who's speaking Thursday night in Birmingham?
Who's that?
Steve Shaw.
Is he really?
Can you imagine? Steve Shaw is speaking at Lakeside. This is
you don't need to get any haters up now.
Right, guys. Those of you that don't get that joke, Steve is in. Is he still in charge of the SEC officials?
I think maybe more than that.
And he has a lot of. He's told all of us so many funny stories about being an official in the Gulf South Conference when Dad was coaching. As a matter of fact, one of Dad's most famous interactions with an official was with Steve Shaw and his crew at Delta State in Cleveland, Mississippi. But anyway, so Steve Shaw will be your speaker at the next Man Church. That's in Birmingham at Lakeside Baptist Church, and then you'll go into the curriculum. And then I have the honor of going to Tallapoosa, Georgia, coming up on Saturday night, Providence Baptist Church. They're having their men's event. They've got food at 4:30, and then the event after. There's still tickets available for that. The link is there at themanchurch.com and burgessministries.com under upcoming events. And then What's Eating Scott Gorosky, Sunday night, Twickenham Church of Christ, Huntsville, Alabama. Scott Gorosky will be speaking there. So there is 1, 2, 3, 4 things going on this week involving men's ministry and the things we do with themanchurch.com. So find all those details and go out and participate. So, Bubba, this past weekend, I know that there's a lot to discuss, And Monday, for those of you that, may be new to the show, or maybe, Monday can be a little football heavy here because there's a lot to cover. And we love college football. You won't hear us talk about the NFL a whole lot as much as we do college football. The weekend for me was the continuation of birthday celebration, and Sherry and I just went down to the farm and stayed there. I mean, I did get the HDMI cord that Super Tom, the engineer, gave me. Good. So I got the TV working again at Camp House, but I never did get in front of it as far as football was concerned. Sherry, you know how it is. It's
you missed some.
It's a great problem to have. But when I love our farm, and it's meant so much to our family, and it's a very, very special place to us. We don't get there near as much as I want to, and when you get there, sometimes relaxing and just chilling turns into, we got trees down over here. Hey, you know what?
Work, man. A farm is work.
We need to look at that. Oh my goodness, this isn't working. Right. Hey, what about that? So Sherry and I spend a lot of time just kind of getting everything. It's funny, by the time we get it back till you could sit down and relax, it's time to go home.
Right.
And you're worn out.
I'm really good with this 3-day weekend thing that they've kicked around in Europe. I think I would be much more effective during the week.
But anyway, so I didn't see.
How many times do you just need one more day?
Right, yeah.
One more day.
So I'm like the rest of you. You're exactly right on that. So I was that guy that was standing there, and we did have a few friends that came down late on Saturday, something we'd planned a long time ago as part of it. It was just a couple of couples that we go to church with. And it's like, I was like a lot of you. I didn't think there was any need to check on the phone because I surely knew who was going to win, who was going to lose.
Right.
Yeah, there was no need.
Yeah, there was pretty clear cut.
There was no reason to even look. And then all of a sudden there was that first moment where somebody in our group, one of the husbands, looked at me and said, I think Vandy just beat Alabama. And I said, hey, come on, man. And I thought to myself, we're Baptists. Nobody's drinking, are they? And so
somebody's stepping outside, sipping on something.
Yeah, and I started laughing. And I said, can you imagine if that was true? He goes, no, I think it is true, Rick.
Yeah,
I said,
fooling.
Wouldn't that be funny? And he goes, I'm looking at my phone right now. Everybody pull this up. I think Vandy just beat Alabama. And I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Now, I was so caught in that, I just almost didn't even notice Arkansas beating Tennessee till later. That finally came to the surface. But wow, I don't even now. Of course, we've been bombarded with will we hear from Nadmeyer today?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was flipping around watching the games, and I saw the score early, and I thought, well, just out of the gate a little slow. They'll fix it. And then I saw at halftime, I thought, wow, Vandy hanging in there. And I started watching more in the second half. I was flipping around between about 4 different games. And, wow, hey, Vandy just got after the Tide. I mean, got after it.
Yeah, like I say, y'all are going to have to tell me about it. Because, I mean, obviously by now I've seen highlights of, hey, this happened. But, I don't know hardly anything about how it all happened other than – I know that little quarterback, and I can't pronounce his name, but
Diego.
Okay,
it's like San Diego.
What's that last name?
Pavis.
How you say that? Pavia.
It's Pavia.
That's how they're
Diego
saying.
Pavia.
Yeah.
That little scrappy son of a gun, and of course he came on the scene last year.
Now, he doesn't look like a quarterback either. He's a little thicker than most quarterbacks would be.
He doesn't look athletic at all.
Scrappy.
But he can dig.
The last thing I said, do you remember the last thing I said was somebody asked me, they said, it was, I guess, on Friday about the game. And I said, well, now Vanderbilt this year, they're scrappy. And that's all I said. Now, I didn't expect them to win.
Yeah,
they got a new first-year coach, too. Or I guess it's his first year, isn't it? First or second. And
I know
all I could think of was Keith Aberstadt during all of that.
Me
you remember
too.
the long-time suffering Door fan?
I thought the same thing.
I wonder if he was one of them carrying the goalpost down the street to throw it in the Cumberland River.
I saw that, and all I could think of was how many Vandy fans wish they hadn't sold their tickets to Bama fans.
Yeah, I mean, I think Alabama had more fans than they did.
Oh, they always did.
And Vandy, they've announced the SEC office they're getting fined $100,000 for their first offense of storming the field.
Yeah, it was worth every bit of it.
If you've seen the pictures of them going through Nashville, headed to the river with a goalpost,
I haven't seen any of that. I did see the quote from Saban during game day.
Oh, and they were playing it on the Jumbotron at the end of the game.
Right. Yeah.
But
he was right.
Into that.
Yeah. He was right. Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
Anytime you have kids that are in college, if they are pursuing you on the phone, it's never good.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, because trying to keep in touch with them. They love you. It's a different deal. I love you too. They take care of the appropriate stuff. Now you can call them and have an outstanding conversation from time to time. But if you see them pursuing you, it's going to be about money. I mean, there's no doubt about it. It's something happened at college. I owe something. I forgot something. I need this. What happened here? And so I was in a meeting yesterday, and I looked down at my phone and I noticed my oldest son is home from college for a few days. He goes back today, probably on his way back now. Probably listening. And I noticed that he called me once, and I said, "Well, that's not a big deal." And I do ignore, and I'm sitting there listening at the meeting. I'm in a meeting, and I thought, well, that could be a simple "How about you" call. Okay, how about you? But there's always something for him to call. Then I see a call again. I'm talking about immediately after that call, and I went, "Oh boy." So then I go under the table while I'm trying to act like I'm paying attention at this meeting, and I text in meeting, "What's up?" And then I sit there and I go, that ought to do it. And then I'll sit, and I look down. Now picture trying to keep a straight face in a meeting when you see the following. I am at a restaurant and they've rejected my debit card, can't pay for my lunch.
You let him soak?
And I sit back and I said, I can't deal with that till 2:45.
You could have just typed in wash dishes.
Right.
Yeah.
So look at it.
No. Hog and jog.
Now listen. When I give him the 2:45, it's like 2:10, 2:15. I mean, I can't. There's people depending on me in this meeting. There's a lot going on.
How about meetings? They're good.
They're fun. And so now you're sitting there, and I starting to chuckle because I mean he is he's about 6'3.5", about 280, and eats like an army. And I think to myself, he's eating so much he can't even pay for it. And so
you can't pay.
Yeah, so so we finally wrap it up, and I get out, and I said, what are you doing? And he's got bad cell, because Greg has got an iPhone, and you can't hear him. And I'm like, I said, what is going on there? And he tells me he's at one of our favorite restaurants, and that we love, and it's one of his favorites. Now this is how much this kid likes to eat. He's very much like his father. He's there by himself. He hasn't gone with family members.
It's not a social event.
He's not there with friends.
I'm just hungry.
He's by himself in there eating.
Well, look quiet for the storm of getting ready for this game.
And first of all, I'm thinking to myself,
Rick, let the SEC champ eat. Come on.
Yeah. And look, and then I start thinking to myself, how can he be? Then all of a sudden the real problem hits me. How can he be out of money? How can that be? I mean, we're halfway through the month.
A debit card, I mean, he should have money in his account, right?
Yeah, right. Well, they told him he didn't. So not enough for that. So so then I'm
running it a little close to empty.
So then I go, and then I love this, and this is the parent's dream. I said, well, buddy, nothing I can do about it. I'm going to get your brothers at school. Sherry's got this going. Hey, everybody else in the family's at work. Your sister's in Philadelphia. I don't know what to do for you. And he just sits there, and I said, "You're just gonna have to work it out." And he's like, "What,
Rick?"
And
you didn't get anybody on the phone.
And that's kind of what I did to Greg this morning when he couldn't get in because he locked his keys in his office.
Left me outside.
I acted like I couldn't find it.
I love doing that, don't you? So then I said,
game we played.
I said, "There's nothing I can't get there. You're either gonna have to stay there, and live there." He said, "Dad, I've been like hiding, sitting in the booth for like 45 minutes." He said, "I don't even know what to do." I said,
So you mean he's acted like he's still eating?
Yeah,
because he was real.
And he's still running the bill.
Yeah, and I said, "What? Would they bring you another stack of loaf bread? Just keep eating." So anyway, I said, "Can I talk?" We know the place there, and I said, "Can I talk to the manager? If the guy that I know is there, let me talk to him." So he gets on, and this guy's laughing, and this is what gets even funnier, okay? So he goes, Rick, I would help your son out. You know that. I said, absolutely, I know that. I said, but let's teach him a lesson. He said, no, it ain't about teaching a lesson. He said, I'm an Auburn booster. He said, and I ain't giving him a free lunch.
No. That's true. Not today.
I said, good call.
There's going to be somebody in the trees across the street.
Aha! Aha! So I called Cam Newton's dad, and he took care of it. I'm joking. It is 35 minutes past the hour. Some of you right now, check 1, 2, check testing for your everyday earbuds from Raycon. If you don't have your earbuds, checking 1, 2 for Raycon. There's nothing more frustrating than when an everyday item you depend on doesn't work. You know, that doesn't cause the kind of, you know what doesn't cause that kind of fuss? Yeah, everyday earbuds. They're made for you to wear them every day. They make every day easier. They work every time they update the product. They add new features. They make them easier to use. 32-hour battery life, multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once. They're available in a variety of vibrant new colors to complement any and all skin tones, too. They all sound great. But how about this? They sound even better now than they have even at the beginning because they keep improving on them. The quality on these guys rivals some of the biggest names in premium audio. And with a 30-day happiness guarantee, you need to make a plan to keep them for a long time. But I'm going to tell you this. If you need to make a return, it's simple. Okay? I mean, these things are great. But let's say something happens. I mean, you need to return them. You certainly can. Buy Raycon.com/BigBox today. Get 20 to 50% off site-wide. That's right. You'll get up to 50% off everything on the website when you go to buyraycon.com/BigBox. You'll also find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Now, keep in mind, this 20 to 50% off, that's on top of the fact that the premium everyday earbuds are about half the price of the other brands in their same category. So take advantage of that now. So, all right, I know we have a lot to unpack, and we still gathering things to videos to play, highlights, and all that. But we were talking about
it's just hard to pass on the crimson elephant in the room.
Right now, Speedy has feelers out for Nadmeyer and his family. Look, we have learned in the past, I know some of you are getting your hopes up that we'll hear from him today, but I just want you to know, if we look at the past 31 years, and this is a rare day, the Nadmeyers rarely face a defeat. This one is ugly as any that Dickey's had to face.
Yeah, I think in recent times.
Yeah,
for sure.
A loss to Vandy in the SEC is just it's another kind of SEC loss, and so they said that some people are saying that the NCAA has given Vandy a discount because they even all their fans on the field, it's not like other stadiums when they're full, so they're actually only going to charge them $50,000 because of the small size of Vandy fans.
It didn't really hurt the grass.
They said they counted 30 at one point.
It was kind of strange as they stormed the field that half the stadium was already empty.
You're right, because
that's a good point.
The Bama fans had
Yeah,
left.
yeah, that was it was really odd looking.
They did have one Vandy person say that they thought it was baseball season.
Yeah.
But Rick, you were talking about you were being at the farm, Bubba. You were kind of paying attention to it, and you were trying to figure it out, Rick, and we were trying to figure it out. Leaving the crap run, we're like, what's the score? Because when we met,
we're fixing to fire the horn off to start the event.
We met at Jacksonville State and rode the last 30 minutes together, and we both got out of the truck and we went, Bama. Like, what's going on? But we both got out of the truck for the crap run going, oh, they'll wake up in the second half, and they'll run away with it.
First series, second half. We said, here we go.
And then all of a sudden, it's minutes before the race and starts where we were, and everybody's like, have you seen the score? There's 2 minutes left, and they're losing. And I'm like, what? Mm-hmm. What are you talking about? So the news breaks, and we're trying to make sense of it all, and then we're leaving, and I check and I have tons of notifications about goalposts being carried through Music City Row or downtown, I should say. Broadway, thank you. And I'm like, what are you talking about? And 3 miles they carried that thing over their head, dumped it in the river.
You know, well, I don't know.
Not sure why we got dumped.
I don't know.
Well, you guys are updating me, and I kept hearing this too. I will say this, and we're all huge fans. Of course, Greg and I were raised in it of the option offense and running quarterbacks. They're real difficult when you have to play a running quarterback that's real heady and can also run an option and can throw out of it. When you have one that can do that, they are problematic for everybody if you can just have any form of blocking of any kind. And apparently, because when you see that Alabama scored 35 points against Vandy and lost, just let that sit a minute. Alabama scored 35 points against Vanderbilt and lost 40-35.
Have you seen the time of possession?
They couldn't get the offense under control, and from what I'm gathered is that Alabama never led the game ever.
They didn't, and Vandy had the ball, I think, for 42 minutes of the 60. So that was their game plan: keep them off the field, and that's one of the things the option allows you to do. And plus, Diego not only has quite a vocabulary, but he's also a very good passer, and he threaded the needle on a few throws that, especially one at the end of the game, that you underthrow that 6 inches, it could be a pick six.
So some of the bigger stories that I keep hearing about at church Sunday, somebody said, "Did you see the quarterback for Vandy do a testimony to all the glory to God and then drop an F-bomb right after?"
He did.
Yeah,
and
I saw that.
I said, I did not. And I said, so you mean like something? He goes, they said, no, like it was almost like it was part of the speech.
It was.
And,
it was actually part of it.
And I
it was
said,
the ending.
And one of y'all said he has issued an apology for this.
Oh, did he?
Okay. Apparently, he went from giving all glory to God to that Vandy is blank and turnt.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
Sure did.
I'll try to find you the exact quote here for
that one.
Okay.
Did you be able to read
somebody said that Diego Pavia is and now the governor of Alabama because he's beat all of our teams.
Okay, he owns the state.
Right.
He's beat Auburn, Alabama, and Jack State.
Right. Of course, all I can think
Jack
about.
Jack State played him closer than anybody.
All I can think about when you see the quarterback play at Auburn, didn't Hugh Freeze watch him like right in front of him on the sideline, dismantle Auburn, and then decide to take a pass on him when he got in the transfer portal?
I don't know if he passed on him officially, but he definitely saw him up close. Well, in a very embarrassing loss to New Mexico.
I don't mean any disrespect, but I'm just saying, am I led to believe that this quarterback overlooked all his other offers and went to Vandy in the SEC?
I don't. I really don't know his story.
Right? Maybe he did. Maybe
he may not have had a lot of.
Right. That's the point I'm making. Which means why not? Why not?
Yeah.
Especially if you are looking for a quarterback.
There was a good one. Story after the game. He didn't get a lot of offers, by the way. I think didn't he walk on at New Mexico State?
Yeah, I don't think he ever got recruited.
Yeah, he was at a smaller college and then went to there. Yeah. But what I'm saying is, if I'm looking for a quarterback and he's like, I could touch him. Like there were times he was probably ran right by me, get pick up another first down. And I'm looking for a quarterback, and he jumps in the portal, and I'm like, well, I've seen this kid play.
And I bet he don't.
He
cost
completely
a lot.
dismantled us. Wouldn't I take a look?
Now.
Yeah.
I guess Rick, he probably doesn't look the quarterback part as much as what some of the stereotypical quarterbacks
get him for a great deal.
40 points on Bama though looks pretty good.
I can't argue with that.
Can't
argue with that.
Did y'all see the footage?
Again, he's done a lot of damage to teams in our state.
The footage of Lane Kiffin at his press conference. He gets to watching the Alabama.
We have
game.
that too today. We'll have to look at
his press conference. He starts watching Alabama.
Yeah, and I know
we'll have footage of that and the goalpost.
I know right now a lot of you are Tennessee fans and you're thankful for Alabama's loss because it's overshadowing yours.
Yeah.
Yes.
But that and Arkansas again.
Arkansas's been close.
No, let me tell you. I heard someone. I can't take credit for this, and I don't know their names, or I would give you credit. And y'all were right. So I was on my way to church on Sunday morning, and Sherry and I were in different vehicles. So I was like on my way there, and I thought, well, let me see if I can get a recap on everything that happened since I didn't see any of it. And there was a sports group, and I don't know who they were. And they said what I hope everybody realizes now with all the changes in college football. They said this is the NFL now. which means you may be playing a team that's terrible, but everybody has dangerous players now because of the portal.
Yep.
So you're going to start waking up like you're going to see things like the perfect example. You'll have a NFL team that has no wins, and they'll beat the team that's leading the division.
Right. Are you talking about the Vikings again?
No, did that happen?
No,
they 5-0.
Okay, but what I'm talking about,
it ain't December yet. Everybody calm down.
Example: did the Raiders beat the Ravens?
No,
they didn't play
no,
this
but I'm
past
just saying
week.
that would be an example.
Okay.
I'm saying I don't know if that happened, but
I got
all of
you.
a sudden you're sitting there and there's the terrible Raiders. You think they're terrible, but they still have some of the best football players in the world.
Of course they do.
And then all of a sudden they'll rise up and beat Baltimore in Baltimore. You know what I mean, on a given Sunday, and you're kind of like,
Happens
oh
every
wow.
week.
And what they're saying is now college football is going to be that way.
Yeah.
You're thinking there's
more than ever. Yeah.
And they use Tennessee,
You're right.
Arkansas, and Vanderbilt, Alabama as examples. With the transfer portal, basically people are putting together all-star teams every year. And so you're sitting there and you can be rolling.
It's travel ball now.
Yeah, there's no longer do you go, we've got 5 and 4 stars and you've got 2 and 3 stars, so we're going to dominate you every time we come here. Now you go, I've got 4 and 5 stars, and they go, we may not have as many, but we got some too.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody's got dangerous players now. And on any given Saturday, somebody can put together a problem for you.
You're right.
I don't care who they are.
Yeah.
Yeah, teams that you normally would overmatch.
Right, not
suddenly
anymore.
have better players.
So they were actually saying you can talk all you want to about the transfer portal and paying players, but it sure has even the playing field. And some people thought it would cause the rich to get richer, but not necessarily, because there's only so many slots you can fill, and if people don't start, they'll leave.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
They won't sit on the sideline for you anymore. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba's worst nightmare. A Chinatown is gripped with fear.
No, Rick, I want to be clear. My worst fear, and it's a recurring dream I've had since I was a kid, is I go to this buffet and I pay my money and I go up to the buffet and all the trays are empty and I go look in the kitchen, nobody's there. That is my worst nightmare.
All right, well, your second worst.
Okay, yeah, here we go.
Your second worst.
Residents of a township in southwest China have been running scared, Rick, after more than 160 cobras escaped from an illegal breeding laboratory, state media said on Thursday. Yeah. Can you imagine how much hissing you got when you flip the lights off there?
Oh, Bubba.
People in the township, in the huge municipality area, have found that the deadly snakes, they have found them in outdoor toilets, kitchens, on the street since they escaped earlier this month.
Oh, no.
The other day, they had just gone to the toilet when they heard a loud scream. A girl came running out trying to hike up her pants after coming face-to-face with a cobra, according to the local newspaper.
Boy, that is a trip to the bathroom you won't ever forget.
The villager is identified.
They did say the fact that the cobra was instantly hypnotized may have saved her life.
Right. The villager, identified as Cao Yong, has admitted to raising over 1,900 cobras in an unlicensed breeding center in an abandoned schoolhouse.
You crazy, idiotic Chinese man. What's wrong with Cao Yong?
It is not clear if he has been arrested yet or not. Most of the 160 cobras have either been caught or killed by villagers, but 5 or 6 remain unaccounted for, according to the paper. Local health officials have sent doses of anti-venom to the township to help with potential snake bites.
I told you I never liked Cao Yong. He weird. What's your problem with Cao Yong? He's so strange. I told you.
I'm still trying to imagine the young lady running down the street trying to hike her pants up, screaming, "I have just seen a cobra."
I know. There's so many horrifying jokes you can make there.
Sure.
And every one of them is inappropriate.
Mm-hmm. The cobra, too, of all snakes, it's really an evil-looking thing.
You crazy lady, what you run? Pull your pants up. What you run from?
I like the way they phrased it.
She said cobra.
Trying to hike her pants up,
right.
Which I knew exactly what she meant, but I thought that was our slang.
Mm-hmm.
Hike your drawers up.
I'm gonna tell you one thing: if you go to the toilet and you see that evil cobra coming up out of there, you better get your pants up.
That's a nightmare.
Good gracious! I'm gonna tell y'all this, and I'll just be straight up. I'm just gonna be.
When they make that hood, they flatten it out like they're all serious. They got their logo on
even
the back.
got a logo on.
I know. How about a snake with its own logo?
How they pull
that
that
is something.
I don't like snake. I got that logo, so I kill you.
Still, one of my favorite shows of all time, Ricky Tikki Tavi.
Ricky Tikki Tavi.
Oh boy!
Somebody need to get Ricky Tikki Tavi kill Kai Young.
I'd like a pet mongoose or two.
Mm-hmm.
They dig a lot of holes, I know. You fall in them, break your leg, but at least there's no snake in it.
I went to school with Kai Young. I told you he's strange.
They said he started out with just a corn snake as a pet.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Puff.
Puff Adler.
Puff Adler.
And cobras, too. They're on my list of worst snake to encounter.
Oh, yeah.
Well, to me, I don't.
Flathead,
for some reason, I don't think of them as. They're not as scary as some of them.
What?
Well, not in the biting cat. Well,
when they rear up and they do this right here.
Look,
come on, anything that dances to a flute.
Look, the flat head thing is a neat trick. I give you that with logo
the
on back.
tattoo, yeah.
How about they get up there and they start swaying back and forth? So I'm gonna get you.
To me, the rattlesnake still that old sound is the worst. I hate that.
I
sound.
don't like the thickness of the rattlesnake. He looks so thick and dangerous.
Thick.
He's
fat.
The timber rattler's
Bubba,
thick.
you're telling me that doesn't look scary.
Well, yeah, it does, but I still.
Good gracious, Bubba.
See, I don't like that head.
To me, I think Satan may have been a cobra.
You think?
Man, he's kind of looked like.
So what about the spitting?
Let me get this right.
That's
Helmsy,
what I was
you'd
going to
rather
say.
get beat by this.
The scariest thing to me about the cobra is the fact it can spit and knock your eyes out at 20 foot.
In Kai Young, we all had to wear safety glasses because that stupid Kai Young.
Well, Mr. Yarber used to get after him for cobras. Remember, he'd get them out.
Oh, I didn't like it at all.
And by the way, how did this guy have time to raise cobras on the side? Shouldn't he get back down to the factory and make iPhones?
Somebody call Steve Jobs, tell him we got crazy Kai Young. Thank you for being with us as we move through another one. Welcome back to a brand new day on a brand new week of the Rick and Bubba Show. We'll get to some of your phone calls coming up. We have put out some feelers for Dickie Nadmeyer. We'll see. No telling what we may get there. So a couple of things from the weekend. We do have some of these clips that we've been talking about. Do you want to get some of this stuff from the biggest upset of the weekend? Now, the Arkansas upset was a little bit unexpected, but Arkansas, that was not a good team. That's not like Vandy beating Bama. It just isn't. Even though I know it's and it shows you that you've never seen people so thrilled with a 12-team playoff than Tennessee and Alabama fans today.
Yeah. Too, we've talked about it many times.
And Georgia fans last
It's only one step from the penthouse to the outhouse.
Yep.
And for Coach DeBoer,
mm-hmm.
and I hate it for him because in his first season, he had one of the biggest wins in Alabama's history over Georgia, and they went to number one, and then one of the biggest losses all within a 7-day period. Mm-hmm. So it's just a
That's
short
the life
step,
of coaching, but they get paid
That's
well
why
for it.
they get them big contracts.
They get paid well for it, and good for them, because people will love you one week, and then they'll get rid of you the next. And as Dad taught us, they'll get rid of you and then bring you back and name the field after you. When they need the PR again. All right.
So what have you done for me lately?
Right. We'll call you when we need you. So here we go. This was 3 weeks ago. When Nick Saban said this, 10A, we'll do the 10s here, Adler. It was kind of portrayed like he said it this past Saturday when I first started seeing it, but he actually said this 3 weeks ago when talking about how difficult it is to play on the road in the SEC, except for one place. So here we go.
Get in. But the only place you play in the SEC that's not hard to play is Vanderbilt. Because when you play at Vanderbilt, you have more fans there than they have. And that's no disrespect to them. It's just the truth.
Hey,
when we played in Nashville, we had more fans, Alabama fans, than what they had Vanderbilt fans.
Yeah, Nashville's a great city to go visit, too. It's like the Vegas of the Midwest. So if there's an away game, it's certainly a good place to kind of go take a weekend trip to.
Yeah, and a lot of people do that. But
what he said was true.
It is true. And that's why you said, Bubba, that it was half empty when the celebration was going on because most of that was Bama fans that left. When this, a lot of people are talking about Malachi Moore, number 13 defensive back for Alabama. He had a meltdown.
See him here.
Yeah, so we're looking at it right now.
Mouthpiece.
So is this them, Vandy running the clock out?
Yeah, they're in victory formation. Now watch the referee place the ball, Rick, and watch 13 go up and just kick it right out from under.
We're looking at it right now. So he's really upset, isn't he?
He's looking at the clock. He's still fired up. See his arm. Look, just kicks it.
Wow.
With 3 referees standing there looking at it.
Wow.
I mean, now if you kick it somewhere else on the field, you might get away with it, but you can't have 3 referees marking the ball and kick it. That cost them 15.
Yeah, and I see that the
firing off.
defensive line for Alabama is still firing off, and I know that almost got you see the referees going to the offensive line for Vandy, and they're kind of policing.
That right there is ridiculous.
Well, you know, he will be disciplined, I'm sure. And
I was told that someone had tweeted out that was actually at the game and said what you didn't see was they were trying to pull him out of the game because the way he was acting, he wouldn't come out. That he ignored the coaches. They were at the hash telling him to come off, and he wouldn't come out.
So I don't know how.
How do you think Saban handled that? You think
well, people are saying he would be at Last Chance U, that player.
Yeah, he would.
He would. He'd get to go to a junior college in Mississippi and see if he can work his way back.
He acted like a child. You know?
Yeah.
My goodness.
Why Malachi crying? But you know what?
Here they are trying to send somebody in to replace him.
Yeah,
that's what Greg was talking about.
Greg was talking about. Yeah,
and he wouldn't go.
Yeah.
Oh no. Look.
So 18's coming in to replace him. You know what I feel bad about too, because I've been there. If that's your kid, 18, you're like, hey, he's gonna get on the field, and then all of a sudden this guy sends him back.
look, the coach is coming out.
Yeah.
Telling him to come off. Look at him telling him to come off.
Oh, no.
Hey,
no, sir. No, sir. Oh, no.
I know a lot of coaches that would have got him off the field, and it would have put people into therapy.
Yeah. And you definitely wouldn't have seen him the next week.
He is ignoring the coaches.
Oh, no.
How disrespect. Got a lot of respect for him, looks like. No.
Oh, my gracious alive.
No.
Who they host South Carolina next?
Oh.
He wouldn't be on the field.
Oh, and
he might not be. He might not be.
Malachi less.
You're right. So,
no, you know how we do that. I heard some of the people they were doing this. Well, it's just because he was passionate. At least he cares. No, he's acting like a brat.
Well, everybody cares. It's just you don't ignore. The coaches are on the numbers,
look right there,
screaming for him to come off, and
motioning him to come off.
He's jabbing at him and walks off and disrespects
just turns his back and walks down the field.
Man, that's tough. Right there.
You must not know about me.
Good night. He might have had his time there, but I have a feeling he's going to be disciplined.
Oh no. Here's Vandy's head coach talking about the win. Does anybody want to argue this is the biggest win in Vanderbilt football history?
Absolutely. You're right. This is him on the field, so it's mania around
here we go.
Country, what is going through your mind right now?
Too much to express right now. I'm proud of our team. I believe in our team. I believe in what we're building. There's more for us than this. This isn't the finish point, but it's a hell of an arrival for tonight. We'll celebrate it. I love this university. I love this team. Let's go get some more.
You've talked about...
There you go.
And he talked about rebuilding the program, Rick, and saying that every decision they make is toward getting a win.
There you go.
That we're going to focus on wins, W's every Saturday, and every decision we're going to make is going to feed into that. Do we have the quarterback interview?
Yeah, we do. Here it is.
No, you hadn't seen it.
Here's him experiencing it, and Adler says he'll stop it before he cusses. So here we go.
I will.
God gave me a vision when I was a little kid, and he don't let that. And he promises it's God's time. Like, I'm super thankful for guys like Eli Stowers. Man, that kid's incredible. The rest of our team, look at it.
All right, and we'll just leave it there.
Okay,
you didn't say anything else.
So then that's when so it really was right in the interview, wasn't it?
It was right then.
Rick, he's one of these guys, though, they win no matter what their situation is, like Brett Favre was. He always was able to win no matter what was around him. And I wouldn't bet against this guy, I tell you. He's a winner.
Turned.
He's turned.
He is turned.
Yeah.
Vandy is turned.
A lot of passion.
Sure.
Yep.
He just cares, you know?
Yeah, a lot of passion.
Yeah. I know this is sensitive to a lot of people, but on the lighter side of things, Lane Kiffin stopped his press conference coming out of the next side of the break. We got to play that.
So Lane Kiffin looked up and saw.
Totally distracted by the end of the game.
Well, he was probably like the rest of us. We really didn't pay much attention to this game.
Yeah, no.
And then before you knew it, everybody was telling us, "Are you missing this?" And I'm like, "Sadly, yes." Sadly, yes. Top of the hour. We'll also try to find Nadmeyer next hour as well.
Oh boy.
Top of the hour. We'll be right back. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, you yourself may be experiencing this, but more likely it's a loved one. Anytime you have someone that is experiencing hearing loss, you begin to lose them as a member of the family. And we went through this with Dad when he was still with us. When he started losing his hearing, I mean, all these great stories and him participating with the family started becoming less and less because you couldn't hear what was going on. Now, I will tell you, when you go, okay, we understand the problem, but then you start going to try to go to these clinics and get hearing aids, and you're like, my goodness, we just can't afford those. I mean, before MD Hearing, there were people all over, and maybe you're one of them, you haven't heard about them, that said, we would love to change the situation we're in, but we can't afford it. Well, you can now. How about we're going to get you a price that's about 90%, even more than 90% less than clinic hearing aids. That is correct. MD Hearing. MD Hearing is an FDA-registered rechargeable hearing aid that costs a fraction of what typical hearing aids cost. I always get follow-up on this, people needing the website. So I want you to get this right. Go to shopmdhearing.com. Shopmdhearing.com. Use the promo code Bubba. Get a pair of hearing aids for $297. Plus, they're adding a free extra charging case. That's a $100 value just because that you are part of the Rick and Bubba Show. That is shopmdhearing.com. Use the promo code Bubba. Get a pair of hearing aids for just $297, okay? And they recently cut that price in half. That means you're getting high-quality rechargeable digital hearing aids for only $297 a pair. So once again, shopmdhearing.com. Use the promo code Bubba. From Auburn University, we have another mascot today. This is their official 6-time national champion mascot, Albie.
He's getting loose.
Did you see that he took his sweatsuit off and now he has on Under Armour? I'm talking about that tight, skin-tight stuff that... And,
he's working it, too.
He is. And he said he wanted to wear what they wore at the Combine.
Right.
He wanted the same outfit on. So he has.
He's looking very sleek and very fast.
All right, let's see if and he's requested this to fire himself up. There he goes. Let's see. Now he's working out. Now, see how he immediately went in his mode.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, you can't keep him. You can't make a mascot stand still during their fights. I mean, they can't do it if they wanted to. You know. All right. So.
The wonderful thing about figures is figures are wonderful things.
All right.
The tops are made of the rubber.
Look, he's mad. Okay, he's all right. You know, you don't bring another tiger.
Speedy, is he loose? Do you feel like he's loose?
I do. I feel like he's loose. I feel like he's ready. Of course, I can't ask him. Could I have the spokesman again? And what's your name, ma'am?
My name's Rebecca.
Rebecca. So you feel like he's focused and ready?
Well, he looks focused.
He's been focused the past few days. He's ready to go.
Okay, Helmsy, will you walk him to the start line and he's going to tell you where you need to start.
Look
okay?
at that outfit.
Now, are you ready to go, young man? Okay.
Young Tiger.
Yes. Okay.
Young Tiger.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
He's going. There he goes. Look at him. He's walking
focus.
away.
I mean, he's walking like he's a tiger on a mission.
Look at him. He's walking away from us.
Now, he does have the full-blown mascot feet. We have talked about
tell
that.
Albie that Coach Chiswick has already called, wants to know a report.
He does, by the way. And you know what he knows today is he also got a call from his in-state rival that Big Al's coming.
I know.
As soon as this is done, and it may not, and who knows? I mean, an elephant could show up in any minute, but I know that Speedy's booked Big Al to come as well, because as soon as he heard that Albee was running, then that was it.
Oh, he has to.
Yeah.
So, all right, so he's at the start-finish line. He looks like he's ready to go,
And when Helmsy gets set back up, recovering from gallbladder surgery, by the way.
Yes, amazing that yesterday he was in surgery.
All right, so he will start his time on Albee's movement. Is that correct?
Yes, Albee. Hey, I know you're talking to yourself in the window reflection. he was pumping himself up.
He knows he looks good in his underarm. Look at it.
Albee, we're going to go off your movement, okay? So we're going to start when you move.
Please,
is that good with you?
Do you see what's happening?
Okay.
Do you see it?
I do.
Yeah, okay.
All right, you got to keep running. Look,
he's
I want
getting
you to
down
run
in the blocks.
all the way down here, and where you were stretching, right here is where the finish line is, okay? All right, so we're ready to go. All right, Albee is down on one knee.
Don't hit the cameraman.
He's down on one knee. He's in a three-point stance.
Oh, he's going to come out of the blocks. He's going to come out of the blocks.
All right, we're ready to go whenever you are. Going off your movement, Albee.
Wearing a headband and an underarm. Look,
he's getting ready.
He just did the sign of the cross. He's ready.
Some praise up there.
Yeah, here he goes. He's ready. And there he comes.
There he comes.
Hey, he came out of the gate pretty strong. Look at those Albee feet go. Look at those Albee feet go.
He dove over the finish line.
He dove across the line to try to get extra time.
Wow.
I tell you what, he's safe. I don't know what the clock says, but he's in there.
How about he ran a 5.5 in big old feet?
Wow, a 5.5 actually in Tiger feet. Look at him. Look at him, buddy. He is, I mean. We're back 6.5 minutes past the hour. As you heard, the gang all here. It is a brand new hour on a brand new day on a brand new week. And we're glad that you are here. Today, a lot of things going on historically. The 1-year anniversary of the attack on Israel. That war rages on, but it all started today with the attack on all the innocent people that were doing something very, very dangerous, like just trying to attend a music festival. So anyway, horrible day in history and still going on. So that was a year ago today. So we're looking back over the weekend. We are talking college football. Yes, Speedy continues to see if we can get a call from Dickie. But right now, we were talking about going to the break that Lane Kiffin, who coached at Alabama for many years, and Greg was telling us funny stories about people who coached, were part of that staff, that Lane Kiffin, his attitude being for a while on the same staff with Kirby Smart and Nick Saban and their intensity, that he,
and his lack of intensity.
And his lack of intensity, that it was quite the party.
Stupid question. So Saban's head coach at this time, when Kiffin and Kirby Smart are all on this same team.
Yes.
So what did Kiffin do? Was he OC?
Offensive coordinator, yeah.
And then Kirby was
defensive coordinator.
Wow. Okay.
And
just clarifying that.
And that was one of the stories Greg was telling it that he heard from a guy who coached with him about. Please tell that one about how he would mess with Kirby.
They would script plays, and they're supposedly running.
Yeah.
And then he would have like triple reverses and stuff. That then obviously he wasn't going to run, and
Kirby
he'd get mad and wind up and throw it at him.
Yeah. So they're supposed to be.
So they were going to go over each other's game plan and try to basically profile it or pick it apart or give them suggestions on it, and he would give Kirby things so outrageous he knew he wasn't going to run, that he was just messing with it.
And Kirby would get mad because of them wasting time and wad it up and throw it. and then that Saban would bust up in a lot of times asking where's Lane Kiffin when they're having a staff meeting, and somebody'd have to run to the dorm and find him.
Because don't forget, remember kind of left the staff before the season was over. That last year he was there for the championship game.
Yeah.
Remember? Went on to FAU and did that wonderful hype video.
Golly.
Funny video.
Well, here he is trying to do his press conference, and he realizes that Vandy is about to upset Alabama.
Yeah,
So-
they had just beaten South Carolina, too, impressively, at South Carolina. And then this is good. About 1:18 left in the game.
Yeah.
How would you assess just sort of the health of your team right now?
He's watching.
How many timeouts does Alabama have? One left.
They had all three a few minutes ago.
They have one left, 1:18. All right. Sorry, I mean, this is like a once-in-a-lifetime thing going on.
He's right.
Better watch. You're not going to see it probably ever again. What was the question?
So good.
What was the question?
He is.
What was that?
He's a laid-back individual.
Go ahead, do that again. What
Yeah,
was that?
yes, he is.
Go Owls.
Yeah. So
Go Owls.
here is we haven't heard from Bama head coach Kalen DeBoer. We do have him, and he's talking about Vanderbilt's execution and the manageable third down opportunities and how they wore them down. So here he is giving credit, as you should, to the team that beat them. Here we go.
Yeah, third down, I think they were 12 for 18. What do you think led to you guys having issues against getting off the field defensively?
Yeah, I mean, the quarterback did a nice job creating, and we got to continue. We got to do a better job of just being disciplined. Do our job, and he keeps things alive with his feet. Whether it was third down or just other downs, whether they converted some third and longs. I think those are the frustrating ones, and so just great execution on their part. Obviously, we expect to, do good on third down too, because we've done great things on third down. It's been more fourth down, so guys certainly are frustrated about that, and we will look at it and understand that they attacked us in a few different ways. But tip the hat to them. Made the throws, made the catches they needed to, and got themselves in some manageable third downs early in the game. I think it was 6 for 7 or so right away. And so, they just continued to wear on us, stayed on the football field. I see the time of possession, and that, just continues to wear on your defense when you're out there that long.
Yeah, what did you say time possession was?
I believe that Vandy had 42 minutes. I need to look and check that, but they basically had 3/4 of the game.
Kalen got a little sun.
He did. Kalen got a little sun there in Nashville.
He added that we need to be more disciplined. Malachi, more disciplined.
Okay.
So let's go to here comes the map of the goalpost path.
Yes.
They think that the Vandy goalpost traveled almost 3 miles to be thrown in the Cumberland River.
Yeah.
So there's the map.
There's the Google map of it.
Right.
Look at it go.
There it goes. And
people are riding it out of the stadium.
Bubba, please look.
Headed down, I think that's Broadway in Nashville.
And there it goes.
It is, and it just keeps going.
And you'll never see again brain surgeons and engineers tearing down a goalpost.
That is funny. Gosh, please,
you'll never
Bubba.
see
Do you
again.
still have Keith Aberstadt's cell?
I tried to find it.
Please,
I tried to text him, but I could not
have
find it.
So it makes it to the Cumberland River. I know in this next one we have it actually making there, and then the one after
we're only
that,
halfway there now, so we can speed up.
Yeah,
if you want.
They've got a couple miles.
And then the fire department retrieving it from the Cumberland River.
Look at that in downtown Nashville.
Look
My
at that right
goodness.
You would have thought that Taylor Swift was down there.
There it goes.
There it goes into
How
the
did
river.
somebody not get clubbed?
They probably did. They don't care about
No.
it.
Yeah, that definitely hit
Somebody
somebody.
got hit in the head.
Yeah.
My
So now it's in the water. It's in the water.
Now it's a hazard of navigation.
I hadn't seen a group of people gathered in a more dangerous situation than P. Diddy's last party.
Did I see, unless I saw this wrong, Nate Bargatze was hosting Saturday Night Live, and he's a Vandy guy.
Yes.
And I think he gave at the end when they all stand out there, I think he gave some type
Wait
of
a minute. Did he host again?
He did. He's back.
Oh, wow.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, he did another George Washington bit. It's so good.
Was it as good as the other one?
It is not as good as the other one, but it's good.
Okay.
It's good. Yes.
So if you're a firefighter and you're at the fire department, calls come in and you don't know what's going to happen. Imagine the call that you've got to go retrieve a goalpost that's in the river.
Yeah.
Where does Vandy play next week?
And put it on the flatbed. This is them
That's a
getting
big
it where
handle.
it needs to be.
Do you think they care, though? Because you never know. Just because they work for the fire department doesn't mean they're Vandy fans.
They may be Bama fans.
It could be Tennessee fans.
Yeah.
You know?
You're right.
Some of them may be carrying the goalpost.
Yeah. Let's see, Bubba.
Now,
I'll
did
try
I
to find
did I
that for
really
you.
hear that they're going to cut it up and like sell it to Vandy fans to make up for the
don't know.
fine?
It might.
To make up for the
You
fine.
know, that's a good idea.
I doubt you can put that one up. It'll rust now.
Right.
Bubba,
Right
there.
in the river.
Vanderbilt is at Kentucky Saturday night.
Okay. Well, that excitement may come to an end quickly.
Okay, Speedy, I could be off.
Yeah, no.
But it looks like
He's calling.
I think we found Nadmeyer. That don't mean he's going to talk. He may be calling you. Just say he's not going to talk. So we'll come back and we'll try to hear from Bama's #1 fan. It should be precious. Right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Mother's Day, but for you, Bubba, also your beautiful wife and a mother of your children, Betty Lou Bussey, having a birthday this weekend.
How about that? Big weekend
Betty.
for Betty. At
A lot
the
of pressure.
house. Yeah, it's a
Lot
ton
of
of pressure. And, I'm not always up to the challenge. So, I'll have to work hard this weekend. But it's we got double jeopardy. She does want to go see a movie that we've seen the previews of, and I believe it starts Friday, Ghost of Girlfriends Past. A lot of people don't know that's based on Speedy's life.
Yeah, I was about to say that.
Hey, easy tiger.
So she's really excited about seeing it.
Yeah, Speedy, I know you're avoiding that movie. I know.
What in the world would you go see that with her for?
I think Speedy would rather be infected with swine flu than go to that movie.
I mean, because I'd be sitting in the movie theater and go, psst.
Yeah.
You'd start hearing things.
Yeah.
Sweet, do y'all want to go see it with us? I mean, we'd love to
That
have
would be
y'all
a
go.
negative. That would be a negative.
Especially
I've
if
heard
I
from
could go-
friends and go.
If I could go see it with you, and our wives would be there, I think it would be great.
Speedy. Where's my shoes? Where? Speedy, I got your jacket.
It's not out yet, is it? Doesn't it just start this weekend?
No, I don't think so.
Is it already out? Is it already out? Have anybody seen
Somebody,
it?
I think, I went and saw the premiere of it or something. A friend of
Speedy
ours.
avoids it so much you don't even know when it comes on.
No, a friend of ours emailed us, and y'all might have missed that, and said, one recommendation: do not go see this with your wife.
Right.
I mean, you've been married for a long time now, Bubba. You can't.
Right.
You probably can't remember some of your old girlfriends.
No.
Well,
even though they still remember you and try to poke you on Facebook all the time.
Yeah.
It's Betty's birthday.
I wish I wasn't here.
So we'll go see whatever she wants to see.
Right. Sure.
Right.
I mean, I might choose James Bond or something. Who knows?
Is there a James Bond movie out?
Well, there's several, but
You're talking about just
new
watch
one?
one?
yeah,
at
just watch one.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. But it's all about her, so she'll go.
Right,
We'll
right.
go do what she wants to do.
And I'm still studying how we pick our favorite James Bond actor. I think it's the one when you first start watching James Bond.
I think
but
you're
anyway,
right. Yep. Roger Moore. I did have one. Remember, we had that one exception to that. We had a friend of ours that has gone on into heaven that loved Sean Connery over Roger Moore, and we were clearly the Roger Moore era.
I know, and I like Sean Connery in everything else.
I can't understand his accent's so thick in that I can't understand.
You
it.
love
But
him
anyway.
in The Untouchables. What a great movie!
Yeah, and
But
also
anyway.
I also like it on the Last Crusade
Tangent.
when he's
Yeah,
Indiana
the
Jones'
dad.
dad.
Yeah, that's a great.
I
He
think he's
plays a great
in that,
role.
By the way, that's so good. But by the time we paused, he go, all right, well, let's talk then. What do we need to catch up on? And he said, I can't think of anything. He said, all right, then. Well, let's get on what we're talking about. But anyway, so I don't know about that. I mean, what else are you going to do? I mean,
You know, Matthew McConaughey, anything he's in, Betty seems to enjoy that.
Lisa
movie.
is the same way.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well,
I'm
pressure.
glad you deal with that too.
There's a lot of pressure there.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Right. I mean, I've seen him with his shirt off and you with your shirt off.
Right.
I couldn't tell the difference.
I couldn't either.
You know,
Well, there's a difference.
What? Right. It's only slight, though.
Yeah.
He's a little taller.
Well,
Less
chances
chest
are
hair.
he won't be around this weekend. So, you know,
if you're playing the odds.
he's good looking and all, but could he be a good provider for 20 years? You have to ask that question.
He's done pretty well.
Well, you don't know. Is he married now?
Yes, he is.
Yes, he is.
To who?
some Brazilian model.
Yeah,
of course.
She ended up having a baby daddy.
Well,
so
let me back
decided to
up.
get
I'm
married.
not sure if they're married or not.
Yeah. Right there.
So that's the point.
I know they've cohabitated for many years.
I mean, it's like the Michael Bublé concert you go to. What does he say?
Well, I'd rather not say. I mean, he was very blunt about it.
What does he imply?
He implies that he'll do his job and we are to do ours.
Right.
Correct.
Right.
I got you.
Yeah.
Can't go home with us.
Right.
I guess if Greg went and saw that new movie, he would just deny he ever knew a girl.
Oh, okay. I'm not.
But
bothering
wasn't
anybody.
that your style? Is that you claimed?
I don't have a style. Thank you very much.
You claimed if you never got caught, you never did it.
Okay, here he goes. What have I done?
Right.
What have I done?
Right. I mean, that's bring up old stuff.
Look, I'm the new guy of the show. I ain't been here long enough for y'all to do that to me.
You ain't been here long enough.
But I've just heard stories.
Okay,
So you're a
whatever.
legend.
Yeah, he's throwing it off of me.
No, I mean, look, Greg was,
Rick. Greg was nothing.
I was going to defend you. I mean,
Let's just drop it.
Greg has been a very happily married man for a very long time.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba.
20 minutes past.
It brings me to my knees.
Bubba, do we dare?
Is he going to talk to us?
It looks like that Nadmeyer is on hold. And y'all know me. I don't want to be part of this conversation. I'm not a fan. So I'm just gonna let y'all handle it. But it looks like he's ready to go.
It's moments like this I think about our interns.
Yeah, exactly.
That was amazing.
Oh gosh,
I know.
All right, do we have Dickie on the line?
I think he's there. Dickie, are
Come
you
in,
there?
Dickie.
Okay.
Oh, he is there. Oh, buddy.
Dickie, how are you?
Yet?
Dickie.
This is what it feels like to be for Auburn.
Okay.
You just get used to it after a while.
Yes. Dickie Nadmeyer.
It's been an ugly weekend. Hey, let me tell you what I want to say to Kalen. If you take his name DeBoer, and you just move a few letters, it says loser.
Dickie.
Don't you think that's a little quick, Dickie? Come on. Now, granted,
let me say
it wasn't a normal loss. Okay, it wasn't.
Let me say this to good time, Kalen. Everybody having fun now? Roll Tide. This ain't a whole lot of fun. Losing. Remember what everybody said in the off-season, Bill Bubba Boussois? We all having fun. Saban's gone, but it's more fun. I'm having a fun camp. We all having fun. Well, hell, this ain't fun.
You ain't having fun?
Do you think the ice cream truck will be out there today?
If I was in charge, there wouldn't be no ice cream trucks ever again. Roll Tide.
Dickie, tell me, where were you at? Were you in Nashville at the game or just watching?
I was in Nashville. I was live. I bought the entire family tickets. Now I went ahead. When you go to Vanderbilt, I mean, you get a pack of tickets. It cost me $150.
So, at what point during the game did you think, "Hey, we may be in trouble"?
The beginning.
The beginning.
Right out of the gate. The pick six, did that get to you? You thought that's not a good way to start?
Oh, I knew we were off. What hurt me, Bill Bubba Boussois, and you know how this feels because you and Albie, when you just don't see improvement on things you're not doing well.
Right.
Yeah.
And one thing I got a problem, and nobody's talking about it, is Alabama basically got beat by an illegal immigrant.
Really? Dickie Nadmeyer.
You think he came through the
Who was
border?
that, the quarterback?
What in the world?
I mean, you look up. You think somebody named Diego Pavu?
Oh, right.
You don't think him came through the border?
No, Dickie Nadmeyer, you need to take that back.
He probably in our country illegal, and now he's just running up and down the field.
Good.
Probably used to running. That's why he's so fast.
Okay.
Roll Tide.
Quit laughing, Adler.
That's good.
Well, Vandy played keep away, and that was the game plan, and it worked.
Mm-hmm.
You realize that Alabama just got beat by a hospital. Roll Tide.
I saw the stats, and I may be off on this a little bit, but I believe on third downs, Vandy was 12 out of 18. Just to give you an idea of how long they had the ball.
I can't even believe what I've seen. I ain't never felt this. This is just, I mean, this is Vandy. I mean, we're not talking about, we stumbled a little bit. The only thing that helped me today is that Auburn and Tennessee lost. If it wasn't for that.
It helped a little bit?
Not much, but
it helped a little bit. I mean, I will tell you this. I couldn't even go home. I mean, I told Phyllis and the boys and that were with us, I said, I can't be in Nashville. I can't be here. And that was disappointing because I'd already told them we was going to the Country Music Hall of Fame. and I said, we ain't going. I can't go over and look at Hank Williams Jr. like this. I can't see Hank. I can't go over and see George Strait. I got to go straight home. But then I just couldn't quite get there, and we got about are y'all familiar with the Buc-ee's in Athens, Alabama?
Yes, we are. Nice place.
Yeah, Keith Urban had a concert there.
Sure.
Yeah.
We pulled into Buc-ee's and lived there for 4 straight days.
Great bathrooms.
Yeah, cleanest ever.
Oh,
Dickie, talk a little bit. You came off 2 big wins. You went to Wisconsin, dominated them. You had one of the most exciting wins in college football history in Tuscaloosa over Georgia. And then 1 week later, this. How is dealing with that?
Well, we made a mistake. This coach is a bad idea.
Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, you're already down on the coach, huh?
Roll Tide. I mean, we better move. And we better move quick. I mean, this is sometimes God intervenes. Like the strip club incident with Mike Price. But
let's just look at a couple other numbers in recent history. Coaches coming from the great Northwest to our state has not worked out well.
No, we're gonna go up to Washington again. Like we don't learn. We've gone to Washington. We pulled some outsider down into Tuscaloosa. I'm just one thing. It got emotional for me. It did get emotional.
Oh no, you got choked up.
Well, I thought to myself, I don't know what bear can see from heaven. But Lord, please don't let him see this. I went over to the Nick Saban statue because we're in Tuscaloosa now, ready for this weekend.
Oh, okay.
And I mean, I know it couldn't have been, but I thought I saw a tear on it. Just a tear coming out of Saban's eyes. And we stood there, and I made every one of my family members stand there in front of the feet of Nick Saban. And I said, look, everybody get your oatmeal cream pies out. And we all held them. And I said, as we take this bite in front of the statue of Saban, I want us all to ask ourselves a question. Anybody having fun?
How fun is that?
So, Dickie, you have South Carolina coming to town. 2 weeks ago, did you think this game would be this important for this team and for Coach DeBoer, really?
It's crucial. It's crucial. And it's an 11 o'clock game, which is always a dicey schedule for the Nadmeyers.
Yeah.
Because we normally aren't up yet. And now, and you got to watch your drinking on Friday now.
Yeah, you do.
You got to be careful.
Right. And look, let's face it, Alabama does not play at 11 o'clock much.
No.
They're usually going to be the 2:30 or the 6 o'clock game.
Well, you know why our fans ain't. We're still hungover. So, I mean, you got to let us get some food in us. We got to tailgate a little longer than that. It really cuts down on your tailgate.
Yeah, it does. You got to get up.
Dickie, when you look at the AP rankings that have come out, you see Alabama at number 7. How does that make you feel?
Bring Shula back.
Shoot. Brings them memories.
I mean, right now, I'd take Mike Shula. I really would. Oh. He didn't ever get beat by Vanderbilt, did he? Anybody got a Vanderbilt loss on the Shula list?
I don't think he did.
No. He can beat Vandy. Beat by a hospital.
Yeah. Well, your defense just couldn't get off the field.
Keep in mind, Georgia State beat Vandy earlier this year, too.
Yeah, don't forget that makes it hurt a little more.
Yeah.
Well, I hope we don't play Georgia State. You know, one of the things, you remember what Saban said about the last time we played Georgia Southern and they ran through us like something going through a tin horn?
Oh,
Yep.
Have we not adapted to the option? Is this a surprise to somebody's done an option? Oh, my gosh, here's the option. We can't handle an option, can't get off the field.
You know, very few teams do because they never see it.
Yeah.
Dickie,
you can still
get in the portal.
Yeah, well, you can still get in the playoffs, though, Dickie. I mean, it's different now this year.
It's over.
It's different.
I fear that this season is going to come apart. I really do.
You feel like wheels coming off.
I really do. I hope Kirby's ready to come back. Roll Tide.
All right, Dickie. So we got to go to break. But so you're saying you're in Tuscaloosa, ready for the South Carolina game. You made it down.
We're standing around the Saban statue apologizing to him, and we'll go to the Bryant Museum and apologize to Bear.
Okay, make the rounds.
Well, good luck, Dickie. Be careful out there.
Yeah.
Ned Meyer out.
There he goes. I cannot believe he called.
Dickie.
Can't believe he called.
Yep.
Wow.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Have you heard this interview yet with this Kentucky man?
Well, y'all keep talking about this story, and I just looked at the headlines, and I said, what is going on here? Kentucky man forced to eat his own beard in fight over lawnmower?
Man says former friends cut off his beard and forced him to eat it. And we have an interview with him, Bubba, and I have a feeling this could be rough talk, too.
I said, get.
Do we have him here?
Yeah. You ready?
Was pretty good gas. At least that's what Harvey Westmoreland and his brother Joseph used to think about former friends Troy Holt and James Hill. That was before May of last year on Willisburg Road, where Holt used to live.
My brother was cleaning out the stalls out there for Troy, working for him. And they called, want me to come around there. Well, when I get there, I realize that they're already drunk.
And of all things to fight about, Westmoreland says, punches started flying over this lawnmower.
Troy offered to buy it from me for $250. I paid $20 for it. He thought I was trying to cheat him. One thing led to another, and before I knowed it, there was knives and guns and everything just went haywire.
He says his brother had a mark on his neck where a knife was held, but Westmoreland's loss was more permanent.
They cut my beard and forced me to eat it.
He says Holt and Hill let them go, but threatened them.
If we called the police, they said we would not live to see daylight.
But that wasn't enough to keep the two brothers from calling 911.
I believe in the law. I believe that justice has been served. And, it will be after Tuesday.
That's the sentencing date. And while it'll take some time for some things to grow back to normal,
it's not as long as it was.
Westmoreland says what's more important, he and his brother lived to tell the tale.
Oh, you can't make it.
I was actually in fear for my life.
I bet.
And I was really in fear for my brother's life.
Greg, I want you to say, I just want to say you're welcome. I just want to say to Greg Burgess, you're welcome. I know you study.
I just want more. I want more.
Well, Greg,
I want him to have a series. I want him to hoard.
You want him to have a what?
A series.
A series?
Yeah, I wish I could cuss on there. Because you two'd get it right now.
I do like.
I wish there's a series.
I'll tell you this: you are scared if you eat your own beard.
Yeah, you are. You are.
If they say you eat your beard or we're gonna kill you, and you eat it, you're scared.
I mean, did he get to put salt and pepper on it or anything?
What, was the beard salt and pepper because it was gray and
Rick,
dark?
I love a line. Let's find it again.
It's funny.
I'll take the whole thing again.
No, it's not as long as it was.
I paid $20 for it. He thought I was trying to cheat him. One thing led to another, and before I knowed it, there was knives and guns and
Speedy, can you pause
everything
pause
just
it
went
right
haywire.
there just a second.
Everything went haywire.
I have to ask this question before we continue.
Do they have the tools to pull it off?
Could this be our long-lost Olympic reporter, Rocky Tracy?
Is it in Hope's Bluff?
Listen.
Oh, Bubba.
He says his brother had a mark on his neck where a knife was held, but Westmoreland's loss was more permanent.
They cut my beard and forced me to eat it. This thing was 10 foot tall.
I love that line. They cut my beard and forced me to eat it.
I know things are taking a turn.
Wait a minute. So he had bought a lawnmower for $20. The guy offers him $250, and then he's mad at him when he found out he only paid $20 for it. So he made him eat his beard.
Y'all realize somebody in Washington State's listening on XM, and they're going, we can't tell the difference in those guys and you guys.
You're right.
Right.
You're exactly right.
Y'all know that, right?
I knowed it.
We just haven't eaten our beards.
Greg, listen. Please.
Do more imitations of Greg. Speedy, that owns me.
Okay, okay.
They cut my beard and forced me to eat it.
All right, listen.
What I like is how he points at himself.
That's awesome.
All right, play. All right, Speedy, play.
Is this where you do this again? Is this where you do this again?
Play, Speedy, play the rest of the interview.
But I'm gonna pan down after it does it.
I knew it. Y'all, I was kidding when I did all that. That was me and character.
I just hope they have no share rates.
And this was here's what he said to his brother when they was trying to defend themselves. Here's what he said, facing their weapons.
I hate to say this, but I don't think we got the tools here to pull this off.
And so eat your beard.
Okay. I will have to say
hey, brother, they got us. Eat your beard.
I know we're in trouble.
that was pretty good markup on that lawnmower, though. I don't know if I'd have forced a man to eat his beard over it, but but you paid $20 for it and you hit me for $250.
Well, Greg, they got offered $250.
That's the point.
The Rick and Bubba Show. Here we go. We heard from Dickie Nadmeyer. So if you missed that, catch the archives later today, either on the YouTube channel or on the podcast channel. Phone troll now. Let's hear from America. We talked about a lot. Let's hear from you. Comments, questions, bringing information to the table, not designed for meaningless shout-outs or shameless plugs. Our friend, the buzzer, will be our friend. There it is. That means that no one gets to go on forever unless they get a timeout from Bubba or Speedy. A meaningless shout-out will get a instant buzzer. Any kind of shameless plug, instant buzzer. We still have more stories from the weekend coming up. We'll hit those as we move forward. Right now, though, it's time for you to start the week by chatting with us. And the real Greg Burgess is taking your calls. And with 10 lines available, there is a line available for you right now if you want to join us. While you're calling at 866-WE-BE-BIG, I do want to point you to amac.us/bigbox. We're moving toward a big election. I mean a big boy. And if you want to be informed, stay involved, stay connected, join a community that shares our values. AMAC stands for the values of its members and fights every day to protect the individual liberties outlined in the Constitution. As a member, you'll enjoy over 100 different discounts with companies that share those values, including an array that will save you big when you get ready to travel. Plus, you'll receive a subscription to the bi-monthly AMAC magazine. In 3 weeks, we head to the polls, critical issues on the line. If you'd like to join now, for just $1, you get a year membership at amac.us/bigbox, or look for that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Now more than ever. To the phones we go. If you would like to join us, you can at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We start with John in Nashville. John, welcome to the excitement that is Nashville today. Go ahead.
Well, I'm a huge Vanderbilt fan, and a couple weeks ago I called and told all the Auburn fans to cry me a river because they lost or something.
I remember that.
Yeah, and has anybody checked on Roll Tide Willie?
We were asking that in the studio. Has he posted anything?
Yeah, and you'll notice in his post he don't have a beard anymore. You know why? Because we took it off and forced him to eat it.
Awful. We heard from Nadmeyer, and as I was walking here in the studio, everybody was asking what you're asking. Anybody seen Roll Tide Willie? That's the next person you got to check on.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. Let's go to Kurt out of Alabaster, listening to 104.7 WZZK. Kurt, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, good to speak to you guys again. Hey, I'm a big fan of anagrams where you mix up the letters of certain words and you make different, messages. If you anagram Kalen DeBoer's name, you get Eden, as in Garden of Eden, or bleak. And we've seen both of those things in the last 7 days.
Oh, wow, that's bad, Kurt. I mean,
deep thoughts.
Deep thoughts from Kurt. Yeah, thank you, buddy. Lines are freeing up if you want to join us. 866 We Be Big. Amanda is in Birmingham, Alabama, listening on 104.7 WZZK. Amanda, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Good morning, guys. How are y'all doing?
We're good. Good.
Good. This is not to hurt anybody's feelings, but Rick, on Friday, you said somebody called in and was like, is Vandy going to beat Alabama? And you said, of course they won't. And I was like, oh, Rick, you just cursed them. I was like, bless their heart.
Yeah, you have to be careful with that kind of mojo. But I felt pretty strong since I can't remember the last time. I don't think it's ever happened in my lifetime.
Mm-hmm. Not in mine, promise you.
Yeah, and I remember saying, now Vanderbilt is scrappy, but I just don't think I didn't believe there was any chance that would happen.
You know, I think we pointed out before they've always played Auburn pretty well, and they've always played Florida real well.
Yep.
Historically, so but this one was not out there on the radar. I'm
afraid it's, you know, we talk about how any of us have talked about, and when we've had an opportunity to be in a position of leadership, we talk about the list, the things that shouldn't happen, and then there's the things that can't happen. Mm-hmm. If you're coaching at Bama or a Bama fan, losing to Vandy is on the can't happen list.
Mm-hmm. Right.
You know, there's some things that shouldn't happen that can't happen.
The last time it happened, I was not alive. It was September 29th, 1984. Vanderbilt beat Alabama in Tuscaloosa. Before that, it was 1969.
Wow. So it was 84.
Yeah, who was the coach then?
I don't know.
Was it Shula? Or was it Ray Perkins? Ray Perkins is who it was, wasn't it? It was Ray Perkins. Yeah, because that was when I was still in college.
It was Coach Ray Perkins, yep.
Yep, you're right. Chuck in Birmingham. Chuck, go ahead.
Morning, fellas. Roll Tide.
Roll Tide. What's going on?
Hey. Well, while I was eating my Little Debbie in the kitchen this morning, drinking on my coffee in solidarity with Mr. Saban, I was wondering to myself, does Georgia have themselves a Dickie Nadmeyer? I'll hang up now.
Let me tell you. We've seen Georgia. What was that comedian that we loved that did that Georgia fan? He was Barry Farber's brother, right?
Yeah.
What was his name?
I can't remember. Was on his show in New York, wasn't he?
Well, I was on Barry Farber's show. Yeah. But his brother came in the studio and did because he's a stand-up comedian.
And the guy you went to church with, this comedian, did a Georgia fan too.
He
Dooley. Remember him going Dooley?
No, I think that's the Farber.
This was the comedian. It was the.
I thought
brother.
He did a NASCAR fan that did the hashtag Girls Brothers. I thought he did NASCAR fan, and Farber's brother did Georgia fan, and he did the Dooley.
I may have them confused.
Yeah. You know, I'll take it.
Yeah, I know.
The bottom line is, yes, somebody did an impression that was very similar, didn't they?
Yep.
Yeah. On Georgia. If you want to join us, 866 We Be Big. Chris, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. I know Sports in the Shorts. He has, these different media companies, and they were taking a YouTube call-in show after the game. And as a lifelong Auburn fan, I decided to call in, and they ate it. They loved what I was saying.
What did you say?
It was amazing. Well, we can't repeat a lot of it, but I said that Caleb doesn't care about his wardrobe. Gene Stallings wore a suit on the sideline. Look where that got us.
Okay. Yeah, we started getting – did Ryan Brown start sending out something to us saying, can you imagine my job come next week? And and he and Dunaway.
It wasn't Josh.
Lewis. Gregory, Birmingham, Alabama, 104.7 WZZK. Gregory, go ahead.
Morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Roll Tide.
Roll Tide.
So did anybody see how Malachi Moore acted?
Yeah, we talked about that last time. We talked about that and actually showed that. And I'm sure that discipline is coming. I hope it is, because not for try to make any other point, but one of the things people often miss about discipline is it is an act of love. We even see in Scripture the writer of Hebrews telling us that God Himself disciplines those that He loves. And so when we let people live their life when they're young, with no discipline, and you think you're being all good and kind, you're showing a lack of love for the person. So I hope he is disciplined. I feel like he probably will be. It will be for his own good and help him going forward. Yeah, we did see that. That was unfortunate. Let's go to Roger in Birmingham listening to ZZK. Roger, go ahead.
Hey. Alec Baldwin should be in prison. The little girl got put in prison. The gun handler, okay. The expert person. But Alec Baldwin's the one that killed the lady, and so far he hadn't done anything to pay for that.
It was her job to be sure that there were no bullets in that gun. That's
okay. So if I give you a gun,
the court system actually has. Aren't they done with? And Alec Baldwin has been cleared of anything they could charge him with criminally, right?
Also, he's on a movie set. It's supposed to be. It's not his job. He's on a movie set. It's not the same situation that guy was talking about.
And what the caller, I think he was about to say, if I can just put words in his mouth, is, so if I hand you a gun and you kill somebody with it, I'm responsible. Well, no, not normally.
Not normal life.
But when you're on a closed movie set, and that job is so important, they don't leave it to the actors. They have a person for that. You handle the firearms. You be sure they're safe. You be sure that they do what they do, and you mess that up, it's kind of on you. Yeah, now, look, I'm not an Alec Baldwin defender, okay? No. But just in all fairness to this, that was her job, and she failed at it, and someone died.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how you can shuffle that.
Everything y'all say I agree with, but I also think the truth of what just happened, that was a Bama fan that was saying, I got to take this conversation in a different direction.
Well, he did.
And I don't think that person even cares about it.
Somebody has to pay.
I think they were like, let me call in and say something that'll turn this conversation somewhere else.
Yeah.
Because, the only thing worse than what happened Saturday is have to hear about it all day on Monday.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
But that is part of it. We've all had to go through that.
He was successful.
Over the weekend, Donald Trump returns to the exact location where he was nearly shot in the head. We'll update you on how that rally went when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We've documented a few of these over the years, and it's happened again. It's time for another Rick and Bubba child to go for his first day of school. These sons, it's time for Reese Wilburn to take that step.
That's right. JC just got out of the car. Now, understand, I don't know what you're getting here.
Hey, Reese. Never know.
Terry?
Hey, Terry, how are you?
Good, how are you?
How is it to see the baby start school?
Oh, my gosh, I'm so sad.
Well, I know. Well, before you start crying.
You can always get you another one.
Can we talk to Reese?
Yeah, here's Reese. Are y'all ready?
We're
ready.
We're ready.
I hope.
I don't think so, but I'm going to hand the phone over.
Okay, all right.
Hey, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, Reese, how are you, buddy?
Good.
Are you ready for school today?
Yes, sir.
All right, now, what's your teacher's name?
Miss O'Quinn.
Very good.
Very good.
So we've been practicing on that.
So are you looking forward to it?
Sir?
Are you excited about it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you ready to go. Now, have you got you a new backpack?
No, I have my old one.
That's your old
Oh, my goodness. Why ain't you got a new one?
Greg, don't scream
Reese,
at him, Greg.
Reese, what do you expect today? What have you been told that you'll do at school?
Sir?
What have you been told that will go on at school today? What do you think's going to go on during school?
I don't know.
No idea. Do you want to learn to read or write? Can you read?
Kind of.
Kind of.
Right. Well, that's why you're going to learn.
What do
I feel the same way.
I hear they have real good lunches, though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. What are you excited about, son? Are you nervous?
Going to the playground.
Going to the playground.
Oh, that's big.
And that is fun, too.
And are you nervous inside or what?
I'm kind of
nervous.
I'm kind of nervous.
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
Just a little bit. Well, look, that's natural. That happens. Like we've said before, everybody goes to school. So, I mean, a lot of people have done it.
Mm-hmm.
Even your daddy went, even though it doesn't seem like it.
Right. Yeah. Thank you. Hey, now, Reese, you got a lot of girls in your class.
Oh, boy.
And they're all probably...
The bell just rang.
Okay, all right, we got the
bell rung. Got to
the
go.
bell just rang? Okay, well, you don't want to be late the first day.
Okay, buddy, go get him.
You don't go get a paddling first day.
Hey, Reese,
Yes, sir.
I love you.
I love you too.
All right, hey, go get him, man.
Go get him, big man.
Okay.
And remember, if you get nervous, find your
Hey.
girl and hold her hand.
That's right.
That's right. Hey, honey.
Go get him.
Hey.
There he goes. There goes our little man.
There he goes.
How's that
There
feel,
he
Mom?
goes. Oh my gosh, I'm so sad.
Little big man.
She's gonna start
I
crying.
know. Yeah, I'm surprised he was very reserved.
He's handled it pretty well. Of course, before you know it, he'll have a beard.
Yeah.
Oh, and,
Before you know it, he'll be in 3-on-1s having surgery.
yeah. He'll be sitting at home in a recliner waiting on us to, come give him some pain medicine.
Yeah.
Boy, Terry.
So Terry, how was that to let the baby out? I mean,
Whoa.
this is.
Well, it's hard. It's hard. He told me on the way here that because last year JC was here with him, and he told me this year he didn't think he wanted to go to school because JC wasn't going to be here with him.
Yeah, see, JC's moving to another school.
Oh, he's moved up.
He's moved up to intermediate. Yeah.
Yes.
So I mean, but you've lost your little running buddy for the day.
Oh yeah, last year I was completely lost. I was my little sidekick was gone, and I just was so lost. I didn't have anybody to talk to.
You know, Greg, when he was the same age, he called his mom and told him he was having dizzy spells where she'd come out and get him.
Yeah, she did. It worked the first day. Second day, they didn't buy it.
Well, he calls that busy. He says, "Oh, I think I'm busy." He doesn't
Instead of
say
dizzy, he's busy.
He says busy.
Yeah, that was like when Brody was little. He called DVDs DBDBs.
Yeah,
That's nice.
DVDs.
That's nice.
And July was Bala.
Okay, I'm gonna cry. I gotta go.
Okay, there she goes.
I'm
We're good.
sorry,
Terry, don't
honey.
cry.
Terry, don't cry.
I'm gonna try not to cry.
Oh,
Okay.
oh, wow, you really? Okay, love you, honey.
Love you.
Get back to
I
Tyler
know
in
what
the
it is now.
recliner.
She sees his little self going now with his little back.
Remember, no matter how sad you are, you don't have a moth in your ear.
That's right.
Look at it that way.
Yeah, that's it. It could be worse.
That's
right.
right. Amen.
right.
Okay.
Bye, Terry.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, bye. So, Bubba, you wanted her to cry.
No,
Yeah, he did.
I
A
did.
little bit.
What, Hams?
He tried to make her cry.
I
No,
didn't
he
try
was,
to make her
he was
cry.
making a memorable moment.
That's right. See, we'll be able to play that back for a best of for
Right.
years and years from now. And I just want to say hey to my old self listening.
That's right.
How about that? Pretty good.
I want Thanks for being with us today. Lot to cover, and we've hit some of it. Also, over the weekend, Donald Trump returns to the very place, Butler, Pennsylvania, where he was nearly assassinated. And if he doesn't turn his head, what are we talking about right now?
It's a different world today.
It's a different world today. And so anyway, he goes back. The crowd, unbelievable crowd in Pennsylvania that came out for this. It looked like it was a beautiful day there.
Look at that.
I want y'all to look at the people. We're showing the footage if you don't have the YouTube option. Does anybody have an estimation on the crowd? It looks
packed in there.
Bubba, look, and that's in Pennsylvania. Don't miss that.
I think it was definitely over 100,000.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's an incredible.
And I think worth hearing is Trump's opening line, which is cut too for this.
In moments like this, your first thing out of your mouth is going to be forever remembered. And buddy, he didn't waste it. So here's Trump when he got up in front of the crowd.
And the audio is scratchy. I don't know why. Everywhere I looked, it had scratchy audio, but you can still hear what he's saying.
Okay.
Thank you very much, really, and thank you, a very big thank you to Pennsylvania. We love Pennsylvania. And as I was saying,
He goes right back to his
graph. Wow, that
great.
wasn't scratchy. Okay.
Yeah, that was actually pretty good.
we love Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Wow, the crowd.
Hey, we need you, Pennsylvania.
As I was saying,
Yeah.
We
Well,
need
mysteriously, online voter registration went down during that time.
Pennsylvania.
We need you, as I was saying. Now, this thing when Elon Musk comes out, he
dressed up.
Elon has gone all in on Trump, and
Here comes the money. Here comes the money.
Hey, dollar. All right, so
Rick, his quote was he was MAGA drunk.
Oh, really?
he said he's so in, he's MAGA drunk.
That's good.
Watch him. He goes nuts on the stage.
Get astronauts into space. Come here. Take over, Elon. Just take over.
Greg?
The jump is not good.
Wow.
Elon's,
God bless him.
Elon's jump is not good.
Smart people can't jump.
I can't believe he did that.
As you can see, I'm not just MAGA, I'm dark MAGA.
A black
well, first
hat.
of all, I want to say what an honor it is to be here. And, you know, the true test of someone's character is how they behave under fire. And we had one president who couldn't climb a flight of stairs, and another who was fist pumping after getting shot. Fight, fight, fight. Blood coming down the face. Now, America is the home of the brave. And there's no truer test than courage under fire. So who do you want representing America?
He did a good job.
Yeah,
he made some great points. You know,
on that jump.
I know. I knew you were going to have something to say about the jump.
Somebody said
Probably not a star in PE class.
Somebody said he jumps like a homeschool kid.
That's
funny,
brother.
Whose line is that?
I
That's
just saw it online. I saw it
That's
online.
a doozy.
It's accurate.
Oh, that's a good one.
Take over, Elon. Just take over.
The jump is so bad.
Little more bulletproof glass.
I see that.
Yep.
Yeah, it's like when he jumped, he put his toes
I'll
up.
tell you one thing. He might not be able to help your travel team win, but I bet he can make sure the trip there and back's a lot more efficient.
Yeah, I bet he can.
He'll be traveling in style.
Right. You better believe it. So also the paramedic who took care of Trump at Butler Memorial Hospital, he gives, I know it's a little lengthy, but here he is giving a description of the events of that day from his point of view, and it was quite moving.
It's a female, right, Speedy? Mm-hmm. Okay.
Oh, it is a woman? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, here she is.
There are some things that you can never be prepared for. Saturday, July 13th. I was working the evening President Trump was shot. That evening, I witnessed a man with a deeply rooted bond with his family. I heard him speak with his wife, his children, and his grandchildren. He let them know that he was safe and that he was being taken care of. I heard his daughter say, "Only by the grace of God, you are here." The man that we all see on TV with the strong personality who sometimes doesn't mince for words, or who is seen as a wealthy, powerful businessman, was not the man that I stood beside that evening. What I saw was a man that, in the aftermath of one of the most terrifying experiences of his life, showed resiliency. He showed strength and courage. He showed that his family was at the forefront. He was a husband, a father, and a grandfather. He was compassionate and grateful. He was kind and humble. Several times I stood and stared at him with tears rolling down my cheeks. He was someone's dad. He's a human just like you and me. I held the hand of that man who sends out the mean tweets, and I thanked him for loving our country and fighting for our freedoms.
Man, that's pretty much the gist of it, but wow, is that great.
Yeah.
Elon did talk a little bit about, speaking of defending our freedoms, he talked a little bit about the First and Second Amendment, if you guys want that real quick here. Here's Elon.
Don't know what's going on. If they don't know the truth, how can you make an informed vote? You must have free speech in order to have democracy. That's why it's the First Amendment. And the Second Amendment is there to ensure that we have the First Amendment.
Wait a minute.
I know.
He might be charged with inciting a riot. Look out now.
Some
he
people
actually quoted the Constitution.
You're right.
He could be prosecuted for that nowadays.
That's true, Bubba.
Some are saying that his jumping may have been an attempt to make fun of Tim Walz. And now he comes out.
Maybe that was it.
Which, by the way, did you see Babylon B? He said that P. Diddy has been cleared of all charges because he said, look, sometimes I can just be a knucklehead.
Case dismissed.
Yeah, that's
I'm very passionate.
Right.
Yeah.
So
Park Service said 140,000.
Wow.
That's a big number. That's a big number.
Reckon they had that building covered?
Yeah, I bet they did.
They did. They were able to somehow manage to stand on a slanted roof.
Right. Yeah.
They must have like suction cup boots or something.
Don't you know when Trump said I'm going back there, they all went.
Please.
And the crowd's going to be this big, so you're going to have more people to cover. I mean, it was a big job, but I tell you, that crowd was impressive.
Bubba, I just get a text from Scott Dawson, said he counted it was actually 500,000.
I wonder if they had somebody
little
on the
evangelist joke there.
Sure. I wonder if they had somebody on the water tower too. You know, because that was talked about. That was talked about.
I think they did last time.
How about let's just put somebody on the roof of that building?
That'd be
there.
great.
That'd be big.
Just keep an eye on.
Let's cover the first 200 yards and then we'll work our way
And
out.
no rangefinders allowed. If you bring a rangefinder, you're out.
Yeah. I got a Summit tree stand. We can climb one of them pine trees sitting at.
Yeah.
Yes.
Top of the hour. If you leave us, have a big day. Don't forget the daily archives to go back and catch any of the Rick and Bubba show you might have missed. More of the show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We are chatting with JT, old friend of the Rick and Bubba show and radio legend, radio veteran.
A lot of parts, yeah.
Radio veteran, hypochondriac, and seems to always looking for a deal, willing to cut a deal. And you were telling us that you made a trip to New York City. Now, you also have a couple of running themes. You're often injured, you're often sick.
No, I'm not sick.
Well, you think you're sick.
Well, no.
Right, yeah.
You're
worried about being sick.
You're worried about being sick.
I would like to call it just health conscious. You like to be aware of. I mean, you start to get to be 45, 50 years old, you start to want to pay attention to what's going on. Some people won't get their yearly physicals. When's the last time you had your physical before this last one?
About 20 years.
You see, that's not good.
So you also have this fear, and you always believe that people are trying to kill you. And so you're in New York City.
Oh, so we take a family trip to New York City for the holidays. And, there's a couple of my daughter's sorority sisters that wanted to get some of those purses you can buy in Chinatown.
Mm-hmm.
So Alex wanted one too. She said, I'd like to get a Coach purse, and they're only $25 in Chinatown. So we take a trip to Chinatown.
Good call.
And there are,
who's all on this? Michael,
it's me and Judy, my wife.
That's your wife.
And Michael, my son, who's a junior in high school, and my
Great
daughter,
athlete.
my daughter Alex, who is sophomore in college at the time.
Okay.
So we go into Chinatown, and I've never been to Chinatown before. I've been to New York City, but never into China, to the heart of Chinatown.
Right. Most people avoid.
There's big trouble in Little China.
I knew that was coming.
So we're looking for these purses, and they are everywhere. And so we run into, one lady, come on, we take a look. So we...
Is that what she said?
We get in the van.
Come over here. You take a look at my purse. I'll show you.
Yeah, we get in the van, and they put you in these vans.
Oh, that's
And then
not
they
good.
slide the van shut. And
What?
They just parked on the curb, and they turn the van light on, and it's like surrounded. You know how shag carpeting in those minivans used to be in the 70s? It is shag carpet purses
So
everywhere.
you're in a hot van.
You stepped into a van to buy a purse?
All four of
could be
us.
In
kidnapped?
Chinatown in New York City?
no.
This is no big deal there.
Well, I bet it is when the story ends.
Well, then we look at the purses, and they want too much money. They're like $35, $40.
No, will you give me $35? You know you got money.
So we said, no, we're out. So we go out, and we're like, okay, that wasn't bad. We got the system down on how to buy them. Let's find another lady to talk to about a purse. So we find this other Chinese lady, and she says, all right, follow me.
You follow me in my van, I better.
Yeah. So we're walking down the street to the next van. And the last time we only walked like a block and a half and crossed the street, and there's the van. Well, now we've walked like 6 blocks and had 3 or 4 turns.
Uh-oh.
And we're walking through where the fish are all set up, and now we're in like almost the outskirts of Chinatown.
I want to ask you something. Is that sweater too tight on you? It's too tight. But anyway, go ahead.
I didn't know Mike Tyson was there.
I said your sweater also.
So we turned
I'm a Marauder.
we turned down the
Chinese Marauder. Go ahead.
we turned down the alley to go to this lady's place where she's got all these purses. And other places have storefronts where you'd go down the stores and underneath and through a private door. But this was like a long walk. So we're walking down, and we turn down the alley, and then there's like this old piece of plywood that has been made into a door. That she is leading me, my son, and my daughter, and my wife through.
What are you doing?
And now I'm starting to think, okay, we now no longer in New York City see anybody.
You're off the beaten path.
Yeah. Way off.
Never go off the beaten path.
Way off. So we take a right, and as soon as we take the right towards the door,
it's a fight club.
These three guys, these three Chinese guys in their 30s file right in behind Michael.
And they think you want drugs.
And Alex and Judy are further up. We start going up these long stairs, and Michael taps me. He goes, "Hey, look!" And I look behind us. These three guys are like brushing up against Michael. They're so
dressed
close,
as ninjas,
following us up these stairs. So Michael says, "No, we're out. This is not good. Let's go, Dad. We're out of here." I'm like, "What? We're halfway up the stairs. We're this close to getting purses, and now."
So an alarm hadn't gone off with you yet.
Yeah. Well, Michael,
in a purse.
Clearly, Michael says, "Did you not see that lady give the head nod to these three guys, and they turned down the alley when we did?" I said, "I missed that." So, Michael, Michael's 6'1", 225.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So he plows through them, knocks them up against the wall. "Let's go. We're out of here." And the lady at the top of the stairs, no, purse right here, purse.
No, we got your purse right here. You don't run.
Yeah. So we start running, and these guys
be careful.
get on.
Start running.
Running back down the alley towards.
Running. So now you're running.
We're running, and my wife and daughter are still behind me on the stairwell.
Your family.
So you've left your daughter and your wife.
Blew them away.
We didn't leave them.
You said, "Hey,
it sounds like you left them because you have left. You're running, and they're where they were. That's a leave.
You can't keep up with us, too bad."
I'm following my son. He's got us out of the doorway back into the alley, and I'm like, "Let's go. We got to go."
And then where's your daughter and wife?
I finally see them. They're behind me, and we got out of there. But Michael said, "Did you not see the head nod when we walked down the alley?" I said, "No, I completely missed it." And he said, "Well, they were up to something." So Judy, said, "Oh, they were clearly going to rob us." And then we talked to some other people. Other Chinese people said, never leave the main street. Don't ever do that.
JT, everybody knows you don't leave the main drag.
Well, then, so we did find our purses because the next person we talked to about the purses said, "Come with me." I said, "No, you bring the purses here." 2 seconds later, there, a big garbage bag full of purses.
There
Take
you
your
go.
pick.
Make them come to you.
So you finally got your stolen goods. Thank goodness.
Right.
Thanks for being here. 6 minutes past the hour. Counting today. 48 shows left. And we have much to celebrate as we finish out the year. And thank all of you for the wonderful, wonderful years we've all had together. It's been fantastic. The gang all here. Speedy, Greg, Adler. Welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. It is the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Yes, from the text, are you guys skipping over Auburn, Georgia? Not good talking point. Well, Nadmeyer touched on it for sure. And honestly, if you are going to talk about big stories from the weekend, historic loss to Vandy that hasn't happened since 1984, and before that 1969, with a dynasty like Bama, a much bigger story than, oh yeah, Auburn got beat by Georgia again. Not as big a story
in Athens,
but Roll Tide to you, sir. I will, it was Nadmeyer did talk about the loss that Tennessee and Auburn both had, and he was happy about it.
Auburn's gonna have to win one to have somebody talk about
right.
it.
Nothing historic about that game. Someone made a point that may be good news. I saw this on the text talking about the big historic win for Vanderbilt. In 1984, the last time Vanderbilt beat Alabama, and of course they beat them in Bryant-Denny that time with Ray Perkins.
Right.
Reagan won in a landslide.
Yep, 49 states.
So maybe
I know. Maybe that's a good sign.
Maybe there's some silver lining with look, a texter came up with that. Yeah. I didn't think of that, so that was a good point. All right, so some other things, Bubba, that we just talked about Trump being in Butler Pennsylvania, and that got us on Elon Musk, and you're saying there's some other things.
Yeah, well, we have a couple of things here. 6A, Tom Cotton is going to set the record straight on Meet the Press about FEMA and the money, and apparently a lack of money now for this disaster.
My broader question to you, I think, is about this misinformation. Do you think this is a time to put falsehoods aside, like the idea that FEMA funds are being redirected to migrants, which is just not true?
Well, it is true that FEMA and the Department of Homeland Security have been spending billions of dollars on migrants. Now, I understand some people say they're separate funds, but we just passed a short-term spending bill. It's very common for the administration to come and ask for permission to move money between funds, especially to prepare for emergencies. And second, I would note that this administration seems to have no problem finding money when they want to spend it on their priorities. When they need hundreds of billions of dollars to pay off student loans for graduate students in gender studies programs, they somehow find it. When it's trying to get helicopters to deliver food and water and cellular service and life-saving medicine into these mountain valleys, they somehow can't seem to find the money.
Tom Cotton.
Yep.
Well, the interviewer not sure what to do. Just sat there and had to go.
You asked the question. Now you're going to have to hear the answer. Now, we keep hearing, and we talked about this a little bit last week, about FEMA actually slowing up people trying to volunteer and help and blocking people out. Now, Elon Musk put out a tweet, and you may want to read it here, Rick, if we get this.
Yeah.
This
is the actual words on.
Okay, sorry. And this is about whether he's having problems delivering Starlink.
Yeah, we keep hearing that FEMA's slowing down the process because you're not licensed or you're not certified to do a certain service. This is what Elon said.
SpaceX engineers, this is from Elon Musk, as Bubba said, are trying to deliver Starlink terminals and supplies to the devastated areas in North Carolina right now, and FEMA, he put at FEMA, their X deal, is both failing to help and won't let others help. And he goes on to
This is unconscionable.
Yeah, I have a hard time with that word.
Yeah, I got it.
but he's thanks for the help. He's just basically saying, they are causing problems, and we're trying to get cell service for people and wireless service with Starlink, and we're being hassled by FEMA. And you're hearing this a lot from people on the ground that are there to try to help. We understand about trying to make sure that there's some sort of organization, but you were talking about in the break, Bubba. Look, you got to let people who have what everybody needs get to the people who need it.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard this thing about too many helicopters in the area. Well, we have flight rules for helicopters in an area. All you have to do is follow that. I understand what they're trying to do, but I think we are hurting the overall process. And I hope Congress will take a look at this when it's over and clear some of this up. If you go into an area to help, you have to be responsible for yourself. You can't blame somebody else if something happens to you. This is, an area that it's kind of into the Good Samaritan laws, in my opinion. But they're going to have to address this and clarify this, because it's absolutely ridiculous for volunteers who are capable, who have the ability to clear trees, build roads, fly helicopters, cook meals, communicate, to help out in these areas that have been devastated. And the federal government is not only not helping, they are hindering these people from helping. Yep. And that is ridiculous. That is just absolutely ridiculous.
Well, and
now we're talking about in a disaster. We're not talking normal everyday stuff. Of course. We're not talking about people having to get a business license to cut grass, okay?
Yeah.
We're talking about people starving to death, people needing medicine, people who have been cut off from all civilization. I mean, we've got to be able to help these people if you have the ability to do it.
Well, and also the irony that the same government has a wide open southern border, not vetting anybody at all. Suddenly they become big time vetting when it comes to disaster relief, trying to get to the people who, like you said, are in all these situations.
Yeah.
Look, just treat everybody in North Carolina like an illegal immigrant and we'll be fine.
That's right.
And you'll get more money, by the way.
Plus, you got an election coming up, and North Carolina is going to be big on it. I wouldn't be upsetting those people right now.
Yeah, not very wise.
It's amazing, these rivers, they just made new paths.
Yeah.
I mean, it's totally, the landscape has been totally changed.
Creation and nature is not to be tampered with.
insane footage here from this helicopter that is not allowed to land to drop off supplies to this decimated area. Swannanoa, North Carolina is gone. Chimney Rock, North Carolina is gone. Irwin, Tennessee, that's another one that hasn't gotten very much mention. That's gone. And it's just so sad. It's a comedian on TikTok, has some 6 million followers, has a video that's going viral right now talking about how it's funny that like Tom Cotton was saying, they can find funds for Ukraine, they can find hundreds of billions to send other places, but then they have $750 for these people that are in this terrible situation. And how do they get that $750? Just go online. You have to apply online. These people don't have water or power. You think they have Wi-Fi?
Right. Well, they were trying
How
to
are
get
they
it to
going to
them.
apply?
They were trying to get Starlink to them, and they can't get it there.
Let me tell you, one of the more stark photographs and all this footage of the devastation is just mind-boggling. But have you seen the pictures from space at night where the power is still out and you see the United States in this big, big part that's just got a big, just a big, looks like somebody took a black roller and just went up through there with it.
No.
I mean, that shows you the magnitude of this. Unbelievable.
No doubt.
Here it is right here. There you go.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah.
There used to be lights there.
It looks like North Korea.
It really does.
Yeah, I remember that old footage we used to see of that map all the time. We'll come back.
Look at that. Look at the hole in the light. Isn't that unreal?
Unbelievable.
15 minutes past. We'll be back. 866 We Be Big is the number. More stories to cover on the program today, including Saturday Night Live. A little mocking of Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. Interesting. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Living presidents all meet with Barack Obama in the White House yesterday. Quite a little lineup there. We had both Bushes. We had President Clinton and President Carter there. And do we have the? Okay, give me the audio.
I want to thank the president-elect for joining the ex-presidents for lunch. I am one message that I have, and I think we all share, is that we want you to succeed. Whether we're a Democrat or Republican, we care deeply about this country. And to the extent we can, we look forward to sharing our experiences with you. All of us who have served in this office understand that the office itself transcends the individual. And we wish you all the very best. And so does the country. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you all.
I just want to thank the president for. I just want to thank the president for hosting us. This is an extraordinary gathering. All the gentlemen here understand both the pressures and possibilities of this office, and for me to have the opportunity to get advice, good counsel, and fellowship with these individuals is extraordinary, and I'm very grateful to all of them. But again, thank you, Mr. President, for hosting us.
You know, I ordered the Southern Sampler just because I couldn't make up my mind.
But wait, now listen. Is this correct? Bill Clinton says, and is it off mic?
Yeah.
That he likes the rug?
Yeah, he making
a
comment.
Are you kidding me?
They just finished this, okay? And now they're all
You
standing
gotta be
around,
kidding me.
and you're going to hear the cameras, but listen real close, okay? Clinton leans over to current President Bush and says the following. Listen.
Let's go, guys. Come on. Everyone out, please. Thanks, guys.
You need help?
I love this rug.
Did you hear that?
I love this rug.
I love this rug.
Listen again.
All the memories.
Listen again.
I love this rug.
Y'all hear him?
All right, listen again.
Listen, Bill Clinton. Think about this, okay? Bill Clinton is here, and this very, I would say, on Earth, probably the most elite club there is. President of the United States.
Which makes you the leader of the free world.
He's here, this historic meeting. You have presidents that date back to the 70s and going to lead us into, the new millennium past 2010. And they're here, and it's a photo op, and it's historic, not only because of Barack Obama stands out in this crowd for his youthfulness, but also his race. And Bill Clinton leans over and says, "I love this rug."
Bill, I love this rug.
I mean, do y'all, is that strange to y'all? Is it just me?
I mean, here we are.
I know what he's thinking about. I know, okay?
I'm going to tell you what, now I love this rug.
I love this desk.
Yeah.
I do like that desk, too.
I love places all over Washington.
I like each curtain.
I love interns.
Bill, I love this rug.
Listen, you can be a card-toting Democrat for life. You got to admit that's a good one.
Bill, I love this rug.
That's funny. Yes, go ahead, save that. Let's just cut that out. We'll need that again.
Right.
That's almost as funny as all of Jimmy Carter's houses he built falling apart now. That's
oh my God, like all his economic plans, but still
nothing like having a big heart, but not having your deal together. I mean, it's just something, isn't it?
It's just something, isn't it? Hey, did y'all hear too that
I love this wall. Wish it was still standing.
Yeah. Hey, listen, did y'all also know they actually had, since he's going to be the vice president, Joe Biden was there to introduce everybody. Did you hear about this?
No.
Chuck Graham, state senator's here. Chuck, stand up, Chuck. Let him see you. Oh, God love you. What am I talking about?
God love you.
I'm going to kill somebody on my staff.
Yeah, look, I tell you, we're so blessed for the next 4 years.
Listen, everything when he finally says, when Joe Biden says God love you, there's so many things he says under his voice in his mind. Listen.
Chuck Graham, state senator's here. Chuck, stand up, Chuck. Let him see you.
Still stories from the weekend, still to come. Yes, we talked to Dickie Nadmeyer. If you missed that, catch it in the archives today, either audio or the YouTube. All right, so as we work our way back, Tim Walz has been an interesting choice. Sometimes I do consider the possibility, Bubba, maybe you too, that he was the only one that would take it. Because, do you really want to say I'm going to be the vice president, presidential candidate with Kamala Harris? Do you want to add that to your political resume? I don't know. Tim Walz, first of all, a kind of an embarrassing moment for him. The new thing is with the left is that they're acting like that abortion on demand has now been removed from every woman everywhere. And this is going to result in all sorts of death and destruction for women. They're calling it access to health care, just the normal stuff they already do. Well, Tim Walz thinks he's got something, and he thinks that a Georgia woman has died because she had to drive over state lines for an abortion, which is a horrible thing. You hate for this family that they've lost a loved one, no matter what the reason was. And the person who corrects Tim Walz does make that point, but Tim gets corrected on that's really not what led to her death. So pay attention to this and watch Tim.
Now, look, they may see this as an election issue. We see it as a right of women to make their own bodily decisions. And that's what the states like my state have the ability to put that in. States like Georgia force women to cross the border, and then we have a death of Amber Thurman. So let's be very clear. Trying to cut hairs on an issue on this is not where the American public's at. They want the restoration of Roe versus Wade. Vice President Harris said she would sign it. That's what we'll do when we're elected.
But to be clear, the Minnesota law is far beyond Roe v. Wade. And about the Amber Thurman case in Georgia, her family has, and it's tragic, she is a young mother who left behind a young son. But what her family has said is it was a complication from an abortion pill that she received, and she didn't get proper care when she went to a Georgia hospital, which had multiple opportunities to intervene there. Her own attorney, attorney. The family's attorney says it wasn't the Georgia law. It was the hospital's, what he claims is malpractice, not treating her when she clearly showed up in distress and still had the byproducts of her pregnancy because of that rare complication from the abortion pill. So just to be clear on the Georgia law and how her family and her attorney sees it.
Yeah, might want to get your facts right on that.
And that was brought up during the VP debate, Tim
They
Walz.
keep repeating it.
Yes,
Yep.
that Amber Thurman story keeps being repeated over and over and over again, and it is not true at all. She got sepsis due to the abortion pill. She did not happen what they are claiming happened.
Yeah, and even the lawyer saying Georgia had nothing to do with the fact that this hospital flubbed this and did not give her the help, the care that she needed. Had nothing to do with the laws.
And the fact that they keep repeating,
but they'll keep saying it.
They
You know,
keep
just
repeating
like
this
some of the
case.
other things that have been disproved about Trump,
the border,
right? All those things.
Don't think the truth for a minute is going to change the stump speech.
No, absolutely. If you want to have a little fun, Saturday Night Live, I think now realizing they'd like to be funny again, so they're bringing in like Nate Bargatze.
Close.
Bargatze. Again, clean comedian who's hilarious. He's back for a second host. And even Kamala Harris and Tim Walz now being made fun of. Here is Maya Rudolph doing her Kamala Harris, someone else playing her husband as they're trying to watch Tim Walz on the debate. Watch this.
Okay, he's out there. He's doing his thing, whatever that may be.
Come on, just relax. You know, you haven't had a night off in 3 months. Do you want to watch something less stressful like the Menendez Brothers show? Look, Tim will be fine. It's not like he's going to say something crazy.
I've become friends with school shooters.
They got Gaffigan playing Tim Walz.
He's fantastic.
See, if your job's comedy, this election is going for you. I mean, but you got to do it both ways. Both ways.
And they're huge libs doing it, so my hat's off to them.
Well, Gaffigan's got the face. He's staring into the camera.
He's got it.
And you want to watch something less stressful like the Menendez Brothers?
Oh, God. By the way, Betty's been watching that.
I watched the whole thing.
Did you?
Oh, yeah. Wow.
Gaffigan
You
is
give him
so good.
Look at the face. Got the hands out in front of him and everything.
Of course, Tim's a raging liberal.
I know.
I mean, Jim. I
know
Tim
he is.
because he's liberal.
Well, let me tell you about Gaffigan, and this is what Gaffigan's doing, and it happens a lot. I've seen it. Okay, is he's just trying to fit in. He's making the deal. I am not going to be ostracized. I make a lot of money.
Yep.
I'm doing well. I'm not here to make trouble.
That's right.
And he's just going along with it. And
I can't believe he's doing this. This is funny.
Well, that's what I mean. Now
Yeah,
it's got
very
to,
funny.
everybody you just saw, from what I can gather, they're all liberals.
Yes.
Politically. And every one of them, it's kind of like what happened to Bill Maher when he's like, look, at some point, I can't just, I have to be able to look at myself in the mirror and go, I'm missing opportunities to point out things here.
And plus, from a comedy side,
Oh.
you can't ignore it.
You can't.
If your job is comedy, and that material that they're
It's there,
providing you,
yeah.
if you don't take advantage of that, you're not doing your job.
Bubba, let me ask you this. And so we know that North Carolina is a major swing state many times in elections. They'll be very, very important.
Mm-hmm.
So people are pointing out. We just saw a person, Greg, and you would know more about this, that said that they heard from their loved one that works for one of the power companies that's there, and they don't think they'll be done. They may not be home for Thanksgiving. Okay.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
amazing.
So-
it's right up there with Katrina.
Rick, you're basically just starting over. It's like, hey, here's a brand new area, North Carolina, so let's build power. And I mean,
and not only you're dealing with rebuilding the power system, you got to have roads to get down where you can
the
do
roads
it.
have got to be there
They're
first.
impassable.
So my point is, if we all know Thanksgiving is beyond the election, how are these people going to vote?
Well, I don't know. That's a good question. They're going to have to get to the polls, and
how?
I guess a bunch of mules.
I don't know.
How do we how do we get everybody's vote in North Carolina?
I don't know.
In these areas where this
We're going to
happens?
have ballot boxes, and we're going to stuff them. That's what's going to happen.
I mean, how many voters does this impact in North Carolina?
I don't know. That's a good question. It's going to have to be looked at closer.
Yeah,
I think it's been such mass confusion up to this point. You don't know what anything is.
Yeah, but by everything we're seeing, and again, it may happen. It doesn't look like, and we're talking about 3 weeks till we vote.
No
by the
way.
way, no way.
No.
So how do these people get their votes in these counties?
And how accurate?
And that's a very important state.
Be?
That state's a big player.
Yeah, it is a very big player.
Yeah.
So I don't know the answer. We don't, but I think that question's out there, right? And I know that somebody's already
I would
considering
think
that.
when it comes to votes, if you just look at the national model of how a lot of this is shaken out, more of the Democrats are in the city and more of the rural areas Republican. So this looks like it would hurt Trump more than it would the demos.
And people are saying that's purposeful. I'm not sure.
What, a weather machine?
No,
Not
just
the weather machine
the lack
again.
of, the lack of aid so that they can't get their lives together and then get out and vote. Also, the Starlink thing. The cynical part of me thinks that people that want to keep control don't want people to have Starlink and have access to information and have a source of internet that can't be stopped, that can't be throttled, that can't be censored.
I don't know. Like, I'm just pointing out the obvious issue, and a texter actually brought that up, and I saw that, and I said, man, that's a good point. So, but I know that the texter was not the first person to think of it, and then we read it, and now we're officially breaking news that we don't know how these people are going to vote. I know that somebody is aware of the situation, but I don't know. And Starlink, I guess, could be the answer, right?
Well, it would help you get information. I don't know that it's going to help you vote.
Well, that's what I was wondering. Does it even help you vote?
And plus, if you don't have power, Starlink's no good. You still have to power that.
That's true.
The margins in these swing states are so slim.
Yeah. Slim margins, Adler.
10, 20,000.
Speedy goes to the phones. We'll chat with America when we come back. 866-WE-BE-BIG. All 10 lines are available. You can comment on everything you've already heard today. Bring up a new topic if you'd like when we hear from you right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Indonesian police have arrested a couple who apparently made meatballs from protected monkeys.
I got to tell you what, if you look on that menu and tonight is monkey meatballs, hang on. But you know what? You can't be making meatballs out of protected monkeys. Now, if they're unprotected, have at it.
I know what a lot of you are thinking.
Right. Greg's
and
mic.
I don't even need to say it.
At no point will Greg's mic be hot during this conversation. Just know that, so you don't have to worry about that. Now, you're going to hear him mumbling over here.
Right.
Off mic.
I know there's a lot of mountain oyster jokes right now floating around.
Right. They're everywhere.
Apparently, the pair poached dozens of rare monkeys from the national park east of Java Island, and that's not an internet location.
That is correct.
They're also known as silverleaf monkeys. I can't say their real name. According to a statement released by the Indonesian-based Animal Protection Group. Police found about 65 pounds of meat estimated to come from about 20 to 25 monkeys. They also found 2 rifles. The couple admitted that they had known what they did was against the law, and they hunted the monkeys for their meat because beef and chicken are more expensive than the protected monkeys.
Wow.
Meatball soup, known locally as basko, is a popular dish in Indonesia.
What is it known locally as?
Basko. Bakso. I don't know how, I guess that's how you'd say it.
Backso.
Backso.
You know what? I think we need to quit saying that because I think if you translate that,
yeah,
if it's monkey meatballs,
like,
there's no telling what that means.
Yeah, I'm very, very cautious when I start trying to translate Indonesian here live on the air.
but what I don't get, why not make monkey meatballs out of unprotected monkeys? Why, they just went for the wrong monkey. Chimpanzee. Or better known as a langir. Impressive.
Now, if you're in Indonesia, their law states that if you are found committing crimes against wildlife, you could face 5 years in prison and a fine of about $555. But the law is not always strictly enforced.
You know what usually happens when they come up here to try to arrest them? They go, Now, let's just say that our protected monkey meat came up missing, and maybe you got it. You got to take it home and make monkey meatballs, Mr. Officer. You know what I'm saying?
You know, I do. That makes you wonder. I wonder what monkey tastes like.
You know what? It's a little gamey. I've had it actually.
Really, have you?
Rick? No, I did. It was kind of a gathering that kind of got out of control, but it was.
I wonder how you hunt monkeys.
Being eaten.
What do you do? Hang bananas in trees and pick them off when they come by?
Let me tell you this: if you're hunting monkeys, not only do you have to be really hungry, you got to be pretty quick.
Well, if they were shooting,
what if the monkey was just acting up?
Have you had
before
monkey?
I know how to do that.
All right, here we go. See, this is what's so good about our special guest.
They don't hunt monkeys in Puerto Rico.
Now, how do Puerto Ricans know how to hunt monkeys?
Well, actually, we know of a missionary named John Garlick who told us the way they do it in Africa is they have this little square box with a small hole, and they put a banana in there. And once the monkey puts his hand in there, he grabs the banana. He refuses to let it go, and here comes the poachers with a club, and they'll belt this guy.
So it catches his hand.
It's the same way we
grabbing a
catch
banana.
raccoons. We catch raccoons.
Yes,
very
it catches his hand. Yes, sir.
Trap door.
And then they come in there and take him out, blow to the head.
Take him out. Yes, sir.
And now they had rifles.
They go with a blow to the head to save the meat. Right?
Yeah, I'm not trying to act like I know how these Indonesians did it, but with 2 rifles, they probably looked at trees and shot them out of them.
Yeah, I would have to guess.
Yeah,
is what I'm thinking.
No, they didn't spank him.
But again, you got to be a very good shot. That's an animal that can move,
and it's a small animal too.
You're right. I mean, that's a.
And I would imagine pretty mad if you didn't make a clean shot.
Yeah. Well, they said chicken and beef is more expensive than monkey. Well, yeah, I bet. But a monkey, I mean, that's exotic meat.
Is it red meat?
I don't know. I'm kidding. I've never had it. I've seen monkeys, chimpanzees eat monkeys,
right?
And it looks like I have.
It looks like red meat.
I have seen it. You ain't seen
you
that?
know, he studies Animal Planet, Greg, all the time.
Wait a minute. You haven't seen that horrifying one where they do the hunting party and go get the monkeys and eat them?
Oh,
it's
yeah,
awful.
I did.
I was watching
You won't sleep. When all of a sudden you look and they've got that rib cage passing it around. And they pass it around too. Want to go, hey, let me have some. They'll hand it over,
So they'll share.
Yeah. And
how they do it, Rick?
it looks like
a bunch of hippies in California passing the joint around.
Exactly. Here we go, 35 minutes past the hour. Phone calls coming in, Speedy taking them as we chat with America. Active Week coming up from themanchurch.com. Tony Cooper, First Baptist Church, Crestview, Florida, Thursday night, the 10th. Also the 10th in Birmingham, Alabama, Lakeside Baptist, Speaker Steve Shaw. Coming up on the 12th, I'll be at Providence Baptist Church in Tallapoosa, Georgia. And then on the 13th, Scott Gorosky, Twickenham Church of Christ, Huntsville, Alabama. Find all those details at themanchurch.com. Find one near you, and hopefully you'll see our guys out this weekend in Tallapoosa, Georgia. I'll see you, Lord willing, on Saturday night. Let's start with Kathy in Holtz Bluff, Alabama. Kathy, go ahead. Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Yes, I didn't get to hear the whole story last week about B's Restaurant.
Mm-hmm.
My parents lived in Rossville, Georgia, Chattanooga, right there together, and his great aunt was a waitress at the B's Restaurant.
Are you kidding me?
And it's for real. And her picture was probably one of the black and white pictures that you've seen on the wall. I mean, the place has been the same for years. When you walk in, you probably had those greasy floors, and you're afraid you're going to fall down.
I couldn't believe what I was seeing. It was such a, like I told Bubba, I remember the first time I went into a Brazilian steakhouse. I never knew there was a soul food Southern version of that, with that Lazy Susan, with all those Southern dishes. It was just what an experience, and it looked just like it looked in the 50s in there. And it was almost like I wonder if I hadn't stepped into a time warp. It was
the old wormhole.
How about I've got a guy that I've gotten to know over the last couple of years. He said he's single, young guy. He said that he and his buddies, after hearing us talk about it, they are planning a trip just to go there and do that.
Oh yeah, that'll be fun.
Yeah. So anyway, great experience. Let's go to Cameron, Pell City, Alabama. ZZK. Cameron, go ahead.
Morning, guys. How y'all doing?
We're good. Hope you're okay.
Hey, so we've got to get Speedy back at protective. Without Speedy, they're just lifeless. I kind of blame him for their loss.
It's not his fault. He wasn't hired to come back.
Yeah. You look at UAB.
He didn't just leave them.
A lot of UAB Blazer fans are saying when Speedy was here, it was a different atmosphere, different results on the field. Was that a UAB cost cut that was that they'd like to go back and look at?
UAB is struggling right now.
They are, minus Speedy.
Lee and Troy. Lee, go ahead. Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen.
How you doing?
I was going to see if you guys had seen the skit with Nate Bargatze when he did the George Washington Revolutionary War, the new one, not the old one. Have you guys seen that yet?
No, I haven't seen the new one. Adler said it was funny, but not as funny as the first one. The first one,
not as funny, but I think the greatest point of it all is just shows you how silly our leaders were back then and how they are now. Just kind of gives you a really bad perspective.
Oh, that wasn't my takeaway at all. I thought it was hilarious, but you're entitled to your
I thought
opinion.
it was hilarious too.
Yeah. It was just fantastic. But it is funny how our units of measurement and all the silly things we do, calling hot dogs, calling hamburgers, making fun of all that.
Yeah,
absolutely hilarious.
That is funny. But you said it was great, but not as good as the other one.
I would say it was like Rambo 2 was still really good.
Right, I got you.
It wasn't First Blood, but it was good.
Yeah.
We continue. Marcus in Muscle Shoals, WLAY. Marcus, go ahead.
Hey, guys, I didn't know if you had saw a story came out about Richard Simmons and what he was buried in. It said that he was buried in his normal workout attire. His brother Lenny had said that, and they asked him why, and he said, and this is his quote, that he was trying to get the angels and saints in shape is why he was dressed like that. And they said that it was going to be workout sweating to the holies, not sweating to the oldies. That was his brother's quote.
Wow.
So you tell
Can
me
I just say
striped shorts?
That's a good one, by the way.
You like that?
Well,
sweating to.
I will
say
a
joke. It's a good one.
I will say this: I don't see how those shorts can ever be deemed holy.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's
they were
just
something else.
Maybe a jock strap might be a step in the right direction.
Right.
But anyway,
He had like a parade for him in New Orleans.
Well, you know what? He brought a lot of joy to a lot of people.
He did,
including Speedy.
Look at that,
especially Speedy, and I'm not going into it.
Yes, you are. You can't wait. Joe in Meridian, Mississippi, listening to the 97.9. Joe, go ahead.
So, big Mississippi State guy here. We had a great weekend in football. We did not lose. But I've got to say, like, these Alabama bandwagon fans, man, like, they had, like, Kalen DeBoer is just a bad coach. I believe he's like a combined 6-0 against Sarkisian, Kirby, and the coach up in Oregon. But, like, Saban, his first year, Saban lost to Louisiana Monroe and Mississippi State. We ain't beat them since. But now, granted, Kalen DeBoer, he inherited better players.
Yes,
the program
he did. A lot better.
He inherited a team that was a play away from being in the national championship game versus a 6-7 team that Saban inherited that only went 500 there.
And he turned it around in 2 years.
Yeah.
Don't forget that.
Correct. But what I'm trying to say is, like, that Saban is obviously one of the greatest, if not the greatest coach of all time.
No doubt.
But Saban also lost Iron Bowl at home, went up 24-7 against Auburn. He at the kick six, he didn't put faster players after that timeout that he wanted. So what I'm saying is
easy.
DeBoer is still the guy there,
easy.
I believe.
Don't you? But you didn't have to go negative on Saban.
You're in trouble
you
now,
go
buddy.
negative on Saban. Joe, I mean, come on. I know y'all had a bye week, but that's maybe too much time on your hand.
No, look, we will get destroyed. I don't think we'll win another football game all year long.
Yeah.
We're in a rebuilding process.
Well, what a bad year not to be able to play Auburn. You know that if you could have just won, you finally can't. You don't have Auburn on the schedule of all years. There you
Well, like his point, I get his point. It's, he goes from being the great coach in 1 week. Of course, we know this. That's how this goes. That's nothing new. It's nothing new, but it is funny.
It's always funny, but fans have been doing that.
Oh yeah.
I mean, and you know that's part of being fans. You love the team when they do well, and you when they're not doing
1
well,
week later,
suddenly your whole view on everything changes.
Yes.
We're awful. We're terrible.
Yep.
This coach is great. He's horrible.
And 2 weeks later, you may be ready for a national championship.
Exactly.
Again. You never know.
Look, DeBoer gets in the playoff, and they will be in the playoff, barring some come apart right now.
Yep.
And they do well in the playoff, and they lift one of those trophies. Nobody's even going to remember the Vandy game.
Yep.
It'll be.
You lose to South Carolina at home, season's over.
No, it would not.
That's a whole other story.
Perry in Gadsden, Z93. Perry, go ahead.
Hey guys, so Malachi Moore, when the player ran on the field and was trying to get him off the field, what he was doing, he was telling him that, hey, P. Diddy's about to rat you out, and that's why he pitched the fit.
That's. Sometimes I wonder if callers run their comments past themselves.
Right.
And
I know sometimes in the car when it's just you and the steering wheel, it sounds funny. But sometimes if you could just bounce it off one person, it would be better.
It's tough to tie, Yeah. You got to have, for the joke to work, it's got to have some kind of tie.
Well, the thing you have to worry about a punchline, you really shouldn't have it first. You know what I mean? Because then you're trying to find what could I do that would set me up to be able to say what I want to say. But it all has to kind of come together.
Yeah. And the two subjects need to kind of somehow
just a little bit relatable.
Just a little.
Josh in Decatur. It looks easy when you watch us on YouTube or listen to us on your radio. But Josh, go ahead.
Hey, buddy. How are y'all doing this morning?
We're good. We're good.
Hey, man. That guy who was talking about Alabama earlier, I just got to say, it's kind of funny. We've had 3 coaches so far. We had the Bear, the Goat, and now we got DeBoer. It was kind of like we're collecting the animals here. You know what I mean?
That's good. That's
good.
Funny.
We'll come back. 866 We Be Big.
Gosh, I just love college football season, don't y'all?
Isn't it fun? I miss it so bad when it's gone. We'll be back 15 minutes to the top of the hour. 866 We Be Big, the number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Intern Bruiser. And then we started asking him what you had to do to be an Eagle Scout. And look, I'm a good, and I know what it's like to have a hard time recalling things like becoming an Eagle Scout. And
graduating college.
And boy, the Boy Scouts, I started getting email. I started getting email from the Boy Scouts of America, from Eagle Scouts, parents of Eagle Scouts.
I got them too.
And they were like, man, tell Bruiser, I mean, come on. I mean, he's got to deliver. Well, today the Bruiser has walked in, decked out head to toe, in his full-blown Eagle Scout uniform, representing the fine organization, the Boy Scouts of America, and he is a full-blown Eagle Scout. So Bruiser,
or it is October. He's been to Party City and he's got a Halloween costume.
Okay, Greg. Okay, well there's
Greg. Greg, don't be a hater.
I just said
Greg,
it's a possibility.
Have some plumpy nut and calm down.
Right.
Put it this way: he tried to sell me a program to the ball game tonight when I walked up.
I'm so sorry, Greg.
All right, so Bruiser,
tell your mom I'm sorry.
You look good in your uniform, by the way.
Thank you.
And so
I noticed some of the interns kind of checking you out. A man in uniform.
Boy, a man in uniform stirring up.
Still fits too.
Yeah. I saw Elle Woods of her. She's trying to make sure the Tinkerbell thing's over, and then she's
Can't fight.
I think she's been very respectful to leave the
Well, she's trying to be kind.
There. Right.
But if she wants some clarification today whether Tink's going to let him go or not.
Right.
It's uncomfortable that Tinkerbell's here, frankly. But anyway, so let's
with her busy schedule, I don't see how she made it.
I don't either. She's so busy with all those Auburn games and hanging out with other people.
Bad boy.
All right, now let me ask you this.
Working.
So, Bruiser, what are you trying to say today?
That I am an Eagle Scout, and you were wrong for not believing me.
Did you get that at the thrift store?
No.
They used to sell.
I only went to the thrift store once, and it was.
Well, they
I don't
get
even
a lot
remember.
of good stuff there.
What about all them badges?
You went to the thrift store before you went out with Tinkerbell. I remember that. You get kind of a cool outfit.
Yeah, you had a jacket.
Yeah. He was working that jacket that had kind of an odd smell to it, but it was man, that was awesome.
Rick, you're off.
Bruiser, are those badges real or not?
Yes, they're real.
Bruiser, you.
That's not a reflection on the story. Just
Right.
that he was wearing it.
That was a Rick joke.
Look, I'm just kidding.
And
We can't joke about it.
And please, when Rick goes to the meeting, make him go alone.
I want y'all to know, back in my band days, thrift stores were gold.
Oh, yeah. Sure they were.
To find
still
some-
gold for us.
To find something to wear on the stage. that was
Bruiser,
awesome.
tell us your badges here. Can you just kind of right quickly
And
tell
on
us
these-
what they stand for?
let me, see
Stand
if
up
I-
over here so we can see.
Yeah,
you.
let's have a look at you. Eagle
Come on,
Scout.
Let's have a look, see, so we can describe for the audience.
Just
what we
stand up
see.
right there and pull the mic up. They can see you.
Hey, what
You're
about
good
this?
right there.
Right there, Eagle Scout.
Well,
You're moving
camera's
him.
got to find him too.
Oh,
No, you step back right there in front of Bob.
Okay,
Yeah, there you go.
Eagle Scout's wireless now.
Yeah. Oh, the Eagle Scout has wings.
Boy, Eagle Scout, we
Yeah.
got you, son. You're fine. Go ahead. Okay.
Bruiser, you won't hear it because you're not wearing headphones.
Bruiser, do this. Back up like one giant step. You're a little hot in the lights there. There we go.
Perfect.
Right
Okay.
there.
Oh, that's a perfect. That's a perfect shot I need right there.
Man,
If you could like zoom in here.
Okay.
Now he's telling
Now
everybody what to do. He's got
Sure,
a uniform
he's,
on,
well,
he's
he's
in
a
charge.
directing Eagle Scout.
Yeah, how about not only is an Eagle Scout, he's a TV producer.
Yeah, he's a little out of focus.
And focus.
Rick, see the
Try to
TV
get
producer
these in view
badge.
here.
See it?
All right. This, if you could, little, there you go.
Hey, how about this? Why don't you be a patient? Be a patient Eagle Scout.
All right. This one right here, if you can see it, is swimming.
Where's the badge of patience?
Swimming. Now, what kind
Anywho.
of swimming did you have to do to earn that?
Huh?
What kind of swimming?
kind of
How
swimming
much
did you do?
swimming?
Well, at camp, we got out in the lake and we swam laps, and
Can you or can you not swim?
I can swim.
If you had to go enter a triathlon today, could you do it?
Well, I don't know about triathlon.
How
but,
far can you swim?
Pretty far, I guess.
Okay, all right, that's good.
Could you swim from
That's a
here to
good
the
estimate.
American flag in the center of the Vestavia City Center?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Could you swim across the
Lake Erie.
Lake Erie?
I've never been there, but
How
maybe.
about the English Channel?
Probably not.
Okay. Could you swim across the Warrior River?
Maybe.
Now, Bruiser, let me be clear.
I like your socks.
This
That's my
was
Tennessee
favorite.
River.
This was all
Terrapin
done.
Creek.
This was after the wheelchair days, right?
Yeah, this is you did
Was
this after you had the
pre-wheelchair or post
Pre.
wheelchair.
pre-wheelchair before you
got
broke your.
somebody on your pants too.
Bubba, if you remember the story, he got put in the wheelchair while sliding down an inflatable slide at a scouting event.
That's right.
Look,
Anywho.
we've had a big breakfast here
All right.
today. I'm
This
covered
one is geology.
All right.
This one is camping.
Wait,
Okay.
well, back up geology. That means y'all collect some rocks? What?
Yeah,
Okay.
samples and
Gotcha.
Got
different
it.
stuff.
Got it.
This is
Quartz
cooking.
to you.
Cookie, what can you cook?
Well, I can cook pizza. I can cook ramen.
Thanks for being with us today as we are rolling through another one. MyPillow.com/bigbox. You know, we talked about the old cancel culture that's out there. Well, they've tried every way in the world to shut old Lindale down. They just can't do it, can they? So right now, as you would expect, they're also helping their neighbors. The national media is not going to tell you about this. I guess we will. This morning, as we speak, a truck carrying 14,000 MyPillows left Minnesota en route to North Carolina to help the people of Asheville and the surrounding communities impacted by Hurricane Helene. So Mike Lindell and the MyPillow team are constantly getting canceled by the liberal elites out there, but time and time again, boy, they just step up and help America in time of need. Now, you're not going to hear that story, but we did want to pass that along to you. The standard MyPillow, you can get one yourself and save $30. Normally $49.98, but to show the world they can't cancel MyPillow, for a limited time, you get one for $14.98. The queens are $18.98, and the king $19.98. So $30 to $50 you're saving there. If you'd like to find out more on how to do that, just go to mypillow.com/bigbox. Yeah, use that code BIGBOX, and don't forget you can get those MyPillows right now at incredible savings. And our thanks to MyPillow for once again stepping up and sharing and helping others in need, and for the fact that they can't seem to quite be canceled, which is always cool. All right, so Bubba, a couple things. I know you can't speak of it. It's not a celebrity death.
No.
But it does involve the Minnesota Vikings. The
They're
team,
one of the two undefeated teams in the NFL.
So you said it.
Well, they are. That's a fact.
Yeah,
That's a fact.
I didn't.
It is a
Yeah,
fact.
can you talk?
Look, I'm impressed with what they're doing. It's great. It's a lot of fun being a
Sam
Viking
Darnold.
fan this time of year. But December's coming, so
the fifth.
We could go into the playoffs undefeated and we'd lose the first round.
Bubba, don't be
so.
like this.
Rick, I'm not negative. I'm just telling you the reality.
Okay. Well,
so all we can base any prediction on is history. History is clearly on my side on this.
It is.
I'll give you that.
You're the fifth winningest franchise in NFL history.
Yeah, was it fifth? It was somewhere right around
I think
the
it was
top.
fifth. I think it was.
That's impressive, and the only one of that group that hadn't won a Super Bowl, by the way.
Well, you had to go there real quick.
Well,
didn't
it's true.
One lot of
Also,
game, just not lost.
So, have you got? Did you win this weekend, or do y'all play tonight? What's
they beat the Jets in London. Got out to a big lead, like 17-0, and the Jets came back, scored a touchdown right before halftime, and then actually made it a game. The Jets were driving to win the game, and they picked off your former Green Bay quarterback.
So there it is, 5-0, Bubba.
5-0.
The Chiefs are the other undefeated team. They play tonight. Excuse me.
Yeah, who did the Chiefs play tonight in Monday Night Football? I don't even know.
Y'all
Let's see. I'd have to
schedule.
Saints?
That's going to be a good one.
Is it? Saints,
Yes.
Are Saints having a good year?
Yeah, Saints are good.
Who that said they're going to beat them Saints? Who that? Who that?
I think the Chiefs are playing at home, though. So
Uh-oh.
big advantage.
Arrowhead.
And Bubba, you mentioned you had a Caitlin Clark update of some sort.
Yeah, if you don't think Caitlin Clark is carrying the WNBA, okay, and how valuable she is to that. The last game that she played in when her team was put out of the playoffs pulled the biggest numbers the WNBA has ever had in TV viewership, 2.54 million.
Wow.
Okay. Now that she's out, the next series started with the Las Vegas Aces and New York Liberty. It only drew 900,000.
Oh, my.
So you're talking about a substantial drop. The other semi-playoff game, the Minnesota Lynx and the Connecticut Sun, only drew 650,000. So you're looking at, at least 100% or a little more drop in viewership because of that. I mean, it's the numbers are staggering when you look at how far it dropped.
I'm still kind of shocked that there's 600,000 people that are watching a WNBA game, or 900,000. Who are these people? I've never met any of them. I don't has anybody ever met a person that they could prove that they watched the WNBA on TV?
Have you personally
I've
encountered anyone with some swag from the league?
Well, you heard me stumble over the teams here. I don't know the teams.
Right.
I don't even know the team Caitlin Clark plays on. I just know she's Caitlin Clark.
There's a Fever.
And it's an Indiana team.
It's a Fever.
The Fever.
Is it Fever? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've never – I don't know that – I mean, I've never documented anyone that could prove to me that they watched it. They might say it, but I hadn't had anybody prove it. I don't even know anybody's ever even said it that I've never been around.
No, I don't even –
because I don't think anybody would say it.
The teams. I couldn't tell you what their colors were, where they played at, anything. So she was very good for the league, and I don't know that everybody in that league appreciates that fact.
Well, I can answer that for you. I can get you right. I can get you home on that one. As a matter of fact, they've gone as far as to not just to ostracize her, but to claim there's no documentation of this at all. To claim that she brings racism out in people.
Yeah.
When
she brings
harassing.
the fans harass the black players, and their love of Caitlin Clark is not because she's the best player that's come along in a long time in women's basketball, but because she's white.
I think they're hammering on some of them. I don't think it's because of their race. I think it's because they're taking cheap shots at her. They consider cheap shots,
right?
Not just setting screens, but trying to do damage.
Yeah, if I did something that somebody deemed to be inappropriate and they called it inappropriate, it may not be my ethnicity. It may be they just thought that was inappropriate behavior.
Yeah.
It may not have nothing to do with the color of my skin.
Right.
They may have just thought my behavior was something they didn't care for. Could be. That does happen. The NBA, LeBron and Bronny James, first father and son combo to play together. And Bubba, as you mentioned in the break, it looks like his son will be like the rest of the Lakers. He gets to pass it to LeBron, and LeBron shoots.
Watch him shoot.
Here we go. We've been waiting for it. It is the preseason, but LeBron James and LeBron James Jr. are on the floor at the same time.
That is nice. Cool. How nervous you think 9 is?
Oh, yeah. And did you notice, this is good marketing, did you notice LeBron went and stood right next to him so everybody could take the picture?
Right.
Everybody can take a picture of the back of the jersey. See him get lined up there for the shot.
And left and right. James and
James
Jr.
That's marketing right there.
Look at that.
Yeah. So there they, and did Bronny do anything?
I don't have any stats on it.
He passed to LeBron, let him shoot?
I don't know.
But that's a cool, all kidding aside, that's a cool opportunity for these.
Well,
two.
on both sides. I mean, so I'm the dad, and
that's really cool.
If he's on the court, that means I'm on up there in age.
Sure, I am,
and still relevant enough to where I can be on the court and perform the way he does. That's pretty impressive.
Is this become LeBron James's goal? Was this why he was sticking around?
Well, he said that for many years that he wanted to play
too.
with his son as a Laker. I mean, he has said that before.
I thought that was his
back before
goal
he ever
now.
went to college.
Yeah.
Somebody,
and look, I don't blame him. I think all of us would love to play with our son on anything that you could.
Oh man, that would be fantastic. Yeah,
it's the first father-son duo to play ever.
Yeah, there you go. Okay.
Now, should he be there if he wasn't LeBron's son? Probably.
That's a different topic.
Yeah, LeBron absolutely pull that one, but you know what? He's good enough. He can do it.
You know what? How about if I could help my son get in the league? I would.
Yeah, we'd all help our sons if we could.
So, Bubba, someone's they're agreeing with you that in 2016 the Vikings had the same exact start, finished 8-8.
Sure, y'all. No,
wow,
y'all don't doubt me on this one. Okay? I'll say I'm wrong when we have a Super Bowl victory party.
Okay.
If you leave us, have a big day. You got more Rick and Bubba. Stick around. Top of the hour. And hopefully we'll have some more Rick and Bubba right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You and I were talking about going to the great concert last night, Glory Revealed. It was a hard sellout. And I know that we can be a nightmare from one Calvin Speedy Wilburn, where we run into people and you see them and you get caught up in the emotion and you'll go, hey, man, I'll try to do that. And Speedy's the one that has to make things happen after we commit to him. And I've noticed that, our friend and, author and speaker and evangelist David Nasser may be one of the worst I've ever seen at this, of just committing. He'll on a sold-out show, I never once heard Nasser say, I can't get you seats. I'm sorry, they're just not available. Anybody who asks, Nasser would go, yeah, man, yeah. And but unfortunately, David doesn't have to actually find those seats.
Right.
That goes to road manager Mr. Lott. So I was leaving church on Sunday, and a lot of you who follow the NFL and now retired, outstanding offensive center and offensive guard in the NFL, played many years with the Seahawks, Chris Gray. Chris Gray is just retired, and he's still a very big man.
Yes, I would suppose so if he played in the NFL. Right?
Very, very big man, right. And beautiful family. And he asked me on the way out of church, he said, do you know anybody can get me tickets to this Glory Revealed, because I know it's sold out. And now my wife and kids are wanting to go. I said, well, let me check on it, and I'll let you know. And, of course, I asked Nasser, and, of course, Nasser said it's fine, because
that's what he likes to say.
Right. And so I called Chris back, and I tell him, hey, it's handled, and here's what you do, and all that. Well, there really are not reserved seats when it's general admission.
Yeah, that's GA.
Well, they roped off a little area they called family and friends of Glory Revealed. And it was not near as big an area as Nasser had promised people. And I know for the road manager that was a nightmare.
Right.
Because you sell ticket seats and then you can't come back and go, we told people we had this many seats and now y'all are, it's okay to say there's no room. I mean, that's fine. You can say that. Nasser unable to say that. But
Well, it's just his giving nature, Rick.
Right. So so we get there and we walk into to where we were told to go and sit, and in a very uncomfortable moment, Chris Gray's in my seat, and he's
Now, do you have a particular seat, or is he just in your area?
Well, they come over to our area and they said, "Here's the area," and he said, "Over here, I think is where y'all seats are." Well, I see Chris in my seat, and I'm like, "That's a mountain of a man."
Yeah.
I mean, do I? So I just start to go sit somewhere else. You know what I mean? I'm like,
which I think was wise.
Yeah, because I said, look, I don't think getting third row seats to Glory Revealed is worth a choke slam. You know what I mean?
No.
And so he, being the gentle giant that he is, starts like feeling bad, like, hey, no. I mean, you got me these seats, and I'm gonna go sit somewhere else. And I was like, no, man, it's fine. So, unfortunately, if you're watching, you don't really see that Chris is being an outstanding gentleman. It appears I'm trying to move Chris out of my seat, and when he's saying yes, I'm going to, it looks like he's saying no, I'm not, and then I'm telling him to get up.
Right.
You know what I mean? So everybody started
from the hand.
Right.
Stuff.
And he's gigantic. You know what I mean? He could play now. And like he said what a lot of people are saying. If I could skip camp like Favre, I could play too.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
So I want to thank him and his family for getting up and moving, even though it wasn't. I mean, I was fine, even dividing the family up and all that. But he was just too kind to go ahead and move and give us our seats. And I want people to know, because then a lot of people start coming up to me, pat me on the back. Hey, man, you told him to get up and move. And I'm like, no. He got up and moved. Hey, man, that guy played in the NFL. I'll tell you one thing. Burgess told him to get up. And he got up.
Right.
And I was like, no, that's not what happened. So I don't want it to get back to Chris Gray
that you made him move.
That he thinks I was telling
There's
people
a rumor going
that I
around
made him move. I didn't.
Right. That you gave him some, you served him up.
No, that did not happen. It didn't help when I broke down like I wanted to block him and funning a little bit.
Because, again, people can't hear what you're saying.
Right.
They just see.
That
it looks like you're trying to tell him, get on out in this aisle real quick.
How about this? Looking back, me breaking down probably was a mistake.
Right.
Because I didn't help to what was being the frenzy that was being fed. Burgess is making a guy get up, and I think he played in the NFL. And then it gets exaggerated.
Yeah.
Rick's telling Brett Favre to get out of his seat. And you're like, whoa. You know what I mean?
And it really, as big as Chris is, you don't want him with a misunderstanding of any type.
No.
Right.
No, you don't want him waking up today with people ragging him, and the next thing we know, we look out here and he's outside the window. You know,
right,
that kind of thing,
right, yeah.
Since he lives in there.
Is it true you told him about the Jarvis story? Yeah,
No,
you didn't tell him about that,
it was nothing like that.
Okay.
Look, I kept saying, Chris, sit down. Look, you didn't know they put us all here. I'm here 20 till. You were here early at your seat. I'm going to sit back here. No, man, you got these tigs. I ain't going to let that happen. But hands are frailing.
Right.
You know what I mean? And
so it's almost like he's going, hey, get away from me. Stop it, because his hand's up.
And all he was being was very kind. So a lot of you took that and ran with it, and you need to be real. Stop. Okay.
Don't get Rick in trouble.
Because I know that call's coming today. Man, what'd you say on the air? So I want to be clear on the air that Chris Gray, of his own kind heart,
moved because you told him to.
No, he moved because he wanted to, because it was bothering him that he had a better seat than me.
That's right, baby. We're back. 6 minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us from the Big Boy Studio out on the bleeding edge of technology, from Sweet Home, Alabama to the rest of the world. And we thank you for being here. So, Bubba, I got to join you turning 60 years old this year. Both of us turned 60. I brought kind of eased into 60 last Thursday. And you know this, all of us do that have adult kids and all this. It's your birthday, you turn 60, it's a biggie. You just think everybody's just going to just throw their schedules out the window and just rush to see you. And you realize that now a gathering for something like 60 now has to revolve around everyone's schedule.
Sure.
Oh, yeah.
Sure.
Our actual gathering is so far from my birthday, I don't even think I'm going to be into it anymore. I mean, we've had to push it all the way like to the 19th. so that everybody can get here. And so as we were heading into this weekend, Sherry said, well, she said, what would you like to go to the farm? And I said, I would love to go to the farm for the weekend. We don't get there enough. I'd love to go. That would be great. The weather, the weather was interesting because in Sweet Home Alabama, it's not a given. It was still 85 were the highs.
Mm-hmm. It was warm.
But it felt like in the morning, this is in Alabama, this is when we declare it fall. You can stand in the shade and feel some relief. Mm-hmm. That's it. Every now and then we'll get a day. So that means the humidity has dropped a little bit. So if you get in the shade and there's a breeze, you go, hey, this is kind of nice. The cloud didn't look hazy. You could see the blue skies really good. It was warmer than I wanted it to be in the middle of the day, but it was still better than it has been. Yeah. Okay, and the shade was comfortable, and the mornings were comfortable, and the evenings were comfortable. So we were
nice.
Discussing. Now, of course, you know how this goes, Bubba, because you handed him off to me, Gary the Bulldozer Man. And the biggest thing is Gary's very, very helpful, but Gary thinks the farm is his. We've talked about this.
His turkeys.
Hey, what are y'all doing this weekend? I said, well, Sherry and I are going to go down there. We may have some friends come down on Saturday afternoon. Hey, I don't know about that.
He don't know about it.
And I said, Gary, that's what we're doing. Hey, we just planted the fields. Don't be putting them four-wheelers in them fields now. And I said, Gary, Gary's thing is he won't plant in September because he says it's still too hot and this stuff doesn't do well in heat. But then the back and forth we have is so we plant in October when there's no rain.
Right.
So it's the driest month we have in Alabama. If you look at the history, it's the reason why a year ago tomorrow, one of my sons got married. Is they said we picked October because we wanted to have an outdoor wedding at the barn, Adler's place, this beautiful place. I was at a wedding there again yesterday, and they said the percentage of rain in October in Alabama is almost none.
Yeah, with the absence of a hurricane coming in to dump water, it normally is our dry spot.
Yeah, it is, and it looks like this one that's brewing now is not going to bring us any rain this week either. So anyway,
but Florida.
But Florida. Ooh, I don't know if people are going to Florida, but anyway, so I was like, look, let's just go low key. Let's go down after the show on Friday. Let's spend the night down there. Let's have a nice time. I've been waiting to get the HDMI cord back down there.
Yeah, you're talking about the green one is as long as from here to the other side of the room.
20 feet long.
The one that young Broderick took and won't own.
This thick.
And I got a heavy duty one from Super Tom now, buddy. I don't know. I think Elon Musk gave it to Tom. So I couldn't wait to get down there and figure that out, and all that. So. And then there were things we had to do, and Sherry's got, we got to get everything, her little she shack, all that's got to go, and so I started asking. I said, "Now talk to me about Saturday afternoon." She goes, "No, relatively low key, just some barbecue. Open the barn up. We've already got the tables in there. We probably do need to go sweep the barn out, be sure it's all whatever." And I was trying to check my honeydews here, and she said, "Of course, I want to start a fire." And I said, "Does that mean 1 p.m.?" Yeah, she starts the fire. I said, "Baby, nobody cares about the fire at 1. Oh, I have to get it good and hot." I said, "Baby, you're gonna burn through all the wood we got before anybody even gets here." But she's got to get the fire going and all that. And so I love waking up at the farm and getting the coffee and sitting in the rocking chairs. It's just one of my favorite. I even saw some deer moving and all that. And so she said, "Well, they'll be here about 4." And I said, "Oh, good, late afternoon, be comfortable." And I said, I'll get the four-wheelers out. We've had these four-wheelers for, they're just old battle axes. We've had them around for, nearly, I guess we've had the farm for about 16, 17 years, so they're about that old, both of them. But they still run. And then I hear, well, I think you remember when I got involved in the pickleball thing, the guy we called the Nephilim?
Yeah.
Yes.
Who played little ball, very large guy,
So
Rich
large.
Bartletsky. So she says, "Well, I think Rich is bringing his own four-wheeler." And I said, I bring my own stuff, guy.
Rick, he might be listening.
You're right. And so we just took this picture starting from the tallest on down of the 4 guys that were there, and these were the 4 ladies, the wives that were there. And so I said, "Why is he bringing his own four-wheeler?" She goes, "I don't know. He just wants to."
Okay.
And I said, "Okay, well, we got four-wheelers." And I said, "We got the Kubota, and hey, that ain't no recreational vehicle. That's a work vehicle now." I tried to tell them boys. And and these poor four-wheelers, they've gone through 4 teenagers, so they've gone through a lot. We've got bent handlebars.
Oh,
and everything else.
Nothing surprises
My
me.
favorite place to ride's in big dirt spots.
Oh, right. Hey, I'm telling you, and there's only one place that we could get in a bind. There's one greenfield, as y'all know, that sits in the middle of the property, and so if you're going to ride the trails, you are going to have to maneuver around. Hey, they just need to go the other way. I said, Gary, that cuts off half the property. We can just go around the edge. I'm telling you, if I come back and see them wheels marks in there, I'm going to have somebody's hide. And I said,
I'm glad.
Right. Yeah. Hey, don't be messing with the turkeys now.
Did you have to break out the deed to the farm and show it to
I
them?
did. I said, I look forward to you paying our taxes this year. Because apparently you're running the farm now. And so we're waiting, and what you want, I wanted this to be laid back. I didn't want this to be a high hassle weekend. And let's just call it, when people bring their own stuff, I got a system down there, and I know how all this works. I know how to get them all. I know how to crank them all, because you know how it is.
Maybe he just wants to ride his because it ain't been rode in a while or something.
Hello, Prophet. But see, what does it mean if it hadn't been ridden in a while?
You hadn't been out.
Right. But it also means what?
Things can go bad.
Could be trouble.
Yep. Needs a tune-up.
So
needs some good gas.
Fuel been sitting in it.
First of all, my first guy that
I'm that way too. I love riding my four-wheeler.
Sure.
I got all my stuff in it.
Oh, I remember we'd go hunting trips and you'd be the guy that brought your own.
Yeah.
And I love that orange thing you put on top of your helmet, the hunter's orange thing. That was you look fantastic in that.
Here you go.
Bubba's riding around with a giant orange bulb on his head.
It's legal and fit the bill because my helmet was black.
So I'm thinking I'm thinking to myself, look, let's just ease. I got it all set up. Everybody just needs to blend into the system. You don't bring new things to the system. And so when we come back, first of all, I knew right out of the gate when the guests started to ride, which I was glad they were there, is that when right out of the gate I get a guy that doesn't park where he's supposed to. Like that, and I'm over going, hey, Brian, do you really think you just going to park in the middle of the pasture like this? Get over and line up against the fence. Set an example. So the next trucks know where to go. You know what I mean? Including the one that's going to have a giant four-wheeler in the back.
I started saying the trailer one, though. Doesn't need to back up against the fence.
So we'll come back.
Needs to be out in the middle.
Yeah. We'll come back. 15 minutes past. We'll talk about a peaceful day at the farm when we return. Check rickandbubba.com. If you miss any part of the show, get those archives on your own time.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Chubby Italy has been crowned over the weekend.
Do they have a picture?
Somebody do the conversion for me. How much is 170 kilograms?
Boy.
Can y'all look it up right quick?
Does it have her picture?
Italy has chosen a full-figured woman as its latest beauty queen.
I like it.
Proud of her body, weighing in at a hefty 170 kilograms to win the title of Miss Chubby. The young lady said she was very moved when she was named Saturday night as the new Miss Chubby. And it was a little village near the city of Pisa, famous for the Leaning Tower of Pisa. I'm very moved. I feel as if I've won the lottery, said the 33-year-old lady from Naples, after beating out 30 other hefty contestants for the title.
Bubba, she weighed 374 pounds.
Yep, that's how.
Hey, that's not Miss Chubby. That's Miss Large. That ain't Chubby.
She might be from
Chubby. They went with Chubby, and she weighed 300-something pounds.
Yeah. Greg,
that's Miss Fatso.
Yeah,
the truth.
I have to agree
Chubby.
with you. If the contestant fell on you from stage and it could pierce your liver, you can't be Chubby.
Bubba, they said unfortunately when they were taking her picture, she leaned on the Tower of Pisa and it failed.
Rick Burgess.
Rick, actually,
Here, I got a shot over
they're
here.
going to use her as a counterweight to hold it up.
Am I wrong? Chubby. That ain't Chubby. That's Large.
Hey, look at that picture.
Yep, there she is, Greg.
Oh. You know, she does have a really pretty face, though.
Boy, they had a hard time wrapping
And a
that
great
thing
personality, I hear.
Yeah.
Well, it took a whole roll of
Hey,
paint to get
guys.
that banner around her.
Sash. That sash took some work, didn't it?
That sash looks like a ski rope. Thanks a long.
300 and something, Miss Chubby.
Ski rope curtain.
They need to rename that. If you think somebody chubby, she can drop a couple of pounds.
Let's see.
That's
it said all the contestants.
Greg, okay, you made your point.
Second time.
Greg, you made your point.
All the contestants paraded around before the audience of over 2,500 at a local hotel Saturday night wearing gowns for those who cared to show more undergarments.
Oh.
Some even dared a little strip tease, it says.
Oh, come on now. Come on, girl. Yeah.
Speedy, see if there's any more pictures in there.
No, please.
But
see the runner-up. Where's the runner-up at?
Look, for this, you got to admit it would be funny to see.
Well, Bubba, here's the thing, and we're people of weight, but people of weight have got to learn. I'm okay with you being confident. I'm okay with, hey, I'm gonna try to do better and not being. Have any
but
kind of...
you don't have to show us your confidence.
Yeah, man. You know what?
That should be inner confidence.
Nobody wants to see me walk through my underwear, okay?
No,
I got that.
I got it. That's why we do it sometimes, just to make everybody uncomfortable.
Right.
Yeah, Miss Chubby don't need to have a swimsuit part.
They said, but the crucial moment in the contest, y'all, was the weigh-in. Stepping into a huge red scale while everyone could see the results.
Actually, weighed?
With the roundest beauty clinching the title. That's what it says. There was no big prize for the winner, just a huge cake to share around.
Oh my God, you're making that up. They ate cake.
A big old turkey
That's what
leg.
it said.
Bubba, this is just for
Like
you.
King Lear
Bubba, this is
scenario.
just for you, and this is straight up.
No, Speedy, don't do this.
Hey now.
Oh my God, there they are in their bathing suits.
That's what you.
that?
Our
what you
underwear.
wanted there.
Is that underwear? Oh my goodness.
That's what you wanted.
Yes,
That's
sir.
funny.
Well, let me tell you what.
I tell you what, they won't all fit in the pool at one time. There won't be any water left.
No.
Bubba! Oh, they won't.
They won't. No,
You
that's
tell
just-
me that bunch
It'll
could all
flood the
jump in.
neighborhood down below
It's a
it.
science law of inertia, isn't it, Bubba?
That's right.
Something's got to leave the pool.
You know what?
It's the law of displacement.
That's it. You're right. We're just throwing it all around.
What music's playing right now, Rick?
Well, let me tell you
During
this.
this photo.
Let me tell you this. When they went to get the scales, they had to go to a place that has livestock.
Yeah.
Oh, there's no doubt.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, this was a thing that they weighed cargo with.
Right.
I think getting them in a head catch was a little much.
Yeah.
Greg, now.
All right, what's your way?
Greg at Rick and Bubba.
Quick, when you got her sprayer for pink eye.
Yeah.
She'll infect the whole herd.
Greg, if you say the word worm 'em, I'm gonna lose it.
Just a joke. Come on.
Greg at Rick and Bubba.com.
Look, they're out there promoting this. What do they expect?
I love it.
Oh,
I
gracious.
actually love it. Oh my gosh.
She is pretty though.
Yeah.
Well, we did got a pretty face
She really is.
and a lightning personality.
Outstanding.
we
Loves everybody.
The body of four ladies.
we did a 1 million pound march one time.
Yes.
Do you remember that?
Yeah, we did.
And we marched half a block, turned left, and ate pizza. Do you remember that?
Yes.
That's right, baby. Thanks for being with us. A brand new hour. So wonderful day. Love the outdoors. Bubba getting ready for hunting season. It was just going great. And I had a few chores needed to do. Now I am a little bit injured today. If you look, most of my cuts have started the healing process. This is when we had cut vines that go to trees so they'll die. And Sherry thought it would be a good idea for you to pull them all down now. And I said, baby, I said, I can't just pull these things down. Something may break loose and hit me right in the head.
Yeah.
And she said, no, you just pull them down. I mean, just back up and pull them.
Pull 'em,
And of
Rick.
course, I pulled a vine, and a part of the tree broke off and nearly cut my arm off.
Yeah.
So, I've got a bunch of cut. It hit. This was me blocking my face, and I went up like this, and of course, I kept it off of me. So.
How was that aftermath?
Of course, it was. She said, "Well, I didn't know you were just going to pull it on top of your head."
Well,
Maybe that was my concern. I can't control what falls out of that tree up there. Well, good night. I know you're going to do it that way.
I hope you ain't there messing Gary's farm up.
Hey,
Yeah, right.
Let me tell you, this is kind of stuff we don't need. Leave them vines alone. You get these deer.
I keep wanting to come see that gate, that fence that he built.
Yeah. Good luck.
You talking about the one down the middle of 42 pasture? It's still not there. All you gotta do is connect to that right there and just put a chain link right down here. Yeah, you're right. Let me do it. They'll charge you too much. Of course, it'd be done now.
Yep.
But anyway,
sure it would.
so So I'm there, and everybody's starting to arrive now, and I look, and here comes Bartletsky. He's pulling in. He's got this giant truck, and I see the four-wheeler back there, and I'm like, okay.
I thought you meant the comedian.
No, no. That's very close, by the way.
How did he get all the way to New York?
Right. Of course, he might not have brought a four-wheeler. You know what I mean? So he says right out of the gate, hey, have you got some kind of incline or something so I can back up and roll it out of the back of it? And I'm like, so now we got to find an incline. So I said, well, there's a hump over there. Let's try that hump.
There's a hump.
Get over that ditch. So we get it out, and
I'm stuck, Rick.
And I looked at it. I know this particular product has improved, but this was an older one, and I saw the brand name on it, and I thought, well, buddy, we're in trouble.
Polaris?
Correct. I said, we're in trouble now. I said,
You're stuck.
I'm looking.
They appreciate that,
Bubba. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It is the old ones.
They had some models that were problematic.
Put a Honda engine on it.
And by the way, if you don't believe that, you should have been with me on Saturday.
No.
So anyway, I started trying to have a good attitude about somebody bringing their own four-wheeler. And I thought, well, now that gives us 3, and then I can ride in the Kubota as kind of the guide. And now every man can get on a four-wheeler, and I'll say, let me show you all the trails, and then I'll turn y'all loose, stay out of the green fields. Hey, they can't go down to them green fields.
That's where I like going in big dirt spots, so I can get out there and cut some.
Right. So I'm now going to be in, hey, that ain't a recreational vehicle. That's a work vehicle. I'm going to be in it. And he's very tall. He played a little ball at Fresno State and for the Raiders. So I'm going to now just, y'all follow me. I'm going to show you the trails, okay? So I'm up front, and I'm worried about my horsepower versus theirs. I mean, I got a lot more strength in my vehicle, but they can go faster, and I don't want to be a bip and be in everybody's way.
You got torque, and they got speed.
You're that guy going too slow.
Yeah,
everybody hates that.
Of course, the torque will end up to be very important. But so we're doing the trails, and I'm just thinking to myself, man, everybody's just digging this. Look at our roads. Our roads are great. It's just so pretty here today. This is great. Because I got, Brian right behind me. He's that guy that I'm not smart enough to be his friend who served in submarines. And so...
which one is that?
That's
the short one, right?
Not all the way down. No, all the way down. That's the one that is the pickleball sensei.
Yeah.
Brian is the next one up. He's right here. Yeah, buddy. That's the real smart guy. That's
Bowie.
I'm not smart enough to be his friend. Yeah. So he's the right.
Or read his shirt.
Yeah. So
speaking of shirts, Rick, you have a Hammond Organ shirt on.
Yes, I do, baby.
What? Hammond Organ.
Ain't nothing like that Hammond, baby, to hear that baby sing.
Music's most glorious voice.
Yeah.
I've never seen a Hammond Organ shirt.
Where did you get that shirt?
I don't know. But
I think he was going for the color.
It was at the farm, and I put it on. So anyway, but I love the sound of a Hammond organ.
I mean, you got a point. You got a point.
Just for that, I'm playing the Hammond organ coming back. So anyway, I have Brian right behind me, and I can see him. The others were in line.
A little dusty.
So I get to the end. Look, I get to the end where I'm going to show the manicured pasture on the other end, because you know how you have to show by the I said, here we are on the farthest end of the land, this right here. And I look back, and I said, where's everybody else? Brian said, hey, we lost them way back. and I said, could you not get my attention? He said, I tried, I couldn't get your attention. And I said, I noticed you didn't go back for me. He said, well, no, I knew you knew where everything was. I didn't want to be lost like them.
Follow the yellow shirt.
I said, what do you mean we lost them? He said, I don't know what happened. I looked back and they were gone. So now we
scream, hey, Bowie.
Hey, Bowie.
Where are you?
Where at, Bowie?
So we start working.
Hey,
we start working our way back down the road, and you can see way off in the distance the color of the other four wheelers. And I look, and I see giant Rich Bartletsky, Mr. Defensive End, and he's pushing his four-wheeler.
That baby's dead in the water.
Hey, listen, we're in the middle of it, too. We ain't nowhere near anywhere. And so there's the face I made. So if you want, show them the game camera picture. Here's all you need to know about how my day turned out. We actually caught it on Moultrie Mobile. And me having to now because
Gerald Cates could come
because we kept there's always and keep in mind the friend that is I'm too smart. He's too smart to be my friend. He has to find a way to try to fix it.
Look at that.
Here I am.
Get out of that field.
I know. I'm having to pull him.
Look at all that dust y'all are
gotta
kicking up in
snatch
the
him
field.
strap.
Look, this is me pulling him all the way back to the barn in the little Kubota. And I'm just sitting there thinking, this thing. And, of course, then I just wanted to put it up and be done with it. But the smart friend was like, no, we can't let this thing defeat us. We got to get this thing running. It might be bad fuel. He may let it sit. And I go, guys, I want to get back to the joy. Let's take this. This thing's problematic. No, anybody who gets on this can now, let's eliminate it. There I am trying to pull him.
Or you could just pull him around.
Yeah.
Just
and I thought to myself,
I mean, he's going to be riding about that far behind you anyway. Just
pull him around. I guess I could pull him around the farm for the rest of the day.
Talking about tough when you cut through the woods.
I started saying things like, anybody want to fish?
Yeah, fish. They're biting.
Let's go take this thing and park it by the pond.
You had so much
plan. You use it for a seat. Do you realize how this is affecting my
joy riding, running the deer off right before the season started?
We did see a lot of deer, by the way. Of course, they were running out of
your neighbor's property.
This is one of those things that Gary says too. That's totally not true. Totally not true. Hey, now you get a truck in there. See, they used to that. They don't like it. They don't like in 4-wheelers.
As many times they've been in there, they ought to be used to that.
As much as I would like to make fun of Gary, I did take a lesson one time from the great Bill Spradlin, and I've always quoted him as saying this. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't.
Right.
They are scared of cars. They are terrified of humans. So if they see you on that 4-wheeler, it affects them different than they see a vehicle driving.
Now you're Gary.
Somebody ask a deer to
I
find
just
that
agreed
out.
with Gary, but I'm sorry.
You ever wonder about those statements? Well, the deer told
Plus,
me
I
that.
think if
this is me taking them back, thinking it's going to be a great day. They're all following
Who took that?
I
That's
think Sherry
Why do you
did.
have? Wait, zoom in on that again.
Yeah.
Zoom in on that.
Who lays down?
Why do you have a feeder on the infield?
Well, that used to be where the pond was.
Yeah. That's actually
that used to be the bank. That's how far down the pond is, dear.
It looks like an infield now.
Yeah.
So you got the base path.
Yeah.
It looks like it's sitting on top of second base.
Well, we keep the it cut around there where you're not standing in weeds fishing, and we keep the whole thing bush hog, but this stays cut all the time so that you're at the pond. You're not standing in high grass.
Yep. Yeah. Nobody likes high grass.
And so this is how far down the pond
who
is.
lives there, don't you? No shoulders.
Oh yeah.
And chiggers on your ankles.
So we've had
Chigger me.
We've had 2 droughts in 5 years, and just not a lot of rain. And the evaporation, even with the well putting water in it, just can't keep up. So I can't really find the answer. I've had engineers come down and look at it, and they're like,
"You got to put some clay in the bottom of that."
Well,
thing, right?
no, that's not really the issue either. Plus, you got the water table and all that, so it's got all kinds of. We can't quite seem to defeat it.
What's Gary want to do?
Hey, what you need to do is let me get in there when it's down and just dig it down even deeper and see if we can't hit that water down there. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Have you heard this yet?
All I know is his name is Phil Davison, and he has this crazy campaign speech, Rick. And I don't really know what market he is in. Hopefully he'll tell us. But he is.
Well, he's upset about the state treasury situation.
Yeah, he is, and he's standing. He's standing up in front of, I would guess, maybe some media or something. He's got a black suit on, black tie, a little Caesar type haircut, and here he is. He announces to everyone who he is. Take a listen.
Please watch this and listen.
My name is Phil Davison, and I am seeking our party's nomination for the position of Stark County Treasurer on November 10th, November of 2010. Excuse me.
Look nervous.
In terms of my background,
nervous,
I am
stammering.
from the village of Minerva, where I am serving my 13th year of elected service as a Minerva Council member. In terms of education, I have a bachelor's degree in sociology.
So do I.
A bachelor's degree in history, a master's degree in public administration,
Look, he's saying.
And no degree in communication.
and a master's degree in communication.
Oh my God! Did you see me on the podium?
Gave you a little shut up. I have represented our party twice on the county ballot in both the primary and the general elections.
What's this mad about?
Just listen. Just listen. Don't stop listening.
And Stark County Commissioner in 2000, and I will not apologize for my tone tonight.
He's going to apologize for his
I
tone.
have been a Republican in times good, and I have been a Republican in times bad.
He's not rusty.
Look at him pacing.
Look at him pacing.
Staring at everybody.
Albert Einstein issued one of my most favorite quotes
You had to check
in
your
the
notes.
history of the spoken word. And it is as follows.
He gets it wrong.
In the middle of opportunity.
Greg, watch him.
Excuse me, in the middle of difficulty lies opportunity. I'm going to repeat that so I have clarity tonight. In the middle of difficulty lies opportunity.
Darn right.
This is the opportunity we've been waiting for.
I know everybody's laughing.
Oops, the Stark County Treasurer's Office is a mess.
Yeah.
It is in dire need of structure and guidance.
Lucky's rondo.
And now is the time to seize this opportunity with an aggressive campaign and an even more aggressive campaigner.
Is this Howard Dean?
If nominated tonight, I promise each and every person in this room I will hit the ground running, come out swinging, and end up winning.
I like the finger
message tonight to the people of Stark County and to the people of the Stark County Democratic Party. We're tired of business as usual. Drastic times require what?
I hate to say this, but I don't think we got the tools here to pull this off.
Thank you. Drastic times require drastic measures.
I like he's in everybody's face.
Get hold of.
Tolerate incompetence and irresponsibility.
All right, Speedy. I got
This is what Greg looked like last night.
I want to go
when he
back.
got the cup thrown at him.
Oh, he just showed snapping. I want him to go back. I got to hear the Einstein quote
tries to
again,
quote
and I don't
Einstein.
want anybody to say a word. Let's watch him think he builds up this quote as the greatest quote that he loves, and then he gets
delivered
it
it with passion
and got it wrong.
All right.
A master's degree in public
Oh, I love that. I love
health, and I will not apologize for my tone tonight.
No, you don't apologize.
I like when he
I
bows
have been
up.
a Republican in times good, and I have been a Republican in times bad.
He's squalling.
What does that mean?
I don't know.
Look, looking for I'm running roughshod on everybody.
Yeah.
Look.
Albert Einstein issued one of my most favorite quotes
Yeah, obviously.
in the history of the spoken word, and it is as follows. In the middle of opportunity, excuse me, in the middle of difficulty lies opportunity. I'm going to repeat that so I have clarity.
Rick,
in the
listen.
middle of difficulty
Let's go
lies
back.
opportunity.
Hold on. Let's go back. Listen.
I want him. I
Okay.
want this over here.
Okay, but listen.
Yeah, but
listen.
his quote.
Listen. In between when he messes up, I want you to listen to his breath. He goes.
Look, another thing I've noticed, Speedy, they're bleeping out something on here. Have you noticed this? Is he mumbling like cuss words that they're watch
I
out?
think he's hyperventilating.
Yeah. I think he's like.
But
He is.
watch the video. All right,
It's almost like he's asthmatic.
let's hear when he realizes he gets it wrong.
He's running roughshod. My favorite look. He's walking around looking at. Hold on.
Watch how they bleep his mouth, though. Go back to the walking. Go back when he's walking around.
There's that Hammond organ right there, baby. How you like that, Adler? Somebody say this. I say. If you don't love that, something wrong with you. All right, so we work our way back. We are wrapping up another hour, a couple of segments left. So somebody's wait this. Oh, wait me when the day breaks. Show me how the sun shines. I will say this, Bubba. I'm trying to get ready for hunting season. We still have not resolved. I get the HDMI cord back. I get satellite TV going, so ball games are secure. Get down there, still can't get the Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi. Something's going on with Camp House and Wi-Fi, and that Wi-Fi down there. I mean, it's smoking. Once we got that central access, but it's over at the She Shack, it's fine. But at Camp House, it's like it's looking, says I can't find it.
I hate to ask this question
Yeah,
here,
so-
but did you
Why
ask
don't you
your
just
smart?
beam it over there?
You asked your smart
so
friend.
close. It's barely not quite enough.
Did you ask
What do you mean?
your smart
From
friend?
the White House that you can pull that network a little bit, but it's too far.
No,
away.
no. Beam it over there with some ubiquity dishes.
Watch your mouth, Bubba.
Easy.
Good night.
Good night. I mean, family show, buddy.
I know.
Mhm.
Better
Bubba,
don't say that
you
too fast.
are intelligent.
But anyway,
But
so
you have internet.
Yeah, but they're going to. They're coming
They
down.
work really good.
I got a tech guy coming down. Says I'll get in there and figure it out.
Little tech
You
guy.
should have got your smart friend to go look.
I didn't think about that.
Yes, he would have walked in
If
there.
if he's got communication from a submarine, surely.
Because no offense to you, but I feel like it's probably pretty easy to fix.
This is reflection
Well, I've
on
gone
all
to
of us.
I've gone to the modem and everything. I've started over, reset it, and it's you know. It
Maybe,
can't-
maybe not.
It's
but
kind of. We'll
I feel
see.
like we're missing a
So I'm
step.
close to getting us ready for hunting season, but we usually don't use the streaming that much for hunting season. As long as we got the
We've
ball
never
game,
had it.
we're good, aren't we? Yeah. All right. We'll see.
More, yeah.
But I got all the guns ready to go.
Well, look
Got
at
everything
you.
ready.
Ready to rock.
I got a new one.
Mm.
Happy birthday.
How about that?
Add a little 308 to the arsenal.
There you
Oh,
go.
nothing like
That's
a
all you was missing.
Good shooter right there.
Mhm. Now, a lot of you may or may not know Greg is involved in tornado relief. Hurricane relief. I didn't know that until I was driving in one day this week or last week, and I heard Greg is coordinating relief.
No, I'm not coordinating.
to
I'm getting
North
them in touch
Carolina.
with
Did you
people
hear
who
about
can.
this?
That's not true.
You know, I'm
too unorganized to do that, but I can get you in touch with who is.
The sad part was, for the longest, Greg thought he was helping people in Louisville since he didn't let that family in.
Yeah, right. That's true.
But now, so he just told us a minute ago that a griddle is being delivered here.
How about that?
And that got griddle talk going.
Yeah.
You know, because everybody needs a griddle.
But guys, I'm taking it into a drop-off place. Y'all can't have
You
it.
talking about in Pleasant Valley?
No, there's one on the way. No, not at my house. No.
Is this griddle ever
So will
going?
they-
Is a
will they-
hurricane person ever going to see this
Yes.
griddle?
Will they carry it for somebody to cook on, or will they sell it to get money
I don't
to
know.
give to
Either-
them?
Probably
way.
carried for
Hey, I don't
somebody at
know.
the church to cook on.
But a griddle, I love a griddle.
Oh yeah.
Bubba, are you thinking about going griddle?
Yeah, I've wanted to go griddle for a while, and I just haven't got around to it. And I need to cross that bridge, but I'm not really up. I know the Blackstone's a walking dog. I got that. But are they all propane, or do they make an electric version? What's the deal?
I know. I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Speedy, you got a griddle, don't you?
Yeah, we did. We love ours.
Taylor's got.
Absolutely
He
love
cooked
it.
some. Went to Taylor's the other day for Lisa's birthday. And
Oh,
my son,
baby.
Taylor, and he cooked some chicken and pork chops, and man,
And?
it was good
And?
on the griddle.
Really?
Propane?
Yes.
Blackstone does make an electric.
Yeah, I think I've seen both. I didn't know if there was a difference.
The E series.
You know the only thing about propane, and you got to be careful. And I've started buying these little gauges you put on there before you connect the gas to.
Oh,
it.
yeah.
You know, keep a little gate like a gas gauge in line to let you know, because if you ever, you're going along cooking, you're not paying attention, and then all of a sudden you got a big day and you fire it up and it's out of gas. You know?
No, dang it! Has that ever happened to you? It happened to me before.
It
It's a
happened one time.
horrible feat.
I try to keep extra
gotta have an
cans
extra.
around.
How about when one time I let stuff burn off and I forgot about it, and it went all night and burned all the gas out.
Well, can I
You
ask
forgot
you
about something else we're going to bring up later.
I know I've asked this before. Why do it seems like all propane propane tanks should have a full and an empty gauge on it? Why don't they?
Well,
They
because
don't.
it would cost more to do it. But you can put them on there. You can buy them. They're only a few dollars on Amazon. They go right in line. I put them on all of mine now, so I can tell.
Well, I just went straight wire. I went straight to the
it
gas.
saved me a
have
couple of times on, I was lower than I thought I was.
Yeah.
So.
We ain't got a gas main in the valley.
Let me tell you
can't
that gas
that'd
main
be
at the
nice.
house. When I went straight wire. Always got gas.
Yeah.
Because it happened
ain't
one
gotta
time. I had one of those
brag.
propane
Well,
tanks and it was empty.
It is unless they cut it off.
Yeah. Well.
And see, we had that problem one winter. There was a fire down the street, and they cut the whole street off of the gas. But we're still freezing up here, single degree, temperatures, and we're like, hey.
Right.
You think that's bad? They'll cut it off if you don't pay for it.
Yeah, that too.
What? How
That
dare
too.
how dare them do
We
that?
had that one time. That was fun.
I'm worried right now on the
Went
crest.
right in there. I mean, literally, Betty was cooking dinner and cut it off.
Right.
The gas went out.
Hey, wait a minute.
Well, I
And
mean,
then couldn't cut it back on because they were afraid of our dog in the yard. I said, the one
Wait
you
a
marched
minute.
right by to cut it off. Same one.
Same dog.
Well, you were
exact same dog.
Makes no
Give me a
sense.
break.
so you didn't pay your bills.
I missed it one time. I did.
But they cut you right off.
Yeah,
didn't
they did. They did.
They don't play
rushed-
no games, do
They
they?
rushed right on up there and get it.
They cut mine off the day of the big freeze. The morning of, they came to my house and turned it off. I was here at the show.
I remember that.
They shut my gas off the day the big freeze happened.
Did you not pay your bill either?
I forgot to pay my bill. Yes.
Look,
Okay, then.
You should pay your bill, but if you're going to cut it off, if you're going to cut it off, maybe just a knock on the door, especially if you see us in there cooking dinner.
Yeah. Snowmageddon.
That's would be nice. I'm just saying that would be nice. Maybe we overlooked it. Maybe we made a mistake, which we did.
So unless I'm misremembering,
okay,
my years when I first started working at the power company, you had to work your way up. I was a collector for a while, which that's fun.
Oh yeah, I'm sure people love you.
But if it was below a certain degrees, we couldn't cut you off, even if you were stealing it, because I guess lawsuits.
I should have been stealing it. Is what
no,
you're
I'm saying they wouldn't cut you off for non-pay.
Yeah, the
when
temperature,
it was either too hot or too
Are you making
cold.
the story more dramatic by adding that?
No, I'm not at all. It was that day. It was
Is this when
that
Greg
day.
went to the house with you?
That's when Kevin was stuck there because I couldn't get, and he was stuck in the house. We had
Weren't
to go
y'all
rescue
moving?
him.
Wasn't you gonna move out? Maybe they'd cut it off before you. I can't remember.
There was a billing transfer and the name and all
Something
that,
like
but
that.
they shut me off that day, and then the big
Yeah,
snowstorm.
Kevin was in there. And
Why,
that crate
why didn't
cold.
you cry and beg them not to that your family would freeze or something?
I wasn't there. I was working.
Okay.
What
I'd
about
like
us
to go
trying
back to
get
Greg working collections, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Oh, I wish I could have seen that.
Golly.
Now you would tell them you're going to cut it off. They don't pay, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've had to cut it off many times.
I think
They didn't
that's a
like it.
nice way. I mean, if you're going to cut it off, you're going to cut it off.
If
but
you were home, now if you wasn't home,
because sometimes it is a mistake. You know what? I'd find the money to pay you if you about to cut it off.
Absolutely.
Here's my favorite. You know, my wife just left. She's on her way to town to pay it. I said, really? Well, we'll come turn it back on when she does.
Okay, so
Can we pay you as the?
No.
We can pay you in that
You
situation.
could then, yeah.
Okay, nice.
straight home cash?
Yeah, whatever you had.
I got an electric griddle, by the way, and here's some smash
Oh,
burgers.
he's got some he's got electric.
I got an
one.
electric one.
So, is there a big advantage to the gas over electric when it comes to griddle world?
This is just
Control
like
your
a
heat.
it's like non-stick. It's not steel. I wish it was like a
Oh,
Blackstone.
this is one of them in the house.
Yeah,
that you
this is
just
a-
sit
I
and
don't
pop.
need a it's what I have.
Everybody's grandmother has one of those.
It's new.
That don't count.
Rick, grandmother making pancakes.
I made pancakes on it this weekend.
That doesn't count.
You're
That's not what we're
inside.
talking
That's
about.
just a pan.
I've got one
That's
of
just
those.
a pan on top of your oven.
That is a plug-in griddle.
Hey, guys, hang on. You know what else he's got? He's got a toaster. Have y'all ever seen one of them?
Greg, he
It's a
told me.
toaster oven.
Greg, he told me that he had some leftovers and he heated them up with a microwave.
I know he did not. Got a slow cook on. Hold for it.
Hey, I got
Crock
a
pot.
freezer.
Adler, I have one of these.
Come on,
Rick,
Adler,
I
just
take
got
that
one.
off the screen.
This is new to me. Damn it.
Rick, our mother cooked many a pancake. on one of
Diego,
those fries.
calm down in there.
Yeah, Sherry cooks pancakes on one of those all the
But
time.
that's not what we're talking
I
about.
cooked 100 banana pancakes this weekend, I think.
You
by the
can
way.
pick that
My
up.
kids ate 50 of them.
If you're walking with the griddle under your arm,
Right.
it's not what we're talking
If
about.
it fits in a cabinet, which it does, with the cutting boards.
Yeah. Hey, look, if this was your griddle budget, you should have been able to pay for your gas bill.
It was a gift.
Right.
It was a gift.
It was a gift.
I thought they were way more expensive.
I
Like,
can't believe
So,
he,
Greg,
he jumped in the griddle
Can't
talk
bring
with
this
that.
into the Blackstone conversation. Everybody's got one of those. It's still in the box sitting up in the
well,
cupboard.
I just got one.
If you have real Blackstone, if you have used that, if you have experience, gas or electric, is there a difference?
All right. Well,
You need
we
some-
have one.
You have
so
gas
I'm-
only, though.
Correct.
You've never tried electric.
No.
Oh, I say you
No,
can't-
I'm
you
not
can't-
like
he can't-
Adler.
He can't give you a comparison.
But I can tell you that the one we have, it's a propane tank. You know, that's what, and it's good. Boy, it could cook a good burger.
Bussy wants electric.
No, I'm just asking which one.
Right, yeah.
I got propane tanks. As a matter of fact, I got one that was damaged in the tornado. And I don't know what to do with it. The top part of it is bent in, so you can't turn the nozzle, and I don't want to bend it back
it to
because
the
I'm
dump.
afraid it'll rupture the tank.
Take it to the dump.
Yeah. Are you that or?
Are you supposed to throw those in a dump?
Yeah.
If they ain't looking, they don't say it.
We'll take your phone calls when we get
Right
back.
till the bulldozer runs over.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Learned about socialism every time we've ever been associated with a free T-shirt campaign.
Oh.
Hey,
Good
can I have
God.
12 of them? You know.
Well, no, we're giving away one a person.
Hey,
Why not?
Hey, my cousin couldn't come. Can I get 6 of them for his family? So you think that's good to come ask for 6? Yeah, they're free, ain't they?
Wait till you have free pizza at a remote.
Oh, well, that's
Hey, can I just have one?
We've lived that.
We've lived
my
that one.
friend.
My favorite is when people were putting pieces of it in their pocket. I'm
gonna
like,
tell
my
you,
gosh, so you're going to eat that with lint on it?
Yeah, as much as I love pizza, Rick, and you look at me and you go, that boy's had some pizza. I don't store it in my pocket.
No.
That's
I remember one time.
I like mushrooms, not big on lint.
Right. I remember one time making nachos in my pocket, but I was not in the right state of mind.
Right.
My favorite
and it was a jacket. You didn't have to wear it every day, you know.
My favorite is when I was on air promoting that we've got pizza, so come by and see me. And then when everybody came by, all the guys in the dealership had eaten it, and I didn't have any for the listeners.
Yeah, I don't know what word you said, but I think you said dealership.
Yeah, I did say that. It just kind of ran together.
Speedy,
I said, I'm sorry, they've eaten it all. And guys just got, stuff all over the face.
Well, look, I never even promoted free pizza on there because I knew whatever business I was at, they were going to eat it before the listeners got there. So I never would even bring it. I even started saying, we brought y'all something to eat.
Yeah, to the staff. Yeah, thanks for hiring us. Here's you some pizza.
Right, yeah.
Have a nice day. What, you got any for the listeners? No, we don't do that.
And I remember when
we're bringing it for
bring
you.
it for the listeners?
Yeah, hey, what's those empty boxes for? The staff. To start a fire. We're going to burn trash out back.
Yeah.
Charles Barkley. Look at here. Oh, Charles, this is a news update here.
This is my other favorite. You got any T-shirts? Yeah. How many you got? Oh, we got about 8 dozen. Can I have them?
Can I have them?
Well, we want to pass them out to different. I got family. Couldn't make it.
Yeah, that's it. How about this one? Hey.
Can I have them all?
Hey, are y'all out of T-shirt? Yes. We started giving those away at 2. Well, I couldn't get here to 4:45. Where are they? well, people grabbed them all, especially that guy took 8.
I'll always have the promotions director with me, and we try so hard to kind of space them out to where by the end of the remote, we still have some to give away. Now I get there and I'm like, nah, just give them all.
What is it about?
I'll give them to the first person that comes. I'll give them every one of them.
Listen, I am as guilty as anybody. Okay, we laugh about this because it's not the people. There's something about a free T-shirt.
Absolutely.
What is it?
I don't know.
It could say
it gets me too.
I got an office full of them.
It could say, "Eat me, I'm a good," and I go, "Can I have one?"
I've never seen that on a shirt.
He doesn't have to. No, I don't either. And you know what? Hey, Speedy, you know what? And we're not going to have it in our merchandise either, okay? I'll just tell you that.
But
Speedy, are you okay today? I mean, we're the ones with no voice, and you're okay?
I don't know where that came from.
Been a long trip, sailor?
I think you meant kick me.
Yeah.
I'm a good.
Ryan Greenwood off the ride.
Gosh, tell me, Ryan Greenwood.
Off the ride, don't pass out.
Ryan will never get to work. He'll never make it. Oh, my gosh. I've actually seen the T-shirt you mentioned, and it's not free, by the way.
No, it isn't.
No, it's not.
But, Speedy, my goodness. I wish I had dumped you, but it's just I enjoyed it too much. Oh, my goodness. Oh, me. But
How much longer before break?
But let me tell you this. Let me tell you this. We were the first. Right now, Greg's back in the merchandise office going, how much will we play for those? How much? Let me say this.
Hello to everybody that just bought the Best Stuff CD.
Yes.
Thank you. I am worried that Ryan Greenwood is in physical danger.
Did you hear that?
Oh, man. Yeah.
Oh, Speedy. No, Greg. Here we go. 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Speedy is on the phones. Phone troll time. All 10 lines are available. You can join us now. No meaningless shout-outs or shameless plugs in 30 seconds a call.
Code 212.
Largest number of people, shortest amount of time. The old buzzer ends your call. If you crank right now, you should get in. We just released all 10 lines, and we're resetting. So you should be able to get in if you move now. Fieldofgreens.com. Love the product. You know, we all have two ages. There's the true age. That's the one that everybody keeps on the calendar. This is the day you were born. But then there's the biological age, and boy, this varies wildly. This really, if you think about it, kind of is the scientific phrase for you're as old as you feel. And of course, some days, you know, you feel older than you do other days. But you can see people that are the exact same age, and one of them just seems younger than the other. That's the biological age, and it suggests how healthy or unhealthy we actually are. Let me tell you something. Field of Greens can get that biological age younger than your true age, and you'll get to enjoy. You know, it doesn't do any good, like for us to get all the way to 60 and then not be healthy enough to even do anything, to enjoy it. So put Field of Greens to work for you. It's going to give you the nutrition that your body craves and how it was designed to run on, which I don't know about you. I struggle getting the right amount of and the right fruits and vegetables in my everyday diet. But with Field of Greens, it happens every day. And we had Field of Greens was approved for a university study. Doctors believe that it may lower your body's biological age. That generally means better health. So each fruit and vegetable in Field of Greens selected by doctors to support vital body functions like heart, liver, kidneys, your immune system, which is huge right now.
Yep.
So get yours right now by going to fieldofgreens.com. Fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code BIGVOX. Get 15% off. Always, because I love this product. Take it every day. If I can help you, reach out to me if you have any questions, too. There's a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Rick, before you hit that, just got an update here from my weather app. Hurricane Milton has now been classified as a Category 4 hurricane.
Oh, no. Yeah, so there you go.
It has intensified.
So we'll have Span on the show tomorrow to kind of give you an update. Landon.
Hello, Florida.
Landon in Sweet Home, Alabama. 30 seconds. Go ahead, Landon. How you doing?
Good. I didn't know if there was a way we could get some Alabama fans together and possibly get the field goal out of the river up there in Tennessee, just so we can have an extra field goal to practice with to help out with Alabama's kickers.
Yeah, the goalpost.
No, they did get it out of the river.
Get it out of the river.
The fire department had to do that.
They had to rescue it.
Yeah, so there you go. Lines are available, 30 seconds a pop. Let's go to Ryan in Mississippi. Ryan, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Bubba.
Yes.
Monkey Grass, Green Acres, fellas.
Thank
I
you,
just
bud.
wanted to talk about the Blackstone.
Yep.
I own a 28-inch Blackstone. It is propane. Absolutely love it. I think with an electric griddle, though, you have more even heating across it than you do a propane. If propane's outside, you can have some wind influence and have a little bit less heating effects across it.
Gotcha. That is true.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that constant heat makes it so much easier.
I'm getting a lot of cleanup discussion about the Blackstone.
Yeah,
too,
you do. You got to oil them and all this stuff.
Yeah, but don't you? It's just like at the Japanese restaurant, right?
Yeah,
That's
do it like
That's
that.
not a bad cleanup. I didn't think you just rake everything over into the tray.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're almost suggesting like you'd be the one to clean it up. I bet that'll never happen.
Yeah, never mind.
Probably
I think
if
Betty,
I cooked on it.
Betty should be asking this
Well,
question.
Betty is the short term
Right.
outdoor griller. I'm the long term. I'm the green egg guy.
Yeah.
You know, when it's
So
gonna
this wouldn't be in that
longer.
category. This is short term.
She wants something she can heat up quick and fix something,
Yeah.
so she can have it ready when I get there. So she is a wonderful wife.
So the griddle, boy, you talk about a nice ad.
I think it'd be a good ad, and if it, I'm just thinking electric might be an
They're
easier
good.
deal too. I mean, she's dealt with a gas grill too, but just
A lot of people say you can control the heat with gas a little better than you can with electric, but whatever.
Well, that guy just called said the electric
What about
was
even
easy.
heat?
Well, I'm just telling you,
Mhm.
quick. It takes a second.
I know what you're going to do today. By the way, I already told Bubba in the break.
What?
I know exactly what you're going to do today, and it's okay. It'll be fine. And God
It's
will
same
be
difference either way,
God will be
okay?
fine with it because
It's
I know
same
what you're going to do. This griddle is going to Pleasant Valley, and you're going to send how much it costs
I'm
in
not doing
cash
that.
to a donation to the people.
That's not true.
In North Carolina. I know that's what's going to happen today. and I want you to know that's okay. I think that's moral as long as the money for it gets to them. They probably don't need a griddle. You probably do. And they probably could use the money more than the griddle.
Yeah.
So I saw you Googling a minute ago, retail
That's
value.
a good idea, Greg.
I saw you looking at retail value.
No.
Saw it.
You got a great idea, Greg.
Y'all take something trying to mess it up.
Here's the pancakes I made on mine. I know you guys wanted more pictures of what I've been doing.
I think we can send maybe about 20 of those to North Carolina.
Yeah, you talking about what everybody's mama and grandmama's been doing since the beginning of time?
I don't know why mine says Fisher Price on the side.
I mean, look, that's a good thing, but that's not what we're talking about.
Okay,
I mean, that's good to have.
We're talking about the same thing.
Let's go to Bubba in Arkansas. Bubba, go ahead.
Hey, Bubba.
Why don't you tell old Dickie Neidmeyer come on back up to Nashville if he wants another one from Vanderbilt Commodores. Rick, for the majority of my life, I have been you as a Vanderbilt fan when you were at the restaurant, 4th and 31, getting ready to put a bite of salad in your mouth. Live like that for decades. Try that on. That's life as a Vanderbilt fan right there.
How does it affect you? I mean,
how do you feel right now? How do you feel?
I don't know how to feel. I don't know what to do with my hands. I don't know how to act. Check on your Vanderbilt fans today. We don't know what to do. We don't know
See, he's saying, I thought he was coming out talking smack, and I was going to go, look, you ain't been that good, but he's
so
playing
good.
it perfect.
That's so good. Enjoy it.
We don't know what to do with it.
Enjoy it.
Yeah, because you got another game in 6 days.
You do.
Alan in Sylacauga. Alan, go ahead.
Hey, Rick.
Hey.
We've got the same internet that you've got, and the internet guy came out, and we wasn't getting signal like to the other. But what it was, he said the Direct TV, because we have Direct TV also, they have a block to keep it from getting signal because they want you to use their stuff, which is not available at our house. They don't have the internet service. We have the cable, but not the internet. And then the TV we was using.
Well, I don't think that would apply because I've been using both of them for months now. And we did have an internet outage. They actually said they had to come outside and repair something, and they thought that would solve it. So we haven't had any issues with that. Matter of fact, it's been great. And someone actually suggested on the text line, since young Broderick took my HDMI cable, did I look to see if he took the Ethernet cable?
You know what?
Hey. That's not a bad. I didn't look at that because I didn't think that would be possible, but I guess it could be. Stuart in Trustville, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, man, I'm a lineman with Alabama Power at a Birmingham division, and I came down to Vidalia, Georgia about a week ago. Been working on this storm, and I got my black saw and I threw it in the bed of my truck, my bucket truck, and Greg could probably tell y'all we've been staying in Tent City, and it can be kind of rough with food and whatnot. I've cooked on that black saw every morning, eggs and toast. And
oh, baby.
Then I can't get in the crowd coming around.
And I see he was thinking for it.
He's
been there before.
That's smart right there.
I did talk to one wife whose husband was gone, and she said he was staying in a storage shipping container that they had built.
Oh.
Like bunk beds in, no power.
So this is a bad one because normally you got.
Wouldn't you stage just outside that area though, where you could accommodate all that?
I guess maybe it's so widespread.
Yeah. Top of the hour.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.